of SDC. Can they get more? There's the flag. Can they get the knockup on that Scottish boy? Can he get the blast kill? No, he can't. He's going to fall incredibly low. They're going to keep going in. Team Shooter is going to be able to get the root. They're going to try to find more. They're going to find everyone. But there's the kill. Unbound. He's doing it all. Unbound doing it all. Even Unbound. Unbound's killing them all. Unbound is winning this game.
Okay. Yes, good.
They're definitely going to get it, but he's going to win this one.
You know where like the cleavage is, where like the boobs touch? Or supposed to touch?
No, I've never touched a woman.
Cat Everfrost will use knockdown fight hit. There goes a 5-man shield there. Rex going to get caught up in the baby cage. There's going to be a 3-man shockwave in the backline with a big face breaker. That's going to be a showstopper right there. Can't get slow. Hey. I'm gonna try to get you to come down. You can't die with this. It's gonna get dog.
You can go. I mean, I have flashing. A second.
Oh my god! Teleports on the side of CCW. They might try to go for a pick here. Fox Prime has to be careful. Doesn't know they're all there. This could be the pick they want, but you have to be careful as well, though. They're going to burst him down. Fox Prime, guys, before anyone else can go in. They still get the second call the first time. And here we go. Here comes the Vlad. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Right on the backside. There's a double knockout. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad gets one of them. Vlad's able to get two of them on top. He's going to survive on the back end of it. But they're going to be able to kill the Anivia. And there's two dead on the side of CCW. Can they get more? There's the Vlad. Can they get the knockup on that static boy? Can he get the blast kill? No, he can't. He's going to fall incredibly low. They're going to keep going in. Team Shooter is going to be able to get the root. They're going to try to find more. They're going to find everyone. But there's the kill. Unbound. He's doing it all. Unbound doing it all. Give it up. Unbound. Unbound's killing them all. Unbound is winning this game.
Okay. Yes, Bryce Rack going to get caught up in the baby cage. Gets up, giving a 3-man shockwave in the backline with a kick face breaker. That's going to be a showstopper right there. That's get slowed. That's good. Take. I'm gonna play it. Dog.
Go. I mean, I have to question.
Oh my god!
Teleports on the side of CCW. They might try to go for a pick here. Box Prime has to be careful. Doesn't know they're all there. This could be the pick they want, but you have to be careful as well, though. They're going to burst him down. Box Prime, guys, before anyone else can go in. Just don't get the second ball. And here we go. Here comes the flag. Keep an eye on the flag. Right on the backside. There's a double knockout. Keep an eye on the flag. Flag gets one of them. Flag's able to get two of them on back. He's going to survive on the back end of it. And they're going to be able to kill the Olivia. And there's two dead on the side of CCW. And they get one. There's the flag. And they get the knockup on that Spanish boy. Can he get the flash kill? No, he can't. He's going to fall incredibly low. They're going to keep going in Team Shooter. He's going to even get the root. They're going to try to find more. They're going to find everyone. But there's the kill. Unfound. He's doing it all. Unfound's doing it all. Keep it up. Unfound. Unfound's killing them all. Unfound is winning this game.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
They're definitely gonna get it, but I think we win this one, guys.
Nice.
Or maybe
my
they don't.
God.
Get it!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Risen Esports Finals. Tonight, we have a best of 5 between Death Cards and the winning formula. With me tonight, I have Slayer. How's it going, Slayer?
I'm super excited, Romeo, to get out here and finally. It's been a long Premade dominant slate, and it's really fitting that we arrive here with the number 1 seed SDC Death Cards, the one most people expected to run the table of the playoffs, but we also have the defending champs on the other side, so a really cool storyline to get set here to finally end it all with this, season 12, because after this, Romeo, it's preseason for season 13.
2 days left in the overall season in general, and we have 2 of the top teams in Risen of just this year alone going head-to-head tonight.
Yeah, 2 great teams, and it's very intriguing because you talk about, the winning pedigree with the squad from this winning formula squad, players that have actually won. They are the defending champions of the Premade dominant. Guys like Quality Player in the mid lane, Perky the Parrot in the bottom lane have been standout players for multiple splits of dominant, to be honest with you, by this point, and now they're looking to defend their crown. But the most intriguing part is there was a world where they didn't even make playoffs. They came in as I believe, the pseudo 5th seed and had to fight their way up from the playoffs. And on the other side, the Death Cards, well, they've looked nigh unstoppable all season long.
And as we've seen from things like Worlds, teams that you'd never think make playoffs can go all the way to win this thing. But I think something interesting about the last split of the year always is that we get so many changes throughout the short split of just different champions, a lot of different wild buffs we see going through as we prepare for preseason. And of course, we're playing on 12.21, which just had a plethora of new buffs and nerfs. Cassante introduced to the game, who I think is disabled for this playoffs. Different buffs to items, and now it's all going to culminate right here, right before we go into preseason. For a lot of these players, it's their last game of the season. Might be the last game with their current squad together. So it's do or die for these teams.
Yeah, great way to highlight it, Romeo. And to go back to your point about the champion changes, it's really weird to feel like I feel like we're still on Worlds patch, but in reality, we've been so far away from Worlds patch, even though Worlds concluded just so little time ago. Some of the monikers from Worlds still might ring true here. You might see Aatrox get heavily prioritized constantly in the top lane matchups, depending on whether Revnon and Sign Me Up like to play Aatrox at this level. I still think Yumi's going to be a really high priority support to pair with a lot of these AD carries and may get targeted in a lot of bans as well. But the big one that I think we talk about 12-21 is a look out for the Duskblade Hecarim. I don't know, Romeo, if you've seen that, but Duskblade Hecarim has been running rampant in ranked right now.
That thing is a burst machine. I think another combo that's come up from Worlds that I've been seeing a ton just in like solo queues, flex queues, and a couple leagues that I've played for is Caitlyn Bard. I've seen Caitlyn Bard a ton since it got played in finals. And now it's like starting to become one of the better combos for Caitlyn. So if either of these ADCs are willing to make the Caitlyn pick, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Caitlyn Bard paired, especially if you're looking against like Renatas and Varus, those types of combos.
Yeah, especially, you know, a good point to bring up Caitlyn, because Caitlyn was also one of the most high prioritized AD carries right now. And you also, funnily enough, brought up the sneaky AD carry pick that a lot of people came into, you know, the end of the season saying, oh, no one plays this AD carry. Varus is an AD carry that people were starting to give up on playing AD carry by this point, and we're going AP Varus just for the one-shot Qs with those piercing arrows. But at this point is a really good mainstay AD carry, and I can confirm that Perky the Parrot has been playing a hefty amount of Varus in solo queue recently, so we might see that pick come out on the stage for Premade Dominant Finals.
I think just one of the most deadly things about Varus is that junglers have such a hard time winning the smite battle against that champ. Varus is so good at just stealing and claiming objectives and just shooting you with a ton of burst damage you're not expecting for whatever the reason may be. Getting out, like, you can watch your bruiser go from full health to under half in the blink of an eye, and it just changes the entire way you're going to be able to play the rest of the fight.
Yeah, it's a really good point to highlight. And another thing I want to highlight really quickly to go back to that Hecarim point, I can confirm, you know, perusing solo queue numbers that both Star-Crossed and Lee Sinners, you know, the latter not living up to his name too much playing when it comes to jungle champion selection, also has been sporting the Hecarim a ton. So it'll be really intriguing to see what the priority bands come across. But Romeo, I'll go on a limb and tell you that every single one of these games, I think you're going to see Aatrox and Hecarim at least picked or banned in some phase.
Absolutely. I'll just ask one more question before we go to draft. How many games do you think this series is going to go?
That's a great question. I'll guarantee you 4. This will not be a sweep, Romeo. That's as far as I'm willing to put my pride on the line.
Well, of course, I got to root for the Game 5. I have a feeling it's going to be a long one tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we won't keep you waiting. Let's head over to the draft.
SDC, which is more in line with SDC's playstyle of they want to have priority in that bot lane. They want to make sure that they have the tools to actually get ahead of their lane opponent, and the Varus is very good at doing that. Very good, very strong lane bully, especially into the Jinx that wants to take that more scaling approach. And with the Lulu taken away, it's interesting to see what support TWF is going to go for, because that's usually the support that they want to pair with this Jinx.
And the other thing too to take away from the Varus and the Lulu pick over here is that it still does encourage a very defensive, kind of disengage-oriented playstyle, which has kind of been the standard that I have seen across many amateur leagues that have come out here. Kind of just not so much a protect the AD carry, but very much enforcing a very strong front-to-back fight here with a dissuasion from being able to do any sort of backline dive. And it looks like actually both teams are going to kind of double down on that perspective. Looking to see that they're going to be picking up Janna here for the next pick and pairing it with the Jinx does mean that, at least on paper so far, we do have a very strong hyper carry comp potential with the Jinx, and following up with a Wukong that does actually give some form of further disengage, but as well as dive potential coming in here.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of harking back to what you said during the ban phase. They wanted to get that disengage off. The Nami, the Renata, the Sylas, these all can be tools to deny the Wukong entry into the fight, and by taking those away, they allow for the Wukong to be able to wreak havoc in this backline. The Viego locked in, though, is a very solid dueling potential against that Wukong in the early game, and can allow it to sort of take over if the Viego starts to win those early fights, win those early trades with the Scuttle Crabs, and make sure that they can actually secure the early game pressure. The Zillion's going to be taken away. This is actually something that TDIF's mid laner is really good at, and we've pretty much never seen it throughout the entire tournament. So taking it away here is actually going to be pretty standard. I'm surprised it actually went through to second rotation, but the LeBlanc following up, they don't want that mid lane potential to have some roaming aspects in order to influence the side lanes of TWF.
And with all these things that are being taken away from both sides now, we do definitely see that there's still that focus on being able to disengage from the fights being taken away as opportunities. And on the flip side of that, TWF has kind of thrown the card out, saying they are looking to throw out big ultimates down over on them. With the Syndra locked in here actually as an answer, we can definitely see that once again, they are expecting to just be able to just kind of kite around fights. With that being said as well though too, piling on to everything else that we've thrown out here, how do we round out the comps looking forward from here? Because Victor's being answered back, and there's the Ornn throwing out the ult that is actually going to enable them to start the fights in the first place. If I look over onto SDC's comp right now, I do think that they do need something that can answer either that or is going to be able to actually run over at them or dive over onto them. I'm not entirely convinced on the set pick, but I do understand the logic behind it.
Yeah, and I think that these are the last two picks for both teams are what I wanted to see to round it out. Some type of really strong mage that you can sit in the back line and fire spells out into the enemy team, something that they can keep safe, because up until this point, a lot of the draft has been AD heavy, with the Jinx and the Wukong on the side of TWF, Varus and Viego on SDC. They wanted some really big power pick for that mage in the mid lane there. And of course, two tanky-ish members for both top laners. Of course, Ornn is definitely a tank. Set is more on that bruiser side, but it is definitely a comfort pick for Revnon.
So
yeah, it's anti-tank. So
yeah,
can work to deny a lot of the Ornn ultis that you can look for in fights. And overall, if the showstopper actually comes in onto the backline, that percentage health can absolutely decimate the backline of TWF. The Jinx and the Janna will pretty much evaporate depending on how late in the game it is. So they do need to be careful about their positioning in that regard. But looking at both teams, I can say that they have both chosen a very standard front-to-back teamfight composition.
I do think that there's a little bit lacking over on SDC's team comp, at least from an on-paper standpoint. I do want to bring up a very clear way that they do want to fight on both sides. But it's about the versatility and the tools that they're actually being given here, and the way that the execution is actually going to happen from both sides in these fights. If I look at SDC's comp right now, I do think that under one condition they have the superior comp, and that is that if they have the tempo and they actually are going to be controlling the objectives before they start, they should, on paper, win most of these fights that are actually presented towards them. The issue does arise, though, if they do have a wrench that's thrown into their plans and they are on the back pedal, they don't really have a way of getting into these fights easily or without at least losing a member before something starts. Now, with SDC holding any of these objectives, if you have TWF walking into them, and somebody gets very low, the resets start coming through. Set can start looking to sweep through the rest of your team at that point by throwing over your tanks back over at you and making sure that their health is a damage pool that you need to deal with. And it can definitely get very hectic, because getting that lower point and then taking away that champion is a very clear, defined way that they can manage it. But a lot of it is going to require the pre-setup for that to be enabled. If we look at TWF, they've got a very clear way of handling things to begin with. Oh, you're on an objective, or you're in an area you kind of need us to handle. Well, we're going to zone you off by throwing over the Ornalt, pushing over into that area, and then we hold the area, and then we can look towards setting up the engage. And if you try to walk at us, then, I mean, we've got the same kind of idea as you guys. We're just going to start whittling you down and play front to back. So that is an area where I would say is a clear kind of mismatch, but it will definitely come down to the way that the rotations are made to determine how these teams are going to play it out.
Absolutely, I have to agree with you on that end. I mean, yes, both of these teams, when they are first to rotate for the objective, they're going to be able to pressure the other team out. It's pretty much impossible for a lot of these teams to walk in, but the difference is that TWF has options to actually force their way through a choke point. They have the ulti, the Call of the Forge God, can make space to buy time for a lot of these carries to enter in through a choke point and make sure that the Syndra stun can't come through, the Varus ulti can't come through, and the Viego can't get a decent flank angle on it. Yeah, meanwhile, TWF can also find flanks with the Wukong W to go over the walls, so I believe that TWF has a much easier time walking into a lot of these choke points than SDC does. But that being said, SDC can force out a lot of poke depending on where these skill shots are going to land. If the Varus Q can find the right target, if the Syndra QE can actually find the backline members, then that can chunk out a very important member of TWF before a fight even begins and force an objective to be given over to the side of SDC.
Objective and vision control is going to be key at nearly every point in this game. There's a lot of things that can give if something starts to give on one end, but it's very true. SDC's way that they're going to have to be able to deal with a lot of these issues if they don't have that control is going to be through poking and through catching picks off of either bad rotations or by forcing the issue over on the other side of the map and grabbing somebody else from there. But at the end of the day, I do think that they do have a clear way that they want to play the game, and we're gonna have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, but before we toss it back to the analyst desk, let's get some predictions down. So what do you think is going to happen in this game? Who do you think is going to take it?
Man, it's definitely hard to say, because one area that I haven't actually covered yet, before we've even gotten in, is the difference in pressure that can actually be thrown out from Viego versus Wukong. Wukong definitely can do some early ganks, but his damage output isn't actually as high as Viego's when it comes to that early pressure. So you actually should see, based off of what the champion pools that we have here, that there's more of a chance for Viego to affect the map early and start up the snowball, as opposed to looking over at TWF. TWF definitely has the potential to do more, but it's actually going to be off of the back of probably just going to gank mid lane over and over. In fact, that's where I do believe we should see most of the action here. Syndra's kind of weak early on, especially with her new rework that's happened over. And while she does have the CC to deal with some of that pressure, I think that Victor's damage, output is enough to maybe start poking down. But Viego is likely going to look to just kill Victor over and over again. Your other options, and going over down to Janna with the tornado is not really as clean. Going over to Ornn in the top lane maybe is an option, but I mean, Ornn, he's way too tanky throughout most of these portions of the game, and focusing him down isn't going to really affect the overall outcome. So I think that's where you're going to want to see a lot of these things. And from there, if we do see that control happen, we could see a lot of a sweep happening for grabbing dragons. So to bring it in summary for closing, I do think that SDC, as much as I've said that their team comp isn't really made for winning this, I gotta give game one to them just based off of the early jungle pressure, because I think that they're able to actually hold their own in the early game and take control. They'll win it.
Yeah, and I have to agree with every single point you said. My vote's also going to be for SDC for this game, so let's toss it back to the analyst desk and get their opinion on it.
Thank you so much. Sorry for that. Lucan and Graham will obviously be hearing from you guys in just a little bit once we get client side here. A lot of great analysis that I'm hoping we'll bring over once we get match side here. But it is intriguing because both these comps, in a weird way, feel like kind of mirrored, Romeo, when you talk about late game scaling power. A Varus versus a Jinx and a Victor versus a Syndra, not obviously the same in how they put the damage out, but the way they scale up looks very similar nonetheless.
I completely agree with you. I think one of the key things, if it does get into the late game, though, for winning Formula, is the fact that they have Ornn, and they're going to have ornaments coming into the late game on Jinx and Varus, which can make a huge difference in the raw stat power they put out. That being said, I think if Death Cards are able to, I think closing it out in the middle of the game is the best case scenario for them. If they're able to, I think they have the slightly stronger mid game. I think obviously Set acts as a wall and great engage. The Lulu's going to do a great job at keeping them alive. The Polymorphs can go really strong on Wukong if he's trying to go for any flanks on them. That being said, overall, who are you looking at to take game one?
I think I'm gonna have to lean with my analysts on this one. With the draft, I mean, it was perfectly highlighted some of the facts that SDC, they're gonna be able to get a lot of early pressure in this mid lane where we see a lot of action there, and I like the idea of this Varus and Syndra. I just think Syndra is just so strong right now on this current patch that I'll back the Death Cards to continue to dominate how they have throughout the entire season and honestly through the playoffs.
Well, I guess I'll be the odd man out and have to side with the winning formula here for one reason and one reason alone. I think Wukong in the early game has the opportunity to keep the game alive long enough so that we get Jinx and Victor at their full potential with ornaments. I think if Wukong is able to snowball this game in the early game, it's almost confirmed that winning formula will be able to take this all the way. Just because I think if they get past the 35-minute mark-ish, they're guaranteed to take the game in the late game. Obviously, stacking dragons could be a really big part of the game plan, and early Herald, of course. But I think with just all the potential they have, if Wukong is able to get far enough ahead, I think winning formula has this in the bag for this first game.
Wow, well, certainly going to be altering a lot of the takes that we've seen from our analysts there, Romeo. But I do want to quickly, before we get in game and you throw us over, what lane do you think we should be watching going forward in this match?
Honestly, I don't even think it's the lane as much as it is the jungle. Obviously, Jinx, Janna, Varus, Lulu, it's a very scaling, just poke trade lane. Top lane, I mean, the first 3 levels will be interesting, but after that, Ornn's probably just going to retreat and try to get as much XP as he can. And in mid lane, you just have the fight over lane control. So I really think where this game comes up to is what Wukong and Viego do in this early game. I think it's going to be a monumental impact from the jungle this game, and in terms of the laning phase. And as we get later into the game is where we'll start seeing like Jinx, Varus, Syndra, Wukong start coming into effect.
Well, we'll certainly have to figure all of these things out, Romeo. We will have to get back on to Summoner's Rift, and we'll have to say goodbye to you for now, Romeo, because we are going to throw a game side where I will join Lucan and Graham here to get into this first game between SDC Death Cards and the side of the winning formula. You obviously have the winning formula on your blue side, SDC Death Cards, and Graham, we're slated here for a pretty darn hectic early game, especially when it comes to the mid lane, huh?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first strike on the Syndra definitely is one of the best options for the champion at the moment. Of course, matching it with the Victor does mean that we're probably going to get some aggressive trading, trying to get that early gold procced in. But it also means that there's going to be some jungle attention here because, of course, you want to make sure that these control mages can actually influence the lane. Now, I tend to favor Syndra in this matchup. I think it's very much in her favor to take a lot of these early trades, especially after the rework. But Victor can definitely fight back pretty heavily, especially if the Wukong can influence the lane. So we will see a lot of action around the mid lane, I feel, and hopefully we'll be able to see something interesting happen along the way.
I just want to make a quick point as well, too, looking towards where the jungle starts are going to be happening, because that is where we're definitely going to start seeing them both start bot lane or bot side focused here, and it does make a lot of sense. There's not too much of a reason to stick around the bot side of the map for your first gank, and it will leave the option for either top or mid to see some action. That being said, though, it could mean that we actually do see a fight over at the scuttle popping up here in the next couple of minutes, and that is likely where we'll see the primary focus of our action, because I don't believe that we're going to be seeing any early kills. And I mean, like, jinx it, knock on wood. There is a jinx in the game. But that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, if I'm being honest.
All right, well, we're finally have minions crashing into waves here. Looks like both of our junglers are going to kind of mirror themselves going across now. Luca, I'm going to go back to you with this one, as there's not hopefully too much action. We talk about mid lane could be a spot of contention. You obviously have the anti-tank matchup with Set in the top lane that will dictate that matchup as well. Do you expect any sort of fireworks with Lulu and Janna as the supports backing these two?
I mean, like, they're both enchanters, so they're both going to heal, and, like, they can harass each other over and over again, that bot lane. The only potential where I'd see that, like, something could kind of, like, break that is going to be if the AD carry in Varus is actually going to get... Well, yeah, here, there's the prio happening in the lane right now, so you can kind of see. If he starts to get to a point where he's going to be chunking out a lot of damage, they can definitely have a little bit more of a focus and agency in that. But you are seeing a lot of respect happen from this Jinx, backing up and understanding that they need to respect that that damage potential. We did actually see a little bit of a push over onto Viego, while Wukong is actually doing a little bit of a delayed start. Viego has a faster clear. So, like, throwing that wrench into that plan is nice. But we're honestly seeing roughly the same thing happen as kind of what I was expecting.
Well, so far, it's a lot of lane prio, not too much action along the rift. We did see for a second there the quality player actually did get a ward down towards the red side chickens to spot out Viego's clear, but outside of that, not much going on. But Graham, it looks like if we're talking agency for those junglers, Starcross might be the first one out on the rift with how quickly he's been able to clear out his jungle.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that, and I kind of expect that too, because, of course, Viego's early game ganking potential is going to be much more advanced and further along the way than the Wukong, who doesn't really have any CC outside of that ultimate. So, while Wukong does have that damage, the W stun from Viego, the Spectral Maw, does allow him to gank and influence lanes much easier. But that being said, all of his lanes are pushed in at the moment, so doesn't really have anywhere to go, and it will just result in him taking the Scuttle Crab, whereas the actual bot lane of SDC had to move up and take the bot crab, which means that effectively double scuttle going over to SDC, not towards the jungle, but you do like to see that nonetheless.
That does put Wukong on quite a bit of a backpedal here, and it's a little unfortunate to see for him, because he's left with this option now where he can go back up from bot side and look to do a mid clear. But if he does actually look to fight, like, he's kind of got to just accept the fact that he loses into any sort of skirmish here. He's going to be behind, for one, in the item pickup for the fight after the next clear, and that will actually mean that the first dragon is likely going to be going over to SDC.
Yeah, and it certainly looks like that. I know you guys highlighted in draft, Vision is going to play a vital role. Well, if you take a look towards the bot side, it's looking pretty good for the death cards. I mean, they have a ward that might get cleared out in the Tribe Rush. His top side, we see Sign Me Up take an unfortunate turret shot. He actually goes back in and does take another shot to the face, but with that grass is going to be able to trade back up with Revnon. Ultimate's coming online soon, which means I think things are about to get a lot more hairy on Summer's Rift, especially with that first Drake, as bot side actually, I thought a gank might come along, but Vision is the name of the game, and Vision stops any sort of action.
And a lot of it is going to be just dissuading any sort of action from happening. That's the kind of the whole point of the comp that's been drafted here by SDC. You kind of just, like, create that line and say, like, hey, you know that if you walk up, you're going to take damage. And it's going to really force TWF to need to force the issue, actually, if they really want to do anything. Wow, that back deny. Oh, man. We're definitely seeing that there is an issue being pushed up here, but there is prio in the bot lane.
Yeah, it looks like Lee Cinders might be caught out here, but is able to use that clone to jump right back over the wall. They'll bring Syndra over, and Graham, that means they're going to use that early prio through jungle to secure their first Drake of the game of the Ocean for the SDC death cards.
Yeah, that'll definitely put them on a very nice footing for this early game here, making sure that they can get that dragon stacking early as possible, that they can look for a pretty early soul around 23-minute mark is what you ideally would want. Of course, 22 would be a perfect world, but it doesn't always work out like that. And, I mean, they'll be happy with that. The Wukong, because he went to contest it, is even further behind on the clear speed, and we're going to see a solo kill here, maybe.
That showstopper coming out for Revnon. He immediately goes in, pops Ghost. Call the Forge God is whiffed by Sign Me Up, but he's actually able to survive the exchange.
Spectator Cam does not care about what you're talking about right now, apparently.
Exactly. And at one point we didn't get a touch on. Revnon actually rocking Ghost Teleport set is now summonerless in top lane after that exchange.
I didn't notice that either. Yeah, that actually swings that matchup in such a different way too, because it really does mean that the slow that you can have from that Ornn doesn't matter quite as much, and that Set can actually essentially double his damage output in a lot of these trades, and I mean you're seeing it right now.
Yeah, and you can see both these junglers are now hovering this top side lane. Starcrossed is also setting up for a potential lane gank, and you can see Lee Sinners is going to also hover topside in case for a dive. He'll now call the recall out, and Quality Player, he was starting to roam up as well, but he will return back to mid lane, which means Sign Me Up. He has flash, and he might need to use it. Stun's going to come across to Starcross, immediately flashes and charges away, but that's a key summoner burn topside as we go bot. Pierce Blade knocked up by the tornado. That's exhaust popped. Perky the Parrot gets exhaust dropped on his head as well from Zeranos, and it's summoners all across the Rift, Graham, but no kills just yet.
Yeah, a lot of action happening there. Of course, the gank onto the top side does force the Ornn flash, no reprise, but...
Oh, boy.
Corruption lands right on top of Perky the Parrot, but is there enough damage over top? Couple of autos, heals forced out from the Jinx, but there's not enough mana on Zeranos, so another heal is used, no flashes, and no kills nonetheless.
So, actually, we were talking about summoner choices, and we were talking about how the exhaust was used in the bot, and that is a little bit of a discrepancy now that exists in this bot lane. But I actually did not notice, and it's my fault for that one, that we actually have Ignite being brought up over on the Lulu. Kind of makes sense that you could actually play this a little bit more aggressive, and with that early control as well, too, and that Jinx needs to reach that point of getting to where she can hyperscale. With the summoners down, as far as defensive summoners, not so much the flash, it does mean that the next interaction that is going to be had over in this bot lane could be fairly exciting. And we might actually see some pathing head over here, as we see that Viego is actually doing the clear over into the top side, likely going to be going over into a back, or maybe taking an objective from here, scuttle, and then backing away. And then from there, we might actually have potential to see something. Chains of Corruption will be up for the next fight down there, so that would be my area to look at next.
Yeah, certainly would be an intriguing area to watch. As the bot laners actually, they're going to pull them over. This is the classic LCS strategy I've seen time and time again that enrages me of pulling bot lanes over. We'll hopefully not see the answer from the side of the winning formulas. Oh my god, Perky the Parrot. Respect flashes away from Shredman, and top side, there's the Cyclone loosed on top of a beautiful gravity field. First blood for the Wukong. Starcross will trade it back. There's a key possession, but it's going to be 1-for-1 as the clone will tank up the Death Rocket, and Quality Player, upgraded E, is able to pick up a straight kill onto Starcross. The play for Shelly does not go well for the Death Cards.
And what a beautiful catch out from Lee Sinners on the Wukong there. Saw the Lulu misposition just slightly and immediately engaged on that. No flash from the bot lane trading. And that means without the Lulu, of course, level 5 didn't have the ult anyway, but cannot polymorph, cannot shield. And that means that when the Viego goes in to finish off the Lee Sin, you can follow up with the Ornn ulti slow coming out, and of course picking up the kill on the Victor.
I do need to question this early rotation to mid lane, because as far as it goes, I do believe the proper play would have been going back to bot and then maybe grabbing the ult for Lulu, and then from there having everything for your disengage potential. I do think it's a little greedy to kind of just rotate and move over after you've used your ults on that side of the map, and then bring your strong side down to bot side, which wasn't really needed because you already had the advantage there. I would give points away from SDC for making that rotation. But on the flip side, too, looking over at TWF and the way that they answered that after they saw it, understanding that there was less power over there, and that Varus didn't even have his ult until it was right away about to back out of that fight in the first place, meant that they actually had a lot more advantages to use against them in their power that they threw out. And it definitely showed, because they ended up taking that Herald away, and the question next is where they're going to be putting it.
They actually did not end up securing the Herald.
They didn't secure the Herald. Oh man,
they decided to back off.
I'm paying attention right now.
They decided to back off the fight, and wary maybe that a set roam down would happen, and was able to assuage some low health members from going for Rift Herald. They also lost Wukong off the back of it, so no jungle maybe means no Rift Herald. But we do have both neutral objectives now back on Summoner's Rift, and we've been talking about the Vision game, and as we see both these junglers start to prioritize and maybe picking up this Hex Tech break, it's going to become a really big factor in positioning around potentially a really big dragon stack for SDC Death Cards.
Absolutely, and I think the key here is might see a little bit of damage coming into the mid lane, but the key is the fact that as this game gets later on into it, the Rift Herald becomes less and less valuable. We're sitting at a minute or 11 minutes and almost 30 seconds there. When 14 minutes hits and the plates fall off, that first Rift Herald becomes less and less value. So I expect to see these players sort of shift their focus towards this dragon as it becomes more valuable. But engage into the mid lane.
Scatter the weak unstoppable power, not enough damage to kill off quality player, and Revnon is Ghost rushing down this Victor, but wasn't ready for the
That's a lot of
Wukong.
damage.
Lee Sinner Cyclones out. The W's gonna have to come out from Revnon, but will it be enough? No. Lee Sinners is going to claim the first call, and look at Ornn from the back. Doesn't even need Call of the Forge God. That's a double kill for this Wukong, and the rest of SDC death cards are sent packing.
And this is an area where we definitely start to see a little bit of issues here with them not being able to keep up the tempo. And because they've lost tempo now and they're on the back pedal, they don't have any real way of actually dealing with the tools that are thrown over onto TWF. Look at what's happening.
And look at this. Sign Me Up is jumping right on top of Varus. That is wild growth utilized to keep him alive. Shades of Corruption will only create distance as Pierce Blade has to flash away from the juggernaut that is quality players Victor. No kills, but it's a Drake secure to stop the stack for SDC.
Yeah,
and a very slow roll, man. Oh, sorry, I'll let you go. But the way it's approaching is crazy.
Yeah, no, and it was just such a good rotation down there. They caught out the set trying to kill the Victor there, but the good flash away from the Syndra stun does mean that there's not going to be too much to result from that. It picks up the Victor, and of course the Ornn ulti on the side slows the Syndra down enough. And after that, I mean, SDC trying to contest that dragon is a bit iffy. They just lost 2 members there, and with the Ornn already rotated down, I don't really know what they're thinking trying to contest that 3 versus 5.
Certainly an intriguing strategy there as we now get to a critical point of the game, I'd say so myself, but it's intriguing, right? Because you see the dragon stack stopped, you see 4-1 in kills, but right now looking the gold isn't maybe as egregious as you might think given the state of the game.
It's definitely not, and I mean, a lot of it does have to do with the early presence that they had and what they were able to secure with that pressure in the first place. Even though you're seeing a lot of it too, a lot of it is onto the Wukong. It does mean that they have a little bit more in terms of dive potential, but once again, we've already talked about how even if you got the dive potential, the entire point of SDC's comp is just kind of be on the back pedal and then look towards restarting a fight, which means that he actually doesn't really want to have that. He's looking more at like being follow-up here. It's going to be interesting to see how everything starts to like pan out beyond this point, because they still have this kind of even lull state that they're dealing with right now, and like there is a lot of the potential for this poke to happen with the vision they're holding. That being said,
this might be a fight in the mid. Polymorph onto Lee Sinners. Victor is going to exit stage left here. It looks like it'll just be a trade of a little bit of damage, but a lot of the members of both of these squads start in a position around mid lane as well. Graham, we do shift to the mid game with it being about 15 minutes in.
Yeah, and with plates falling off, this Rift Herald does lose a little bit of value. Of course, it is still good. It will get a chunk onto one of these towers, and that looks like it's what they want to do. They have nothing else to play for, so they want to make sure that they can keep this early game up while they still can, because in my honest opinion, I think they just get outscaled heavily in this game with the Jinx, the Victor, and the Ornn. I think it's just too many scaling factors, but it looks like Engage gonna happen.
Flash forward Cyclone and Shredman is well shredded instantly. Chains of Corruption will lock up a ton of the winning formula members, but they can't get any damage out. Starcross drops. That's a 3-man showstopper from Revnon, and the Victor drops, but all of his teammates are falling around him. Ornn picks up a kill on Varus, and now Pierce Blade slowed, knocked up, and shot down by Perky the Parrot. Revnon will pop Ghost, but he is running for the hills as Sign Me Up and company find another great group of kills.
Alright, so I'm going to make a statement here. When I made the prediction earlier saying that SDC had a chance to win this and that I believed in them, all that was me kind of sizing them up and trying to hype them up at this point. Let's be honest here. What they have brought to the table is not enough right now. What do we have going on for them at this point here is they're getting caught out when they're the pick comp. Now, we never really talked about it too much because Ornn as a champion enables you to kind of do that in the first place. You'll start to see that a lot of these fights are going to start being dictated by where Ornn is going to be throwing his ultimate in that first initial area. And with that being the case now, him having that front pedal momentum, it is now up to SDC to stay on the back and wait for that ult to go down, and now they can have the chance to go in. and that's already a bit of an issue with the way that they're needing to play the game.
Yeah, it's a great point to make there, Luck. It is now we're getting to a point in this one where it's do or die time for this SDC Death Cards comp, and ooh, with Scatter of the Week, they potentially had a pick onto Final Ninja, but nothing comes up, and now, Graham, they're staring down a 3K gold lead, and also disappointing all three of our picks with us all taking SDC Death Cards in Game 1.
Yeah, I think we can just chalk it up to Cast or Curse. It's okay. We'll move on from that one. But in all seriousness, they will be setting up for this Mountain Drake regardless. And I think it's important to say that even though they are behind a significant amount of gold, SDC are always the ones at the start of the fight trying to get into the river and always having that priority on the objectives. And with the Wukong ulti burn, that is actually quite a bit of fight potential burned from the side of TWF, but they still do have quite a lot of tools there, as a little bit trading going down, and might be engaging into a fight very quickly, depending on how they want to play this out.
Keep in mind, in the background, Quality Player has that Unleashed Teleport and took down the first turret of the game for the winning formula. So as that Drake spawns, and it looks like it will be given over to the Death Cards, it is a very hefty push going in the top lane, and Quality Player might actually look for a tier 2 here.
Yeah, and like, as we do start to see these trades being made over here, and we do see them pulling out the drag, the question is kind of like what brings more value to the next fight here for them, and like what they're actually gaining from it versus what they're losing. And if we're being honest here, I do believe that they're losing a lot more by not having the inside track on this, and losing a lot of damage and a lot of potential by opening up that mid, and then actually doing a short shift to go over to the top side of the map here, where they're actually going to be able to grab even more. Now what we're seeing here is seeing that SDC is being dragged around the map and forced to deal with an issue that realistically they should not have let happen in the first place. They lost 3 towers off of a dragon.
I mean, and that's just really good macro from TWF. Of course, that bot tower won't go down just yet, but it still did get essentially 3 towers if you count that one tower that went down a little bit before the dragon spawned. And I mean, it's just wonderful macro from TWF. They say we don't actually care about that dragon. Sure, it's an objective bounty, but if we can get 2 towers on the top side, we can push in mid and threaten to get 2 more. Of course, they didn't actually get the inner tower there, but it's the thought that counts, and they are still accelerating their gold lead in ways that doesn't necessarily mean confrontation with SDC.
Yeah, guys, hey, if we do a little bit of extra math here, you know, that mid tier 2 knocked down about 2/3, the bot tier 1 knocked down 2/3. 2/3 plus 2/3 sounds like 4 turrets, basically.
Checks out.
Health department knocked down. As we do see, I do want to highlight there, I like to do this every time Starcross. I know it's just him farming up camps. He did do the double proc. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, in about 3 days, you're not going to be able to do that again in jungle camps. I can't believe that's still a thing, Graham.
Yeah, no, the preseason changes are interesting to say the least. I personally like a lot of them. I think the jungle changes are a bit here and there. I think reducing the leash ranges is kind of a weird change, but you know, regardless, it'll be interesting to see it. Looking at
I'm
this
excited
game,
to see
though,
really weird jungles pulled out. That's all I care about. But we're gonna see crazy jungle. I want Jin jungle to be in every game, all across every game. That's the only jungler that's gonna be viable, and I think that'll be the best thing that we can see. But if you want to talk about math real quick, okay, you want to bring up some fractional substance to this, what do you get when you add Ornn ult plus Wukong ult versus a Varus or a Syndra?
A lot of knockups.
I think you just you get SDC getting run over. that's honestly what I'm looking at to see here, and we've got the combo we're talking about here as we see it.
Yep, there we go. Lee Sinner's Cyclone flashed away by Shredman, but he's still doing so much damage on the second proc. A BM flash from Starcross, and he's sent to the gray screen. A beautiful pick play by the winning formula on to that pick comp that you guys highlighted from the Death Cards.
And I see the future? No, but I can tell you what's going to happen in this game because they're going to do it over and over again. What am I seeing here is that they just don't have the way to deal with it. And over we're going to see that happening again and again. And it's got to be getting into the heads here of SDC for how they're going to deal with any of these problems that are showing up. That being said,
Chains of Corruption,
is this gonna be enough?
Forces a flash from Lee Sinners. He's grabbed by the Showstopper. Will it be enough? The W damage comes across, and Revnon will pick it up. Here comes the teleport from the Ornn, immediately hit up by Scatter the Weak, and Shredman will just have to watch the very tanky Forge God walk away. But, Graham, there's the pick they finally needed, baby.
Yeah, and it was a little bit too much of an overextension from Lee Sinners. They were trying to get the melee autos onto the tower, but in reality, all they really needed to do was just buy time for the Jinx autos to land onto the tower, make sure they're buying enough space so that the Bears can't clear the wave, and just walked up a bit too far, got caught with the Chains of Corruption underneath the tower, and of course, Set did have to burn quite a bit to actually secure that kill, so it's not a complete loss, but that is quite a bit of gold going over to the top laner for SDC.
There's definitely a lot of gold going over, but like a lot of what this game is about is like controlling momentum. You need to be able to control the momentum of the game in order to have your setup that's ideal in a lot of these fights. And when we see the momentum gain that was got by that pick happening, realistically overextension catch, what did they gain for it? Not too much. The drag wasn't up. There wasn't really any other neutral objective that they could really focus towards. It was kind of too hard to, since you still have a lot of potential for a fight to happen. And now that everything's back to being reset, we see the same combo being thrown up again, but there is a flash thrown down, and it looks like they might get away. What's happening next here could be interesting with the Ornal being down there.
No, Call of the Forge God. That's a beautiful stun on the Lee Sinners. The gravity field will create enough distance, and Call of the Forge God not needed. Beautiful double knockup from the Ornn, and that's 2 dead members of SDC. The Wukong will be traded out by Lee Sinners, but they're able to continue pressing on mid lane, and once again, the winning formula, well, they calculated the formula correctly for that fight.
And it looked so good for SDC at the start there. The Ornn ulti was burned preemptively. It got flash out from the Lulu, and that's about it. And then Wukong got caught by the Scatter the Weak combo. It looked so good, but yet just not enough damage. Of course, the stealth coming out just in time to make sure that even though they're stunned, you cannot profit off of that CC. But it looks like we're going to see something a bit risky here. They're going to try and trade the objective for this Baron, and it looks like there's actually no vision or pings coming out from TWF, so this might actually work
Ornn
out.
is there though, and he sees it, and he sees it right now. Is he gonna pop the ult instantly? Because we could see a little bit of a fight here.
No Call the Forge God for sign me up, but he doesn't need it. He pops the Immortal Shield Bow from Zeranos, and he's just gonna solo kill him, but the Baron is secured by Starcross. Can they get out with the buff? Revnon looks like he'll be the sacrificial lamb as Viego is able to scapegoat out of the pit. It's 2 kills over for the winning formula, but 3 members of the Death Card sporting Baron Nashor.
I got a bone to pick here with the winning formula's name. I understand that all of them are mathematicians, but it does seem like they're a little bit disconnected sometimes, because sometimes it seems like they've got an abacus, and other times they got a calculator. Right now, they got a calculator. You know, they figured it out, and they're killing the Syndra here. But other times, they're letting other things go, and I think that's where they need to shore up. But overall, I do think that regardless of the Baron going over, there definitely is still the advantage that is thrown directly over to TWF in these fights.
Yeah, well, you know, they can have all the math they want, but Wukong, he's got one hell of a staff that you just throw down for a double kill onto both the members of the Death Guards. They break the base wide open. That is the mid inhibitor taken away, and they didn't even need that purple little worm to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was much of a power play from the Baron, honestly. I don't know what... if we could pull up the stats real quick there to see the gold differential. But it definitely didn't go in the favor of SDC. At this point in the game, when you do see that a score line is looking at about 15-4, it's a little awkward to talk about in the first place, but I do think that in the best of 5 series, it's not about the way that the first game went in that moment that you want to kind of focus on how they can get back into it, because it is a very difficult thing to decide. One thing I want to start the discussion on here, that before we get into the next fight, that'll likely happen over here as the pressure starts to ramp up over for SDC, as TWF wants to keep putting it on them, is how do you see the reaction to this at the next stage in draft? Because at this point now, they've definitely got to realize that there's a kind of a problem with the way that they kind of drafted for the tools that they have and the way that they needed to execute on them.
Yeah, and I'm actually not quite sure it's necessarily a draft problem. I think a lot of the problems in this game that they were doing was a lot of the early game fights, a lot of the early game objectives that they were trying to rotate to, they just weren't positioned well enough in a lot of the fights there. They got caught out one by one, and they weren't really respecting a lot of the playmaking potential that TWF had, especially with the ultimates coming online. I'm looking at the first Rift Herald, I'm looking at the first Dragon that TWF were able to obtain, and it just kept adding up when all these fights kept going in the favor of TWF to eventually we get into this point. So I'm not necessarily sure if it was a super problem with the draft. Of course, I think there are some things that could be shored out a little bit. Maybe they look for something a little bit more tankier, a little bit more guaranteed on the engage for when either your top laner or your jungler, instead of going for the super bruiser heavy duo that we have. But other than that, I think a lot of it came down to decision making and the positioning that they had in a lot of the fights.
I think it's just it's a lack of dive though. If we're looking at the draft, they don't really necessarily have a way of diving into any of the damage threats right now. That's why I look at the draft if being the case, because look at even how this fight's gonna go.
There's a lot of diving going down in this fight. Lee Sinners jumps forward, double knockup on the Cyclone. No kills just yet, but Starcross is thrown in the air and executed by Perky the Parrot, who is now godlike on this Jinx. They'll set their sights on that bot inner turret and knock it down with ease. And Lee Sinners, well, he's not done just yet. He's hunting for more here as the rest of the team, they'll pile onto that bot side inhibitor turret. There's a good start of the week, though. Perky the Parrot blown up. Syndra picks up a huge kill for the death cards, and it might just be enough for them to stand off any sort of siege.
It definitely does show, though, in the way that they're needing to approach these fights, how it's very, very risky for them to get any sort of reliable damage out onto the damage-dealing threats. Because even with Jinx being down right now, you still have a multi-damage threat coming out of a Wukong who can dive and likely delete anyone in the back line if they're not going to have some sort of enchanter support. Or you've got Victor, who's going to burst somebody out of the fight regardless. Jinx getting caught out there does definitely swing this back a little bit over in to the side of SDC for a moment here, but the tools that are able to be used over on the side of SDT are showing to be limited for how much they can actually get that lockdown onto the targets that they need.
Well, the target now for the death cards looks to be picking up Soul Point of this Mountain Drake, and they might actually catch out Wukong first. Lee Sinners will pop the clone. There's the Cyclone. Can he get to the Blasco in time? He will, but it might not be enough to save him. There's a beautiful piercing arrow. The burn is not just enough. He's stalling as much as he can, but Shredman takes him down like cheddar cheese on a block, and he'll be sent packing. And now their sights are set on the dragon.
Is that the right call? I don't know if it's the right call to make to go for the dragon when you've got so much pressure that can be thrown over from a Jinx who can get excited off of a tower and throw it back over into there. I feel like you don't commit this many people to it because they're looking to just maybe catch up, set up some vision, and then throw it directly over into a tower. They don't have the waves for it, but even so, there's a lot more that could have been done with that, in my belief. On both sides.
Well, it looks like they're going to get away with the dragon off the pick on to Lee Sinners here. But, you know, there are moments where it looks like SDC, they might be able to get a footing back into this game, Graham. But with the base wide open and Nash soon hit the rift, looking pretty difficult for them to really be able to pull back with the juggernaut of this Jinx and Victor on the other side.
Definitely is looking difficult, but they are getting stuff back. They did just collect an objective bounty off the dragon. They will collect another one with that second tower, and it looks like that'll actually be objective bounties gone. Now, keep in mind that this is still going to be about a 6k gold lead, but it was almost 9k at one point in the game, so they have brought it back about 3k, and that's kind of showing how important a lot of these bounties are, especially on the members of TWF. Of course, they're still very far behind in this game, and I still think that the later this game goes, the worse it's going to get for them, but they still have shown that they're going to be able to trade something a little bit more in their favor as a little bit of mistakes come here and there. We saw the pick onto the Wukong means that the dragon goes over to the side of SDC, and it puts them at soul point, which I think is going to be huge, because if they get the next one and it's relatively even in the fight, then I can say that SDC will scale up a little bit better than that.
Well, here comes the fight. Lee Sinners over the wall. Cyclone. Shredman immediately pops the Zanies, but the gravity field will stun him and root him up. And Quality Player knocks down the SDC mid laner. Revnon teleports in from behind, pops the ghost, but he can't find any targets. There's the showstopper onto Wukong, but he's got no support and he has to run for the hills while the rest of his team is shredded. Varus down. Perky the Parrot picks up a kill. That's a double over for Quality Player, and it's all up winning formula as they're sure to storm into the red side base and take this game one.
Yeah, very, very clear showing of the strengths that was brought together over here on TWF. If I'm looking over at this game as well too, I'm looking not so much to take away the champion picks from them in this next draft phase here, but I'm definitely looking to say that it's very clear on how they're going to be organizing these fights, and maybe trying to find a way in order to stop giving them the tools to pull off exactly what they had here. It did look like SDC's way of playing this game initially was kind of working well for them. If they can give themselves a little bit more tools in order to enforce having that early game pressure, I think they can grab the next game, but after that, TWF, first win.
Big win now, and guys, Graham, Lucan, it was obviously a pleasure talking to you guys.
It's Lucan.
Lucan, my bad. We will hear from you two again once we get into Game 2 draft, but for now, I'm going to pull Romeo back in here. Romeo, first off the bat, give me your general reactions to what was a stomping, and not only a stomping that makes you want to know predictions across all of the casters on this desk right now.
I just want to say, I said, if Wukong snowballs the early game, there's no chance in hell winning Formula loses. They're too strong late game. And I feel like that's exactly what happened. I said to watch the jungle, Wukong was a major part of snowballing this game out of control. I think, honestly, like, Lee Sinners played absolutely phenomenally for winning Formula this game.
Yeah, it was a star performance here from Lee Sinners, and maybe the stat sheet doesn't really pop off a ton when you think about 6, 4, and 11, but his ability to create so many plays constantly was honestly a godsend for his squad. And we've been talking about the squad, Romeo. This is not the favorites of this playoff run at all at Premade Dominant, right? I mean, we're talking about a arguable 5th seed who come into this one as the underdogs, and boy, did they not look like one in game 1.
I think one thing to say, though, about winning Formula is they've been in the finals in Arisen before. They're previous champions, so sure, they may not have been the favorites in the season per se, but when you're going into playoffs for any team, any league, there are nervous jitters you get if you're not there consistently. This is 2 splits in a row for winning Formula to be in this position fighting for the championship, right? They have the confidence on their side. Their team's been together for a long time. They were very, very much on the same page in the majority of the plays. Quality Lee Sinners and Sign Me Up on the tops of the map were huge. Orange Call the Forge Gods mixed with the Cyclones from Wukong were absolutely insane. I feel like winning Formula was just on the same page. And although SDC was on the same page for a lot of the plays, I feel like a lot of the game felt like them trying to hold on to plays that weren't winnable. Like, they spent a lot of time in dragon fights that were already lost instead of trying to do stuff on the other side of the map, which I think winning Formula never really did this game.
Yeah, it's great highlights to make there. And now we get to a point here, Romeo, where, we can talk as much as we want about the stomping that was game 1, but the winning Formula, they certainly have at least, well, arguably a third of the equation done for a championship here. If you are the Death Cards, where do you first go to address some of the issues in game 1?
I think first off, we review our summoner spells, because personally, I'm not a fan of Ghost TP set. I think Flash is way too valuable on set to not take it, and I feel like he was punished partly because of that. It makes a lot of the stuff he can do in both teamfights and lane a lot harder. I also think they put Ignite on Shred in the mid lane, the Syndra, instead of giving TP, so like it's a lot harder to match some of the plays that are being made by winning Formula. And also, we've seen Victor, one of the notes I have written down is just how hard Victor, like, obviously no flame to either of the players, but quality, holy crap, was there a massive gap in the mid lane, both off the early, he was up, I think, almost double the CS in like the first 5 minutes, and then right after we watch him get 2 takedowns, just snowballing those augments onto Victor, which is just so hard to play into right after, right? And his rotations were just so key on like the early Rift Herald, which got him the 2 takedowns. I think you definitely more so need to address what's going on the top half of the map, and I think as Starcross, you need to make a decision on whether we either try to clean up what's going on between us, Revenant, and Shred, or do I start trying to focus and start playing strong side with Zorano and Pierceblade?
A lot of great breakdowns there, but Romeo, I want to make sure and get, you've analyzed a lot of what happened wrong in game 1. It seems like you focused on a lot of macro plays, maybe focusing lanes. When it comes to the draft, obviously, it felt like these teams were pretty even. So do you expect a major draft shift before we get into that game 2 draft? Maybe a champion that might be prioritized banned after what the winning Formula did in that first game to open the finals?
I think if SDC is electing to go blue side this game, you definitely at least pick away the Victor. I think Victor was really, really valuable. I don't know if you're going to warrant the ban on Wukong rather than just try to pick something that can match it more than Viego. But like overall, yeah, I think I think the main decision they have to make is to decide if they continue playing strong side top or if they want to try to switch it up with like a more strong side bot lane this game. And also, I think one of the casters mentioned that they played their comp more like a team fight comp than a pick comp. Or sorry, more like, and they were playing like they were just kind of playing into a lot of what Winning Formula wanted to do. So I think Death Cards needs to figure out what style of team they want to play in these upcoming games. If they want to go with lane smashers and take the summoner spells to reflect it, I think you need to pick more into that. But yeah, I definitely do think we'll see a difference in their draft moving forward.
Well, we'll be able to figure out if we're going to see a difference in their draft. Why don't we just get into the Game 2 draft? Let's throw it back over to Graham and Lucan to break down to see if we see any major switches between SDC Death Cards in their draft, trying to make this a 1-1 series against the Winning Formula.
Thank you very much to our wonderful analysts for that insight, and I am Graham, joined by Lucan, and we'll be covering the draft as soon as we hop into it. And our analyst did give us some wonderful insight into what they think should be happening in the draft. But Lucan, what are your thoughts? What do you think some adjustments they need to make in order to win for the side of SDC?
Apparently I was muted. So, let me start again. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with what they had initially going into the draft. It was the way that they actually ended the draft, and I think that if they were to do everything all over the same, the only thing that would realistically need to change would actually be the set. They didn't need to double down over on the disengage, which they already had a lot of in the first place. All that they really needed to do was actually bring in some form of like a punch through that can get over to that back line. That's all that was really needed. Outside of that, everything else is fine. And if we are going to be seeing any sort of disengage and any sort of changes happening in this draft, that's the only thing I'm actually expecting to see. With seeing Renata already being picked up as well too, it's the same kind of idea with if somebody is going to get onto that back line while Renata's around, it's going to end up being a little bit of a mistake. And going forward from here, it's what is SDC going to kind of decide to do? Because they did actually have a decent showing in one area that I think that they should just reinforce with actually bringing through control of an area and pressuring really early on.
Yeah, very well picked up, and of course the Wukong does add a lot to that, and the Seraphine, I think they were overhearing a little bit more space control, and more specifically just being able to lay down some massive CC ultimates in order to actually win a lot of these fights. And against the Renata, it's actually very important that you can get a lot of those CC layers down, because when the Berserk comes through, if it hits too many members of your team, it will just be a straight up team fight win. It's just one of the reasons why, in my opinion, Renata is one of the strongest champions in the game right now. And I think that this is a good approach to take that.
Well, that's a change.
But the Fiddlesticks, though, is actually really fun. I do like that a lot, but it is a very difficult champion to pull off. So we'll have to track how well they're using the vision control in order to get these really good Crow Storms into the backline. Misfortune is a very staple sort of wombo combo ADC. You just lay down the bullet time on top of whatever you're doing. In this case, it's going to be the Renata Berserk. And so really solid team fight coming from both teams already.
Okay, so I'm left wondering, and I don't want to make a statement before I see this next pick in the first rotation, but I do have initial thoughts on this, and I'll give the first one, which is I'm not confident completely on the Fiddlesticks pick, because I do think that you need to have superior vision control, and they didn't show that versus SDC. In fact, that was actually the point I was going to give away to SDC for what made them the stronger start with all of this, and if they're going to hold momentum with anything, it'll be through that vision control. And with Fiddle popping out, he's all about needing to deny vision control. So that it is now kind of on TWF to show that they have the ability and kind of like enable the tools to kind of give the surprise party over to SDC when they really don't want it in the first place. And I do think that if we're looking over at the bans that are coming up here, which are different in the second rotation, Ornn is a fantastic one for having that difference in controlling space.
Absolutely agreed. I think the Ornn was really crucial to a lot of the fights that TWF were able to pick up in that game one. And so with that taken off the table, the question then becomes, what is TWF going to resort to? Is it going to be another just complete beefy frontliner, or is it going to be more engaged? I think they don't necessarily need it. They have the Fiddlesticks ulti, but that's more of a follow-up. So I do think something along the lines of maybe like a Sejuani would be a really good just snap engage type, but it runs into a little bit more problems. So what do you think is going to be the sort of primary engage for this team?
Primary engage is kind of an awkward conversation to have before we start to see what's going to be like brought out in mid lane, whether it's a Seraphine or not at this point. Even is kind of a question too.
True.
The one area where I do disagree with the draft portion here is banning away the Victor in this comp, because showing that you're going to be bringing up a AP jungler does kind of make me question if they're going to go more aggro over on the side of TWF and bring out some sort of AD mid or some sort of carry in the top lane.
Ooh.
Ahri's actually a decent way to handle this for being able to kite around fights as well as kind of look for picks within them. I like that pick showing up as the answer over here, but TWF now has the option to pick some very interesting things that can actually pair with the Fiddlesticks. That is the area where I'm kind of looking as the prime candidate for what they're kind of looking to do. So far, I like both of the comps, but it's how they're going to close it out that's actually going to change my mind on everything else working. I love Olaf right here.
Yeah, no, Olaf is such a good champion when a lot of the game plan of the enemy team is just layer CC down, because Olaf can just ignore all of that with the Unstoppable. And with the Wukong knockup with the Seraphine Charm, you just pop the Olaf ulti, you just run them down, and there's no mobility on really anyone but the Ahri, and Wukong is of course a little bit slippery, but I mean, if you can kill the Seraphine, you can kill the Varus and just dive that back lane, you're going to have a lot of agency in the rest of the fight there. And so that leaves the question of what's the mid laner, and that's going to be LeBlanc, actually.
It's either AD or it's going to be high damage, where they're going to be actually be able just to throw down a bunch and just take somebody out of a fight. And LeBlanc is great for that. It's not a pick that you commonly see nowadays. There's the main issue that it's going to hold in this lane is actually going to be in regards to its wave clear. Ever since the rework and then unrework of some of her abilities, it's kind of brought back that original weakness that she had there. Ahri definitely has the push potential in there, but dear God, they brought out Malphite, and that is a scary, very, very scary application that SDC can throw out there. You already know where my prediction lies based off of that reaction. I'll just throw that out there.
Very true. The Malphite is another example of just good snap engage, very simplistic game plan, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Of course, simple game plans typically also have simple answers to it, but it's really hard to actually deal with a Malphite that now has pretty much free reign over a lot of these champions. Of course, aside from the Olaf and the Blanc that can sort of get out of that range, the Misfortune, the Fiddlesticks, the Renata is actually going to be very vulnerable to a lot of just the instant ultimates coming out of the Malphite. They have to be very quick with their fingers on that one. And with the follow-up from the Seraphine ulti, the Wukong ulti, even Varus ulti can follow up. It can be very scary to try and fight your way into these choke points now. I mean, we said that in the first game, but SDC now have even scarier composition to try and force a lot of the fights from TWF.
Yeah, it's a lot more that can be done on SDC's side. But at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to just, once again, who controls the earlier jungle pressure area that's going to affect this game quite heavily. It's also a little bit of a different kind of focus now that we're going to be seeing here from the actual areas where we should see that initial clear head towards, because there's no point in ganking a LeBlanc. She's never getting caught. I'm going to say never, and she's going to get caught, and then someone will say, like, "Oh no, LeBlanc, like she got caught here." But realistically, like with the kit that LeBlanc has and the ability to dash around and move around so much, there's no point in throwing a bunch of resources over there when all you're drawing out is a regular ability. So with that being the case, it changes over to where is the focus kind of best suited for throwing anything out. Bot lane, you actually could make a fairly big argument for throwing Wukong down there, but it's actually going to be within those side lanes to throw out that pressure. In fact, the biggest area where I would say that would be most valuable for throwing out the initial gank and the initial pathing towards, at least for SDC, is going to be heading over into the top side to make sure that Olaf doesn't get the lead over onto Malphite, because if that does happen, then Malphite is not going to be able to actually join a lot of these fights because he'll constantly be pressured in that lane, meaning that we actually could see TWF grab hold of the game from that perspective. Now on the flip side here, you've got Fiddlesticks, who generally is going to need to be clearing most of his lane and getting up to the level 6 so that he can make those big gank plays. But that being said, there's actually a lot of an easier time in the early game here for him to do more pressure down over to the bot side. We're likely going to see some form of a separation here in the way that they're going to be pathing, and a lot less jungle to jungle interaction, especially because Fiddlesticks is going to be popping up as effigies and just kind of saying like, oh yeah, well he's over there, I'm not dealing with him. So that's where we're going to see a lot of these shifts happen, and it does mean that this is going to be a very, very different game from the first one.
Very good points indeed. And looking at where these teams are going to shift their focus in this game is actually going to be very crucial in determining how they take the win. But before we toss it back to the analyst desk, who do you think is going to take this game to?
I told you already, I think it's SDC. But that's mostly because of the fact that Malphite, paired with the rest of what they've got in this comp, makes it very, very easy for them to reset. They've got a lot of engage tools and then reset and control fights, which is what they needed in the last team comp that they had. And if they now that they have those tools available to them, they're a lot more dynamic in the way that they can approach this game.
Yeah,
on the hands of TWF, it's a lot harder for them to get a lot of that up because they're still they're actually way more linear in their approach. Still, they've got dive over and they've got a little bit of disengage, but it's not enough to where I can see that it's going to be. It's not that's not enough. It's just that it's not instantaneous. Like if you wanted to like reset a fight on their side, there's a lot more that needs to happen in order for it to happen in the first place. I'd need to like elaborate on that a little bit more if you don't understand me, but essentially it takes more time for them to change up what they're doing in a fight.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Very good points. I'm going to go with SDC too, and I personally think it's just much easier to execute their game plan for SDC compared to TWF, where they have to play a little bit of footsies with the LeBlanc getting poken, especially towards the mid to late game. So with that, let's toss it over to the analyst desk.
Before you go
ahead.
I want to say one thing because both of us have now said SDC in both of these games.
Yeah, it's going to be TWF.
So it looks like a little bit of bias from this, but I will say that beyond that, it's just based on execution. Everything else is purely convenience from there because the other side does exist for them to win, but if they prove it to me here, I'm probably going to go full on with TWF. Outside of that, you can throw it over. You can throw it over.
Yeah, Caster Curse is a hell of a drug, but let's toss it to the analyst desk. Let's get their info on this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I brought the Poro up because apparently I'm the only guy here who thinks the winning formula has a chance, so I needed to bring backup. That being said, I think this game's draft is so close, man. Like, this next game coming up is a game of inches, and I think one of the main things we're going to have to look out for between STC and Formula is vision control. If there is strong vision control for SDC, I think it's impossible for Formula to play this. With that being said, in my opinion, I think Formula drafted 3 winning lanes. So it's really, once again, on the Wukong, provided it is Death Card's Wukong, to turn these lanes into an advantage on SDC's side and get those inches to confirm vision around objectives. I think this game's going to be overall made in the team fights, but those inches are what's going to decide who's going to win those team fights. What do you think, Slayer?
Well, you brought up a great point that I want to highlight. First off is we're seeing the Wukong again, but it's now Lee Sinners on the Wukong this time. Excuse me, it's now Starcross. I switched them in my head. It's now Starcross on the Wukong, so we'll see how that factors in. And, you know, you bring up a good point. I am pretty on the fence as well, and I'll actually go out and say you can throw lightly toss the Poro away because you do have support now if you're going with the winning formula. I'm going to go against our color casters here. I'm going to pick the winning formula because I think that their lanes are going to be able to win a bit earlier. And yeah, sure, the Malphite can have a ton of impact on resetting fights and resetting a lot of the pick plays that maybe you want to see the death cards go for. But if Sign Me Up has the complete agency early in this lane, when you pick an Olaf lane like this, if he can get into this lane and succeed early, the Malphite, yeah, sure, will have that ultimate available, but I think the Olaf might just run over this game a bit, especially when you have a Crowstorm laying over the top of it and LeBlanc's ability to flank. On top of that, Romeo, it's also bullet time along with hostile takeover. I mean, that's like strawberries and chocolate if you can line those two ultimates up together. So I'm going to pick the winning formula. I'm going to go against the death cards this game and prove if it's the color caster curse or if it's just a me caster curse.
I mean, I think we got 2 different pages. We got the color casters and then we got the analysis stats. I agree with you. I think the winning formula has just such a good wombo combo if they can make sure and deny the vision so that Fiddlesticks can actually play the game. Again, I think it's super close between these two teams. It's really a hard game to predict. But I think like last time we were talking about lanes to watch out for, and I think this game is heavily made by mid. I think LeBlanc and Ari is going to be, it's either going to be really safe or really, really bloody. And I think whoever can get the advantage in mid can be a massive difference maker for what the junglers are able to do going into objective fights. But yeah, ultimately this is a game of a team fight and who can land it. Obviously, a good Malphite ult and a good with a Wukong engage can completely change the course of a team fight. But yeah, exactly. That being said, Olaf, Ragnarok's going to be probably the best ultimate in the game in this upcoming match.
Well, Romeo, I mean, to see if it's going to be a 2-0 for not only your predictions, but for the winning formula, we're going to have to say goodbye to you really quickly because we're going to hop back into game. We're set on Summoner's Rift to see the game 2 between the winning formula back on your blue side and the death cards on the red side. Now, boys, I'm sorry that I had to go against you, Graham and Lucan, but I don't know. That Wolof is either going to be the death of me or the success of any of my takes across Premade Dominant.
I definitely think there's an argument to be had for the Olaf having a lot of agency here, and that's one of the reasons why I did say that like we're gonna have to see that early gank come over to make sure that top lane can survive. The only area where I'm not sure if I completely agree on is that we've got 3 winning lanes. I don't know if that's quite true at all. In fact, the only side where I'll agree on it is that top lane for sure does win the top side. There's no real way for Malphite to really deal with the Olaf until he gets like about like an item, really, like an item and a half. It's kind of the way I look at it. So that's the way I'd kind of like start looking at it in the first place, anyways. And the reason for putting him up there in the first place is to kind of get that momentum going on that side. And once again, we are actually seeing something that I did expect, but there's another thing that I did not, which is that we've got, and I think I know the reason, we've got Wukong starting topside and moving towards bot instead, maybe to match that Fiddlesticks. That is not something I expected to see here, actually.
Well, early on, what we are seeing is some trading in the mid lane here, but yeah, I don't know too much about the 3 winning lanes. I'm just all on the Olaf hype train. I mean, come on, man. God of War Ragnarok just came out, or I might have butchered
that is fair. Honestly, because of that, I'm changing my prediction to TWF.
well,
I just got abandoned. So
yeah, Graham. I mean, I'll give you one chance, Graham. You want to jump ship too, based off of Kratos, or are you sticking with the death cards?
I'll stick with my word on this one, but we'll see some really trading going on in all lanes. Of course, taking the tower shot in the mid lane does mean that it's not as winning as you would like to see for LeBlanc, but it is certainly a decently winning matchup for the LeBlanc. It's especially early on before the.
I think it's the early on portion of it though too. It's like right up until you get the charm, and then after you get the charm, it actually swings over in Ari's favor here.
It stole the words out of my mouth.
Oh man.
Well, it looks like right now, you guys will see how the charm plays into it. Top side, not a lot different expected in that matchup right now. I will say, Graham, I want to get your opinion on this because there are a couple of schools of thought. We actually do see a charm come across here from Shred there onto quality player. That's a lot of damage too over across. The Q will land. First blood comes across for the Ari. Ignite pops, but the trade kill doesn't come across in time, so it's actually going to be first blood for Shredman in the mid lane, which is going to play very vital for how this matchup will go once the roams really start coming out, Graham.
Very good flash from Shredman there, actually redirecting the Q because quality player flashed out of it, but flash to get the redirect there definitely secures that's not going to be a 1-for-1 in that regard, but might see a dive here actually.
Oh boy, flash very awkward situation there.
Gets the best of it, is able to dodge out on the axe and sends the old Nordic warrior packing back to a gray screen.
Yeah, but I mean, like when Kratos dies, he comes back, and I mean, he's gonna come back in there swinging, but I don't know if he's gonna break that mountain this time, because that kill going over to the Malphite. Don't let me speak too soon, apparently.
Bailout has to come on top of Perky the Parrot, but he's just absolutely eviscerated. Beautiful double snare, and the damage from Zeranos comes out, and my god, do the death cards look like they were angry about that game 1 result.
I'm going to throw it out here, and this is why I wanted to disagree with the 3 winning lanes. I think it's literally only top lane that has the potential for a winning lane here early on. I think that, like, at later points in the game, they have more potential damage they can throw within a fight over on TWF side. But as we see this gank coming out here, I'll let you speak there, and I'll finish up maybe.
It looks like the gank is not going to be successful. Not enough of a slow from
not so far, anyways.
From Revnon.
I'll throw this out there. The bot lane for SDC actually wins that very, very hard. It's really hard for the damage output to happen from the MF and the Renata at any point in that lane. Yes, when they have like the combined efforts of the rest of the team coming together, they can actually dish out more damage overall. But in terms of single target damage in that lane, dear God, they will destroy one person and then follow up onto the next. And if that happens, we will see a very lopsided fight here. It's almost up to this LeBlanc to kind of get pressure onto this Ahri before 6. And now at this point here, if we really want to see something happen.
Well, right now, topside, it's just a bunch of poking. And before the actually kicked off, Graham, I want to get your opinion on this because we're kind of seeing how powerful it is now that Revnon has a bit of an edge in this lane. The poke power when you rock Comet on this Malphite is sneaky, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think it's actually more or less the correct play here. It is a bit difficult to say because Olaf is one of those champions that's just really good at sustaining, especially when at low HP, but overall, just having that Comet be able to poke out the whole Olaf before he can go for the all-ins that the Olaf wants, it becomes a little bit more difficult for Sign Me Up to actually play this lane the way they want, and Revnon can sort of sit comfortable. Of course, this is kind of a little bit hindsight, but it does make it a lot easier now that the dive failed on that early levels, and now it's going to be a tier and an early long or cloth armor, and I mean this is going to be maybe a little bit iffy, but does have the unstoppable force, can get out if needed, but will not need to.
It looks like Simon Ample will have to pull over Lee Sinners purely because of the dive threat, like you talked about it. They were about to flip the coin back over. Revnon was about to show his dive prowess with an unstoppable force, but instead he'll just be able to shove a lane in and also pull Lee Sinners off of potentially getting onto Summoner's Rift to create a couple more ganks. And as we settle in on 6 minute 30, looks like the death card's comfortable 1k gold lead, which means a lot with how early we are into this game.
Yeah, it does look like we've got Fiddle, who needs to just grab one more camp. It looks like he's just shy of that one camp to get the next level 6. And at that point, we are actually going to be seeing some form of pressure from that ultimate. If it's going to be successful is the biggest question that I have. Your best bet is actually probably going to be off of getting priority in a lane, pushing it up, and then having him sit in a brush, at least for this first portion. And once that pick is had, then we can start to see maybe some sort of cascading effect for grabbing some sort of objective. Likely going to go over towards the next Herald, and then opening up the map. That is the ideal situation that you're going to have to grab from here in order to shift the focus back away, because SDC does have a little bit of a hold on the game right now, and they need to loosen it up with these next spikes.
Well, it looks like Lucan might be a little bit of a fortune teller, because right now it looks like Lee Sinners, he's walking right up through the brush, trying to set up for a lane gank, but there's a really well-placed ward there from Pierceblade. He did reveal himself on that ward as well, so that lane gank won't work out, and he'll be sent packing. Ooh. Mid lane, there's a beautiful charm there once again from Shredman, quality player trying to trade something back, but the dichotomy of this mid lane, the CS may be pretty even, but it certainly feels like Shredman kind of might have a grasp on this lane. Is topside. It also looks like Revnon has a pretty comfortable grasp on his lane, an outcome few of us were expecting.
Yeah, like it's kind of an interesting way that the game's gonna have to be played, and that's kind of what I mentioned by like the reaction speed of which SDC can handle things versus TWF is very much where the mismatch is gonna lie in this matchup this time. You had a lot of easy to start up and kind of go with stuff. It's not about the execution itself, it's just the speed at which they're going to be able to react. It needs to be pre-set up a lot more over on TWF side, while you've got a lot that can actually be pushed over. I mean, like, you could use a Malphite ult as the only example, but Malphite's got to press R. He goes in, he presses one button, and it happens instantly. While if you've got, like, the reaction that needs to happen over from the Fiddlesticks, he can react and reset a fight. That being said,
here he goes. Crowstorm bullet time. Not enough, though. They are able to split the bot laners apart, and Pierceblade is knocked down by Perky the Parrot. So they get all the summoners out of Zeranos, and maybe that's the exact pick play that we needed to see from the winning formula here, Graham, to get back into this game.
Certainly, the gold, going over to the Misfortune is going to be crucial there. Helps out the laning phase a little bit more. Of course, 10 CS up already on the Varus does mean that despite that early kill going over, it's still going to be more or less above the counterpart in gold. So Not by much, of course. Probably only about 400, but with that plate going down, it'll add to it. But dive coming in here, though.
Ooh, sign me up. There's going to be a 3-man dive. You said it. Ragnarok pops, so no knocking from the Wukong, but Shredman with the drive-by. 2 ticks of the Spirit Rush and a beautiful Q, and picks up a beautiful roam kill for the Death Cards on top side.
Yeah, and as I look at my game, that because I turned off Adaptive Sync, that's switched to a 16:9, but not actually a 9:16 resolution. I'm gonna quickly try to take a look at this and see what's going on. I have no idea how awkward this is to look at. I'm gonna just say real quick that the game is gonna start to be opened up more from this point. Both teams are kind of looking at only a 1K difference between what their actual gold levels are, but this is where TWF can maybe start to shine, because they are going to spike with their items here, and their power spikes in fights will actually be stronger than the opposite side looking towards over into SDC. With that being the case, that might be their opening to maybe start the momentum back over onto their side, but overall, that is their one chance to kind of get back into this game, and if it doesn't happen, I do expect to see some form of a chokehold be brought back over.
Well, right now, it looks like the chokehold might come mid lane. Lee Sinners is going to roam over, but it won't be anything but placing a couple of wards down. The next Drake is set to hit the Rift. I know we kind of breezed over the fact that Starcrossed and company were able to pick up the first Ocean one. The next one will be a Mountain. So maybe a bit of a stack could come into play, and it certainly helps that in the Vision battle right now, SDC Death Cards, they have a pretty tight grip on the bot side jungle.
Yeah, very much so, and it looks like they've started up here. It doesn't look like there will be any contesting from TWF as the Fiddlesticks is on the top side of the map, so that will be 2 dragons given over to the side of SDC, and when you pair that with the early Rift Herald, it does mean that this early game is... Oh, maybe it's Steel. Okay, does not... Rightfully so, does not go over to LeBlanc, but you gotta hold your breath for that just in case.
A little bit of a test. You know, you always got to keep your junglers on their toes, and Starcross got a bit of a taste. Yep, the smite check there from Quality Player, but that is 2 Drakes now coming across, and they have the Dragon stack going, and it also is just so much more valuable now, Lucan, that it looks like it's going to be a Hex, I believe it's a Hextech Soul. His top side, that's Ragnarok popped, as it looks like Sign Me Up's trying to see if he can take on Revnon, but he's so tanky, unstoppable force. Well, didn't mean unmovable object. That's a solo kill in the top lane is mid. Crowstorm pop, the turret drops for the winning formula, but Quality Player flashes forward and executes Starcross. Chain will land onto Ari, but Shredman should be comfortable with 2 more charges of Spirit Rush, which she'll actually take forward. There's the first one, has 1 more, goes for the second, misses the charm though. Ignite will come up on a Quality Player, but does he have enough damage? Can't land any of it, and the flash away from Shredman will keep him safe. A ton of blown skill shots and summoners, but it's going to be a 1-for-0 in the mid lane at the end of the day.
And this is where the volatility is going to start to happen. We're probably going to see the most excitement at this point in the game anyways. There's going to be a lot of fighting that needs to happen over on TWF's side, and they need to press that issue right now. As they start to look to push over onto those objectives that they need to work on, we're going to start to see a lot more blood. And the question is who's going to execute better? Because if we start to see better rotations happening over from the Malphite, then we are going to start to see the shift go back over to SDC's side. But if Olaf can keep him up top there, then we will kind of see a little bit more of an advantage actually happening for TWF. That being said, he is starting to get pretty scary.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is one big boulder to deal with. Ghost is popped by Olaf, but no Ragnarok. He can continuously get slow. That's a flash forward from Revnon, and the rolling boulder is enough. This guy's on a rampage. Counter pick, no problem. But the action might not just stop here. Starcross getting a little greedy, going for an invade, is caught out by both Quality and Lee Sinners. Stunned up, feared up, will pop the Cyclone. Is trying to trade back on a Quality Player, and he will. Hold on just a minute. Red Smite goes down. The Fiddlesticks, he's going to try and heal up on Gromp. Smites it to pick up the extra health, but it actually goes over to Starcross as he picks up a double kill in the opposing jungle.
This is not the God of War that I ordered. This is budget God of War right now, and I don't think that's Kratos, because he's getting run down by a mountain right now, and it's not looking fun. That's a big boulder.
Whoa. Okay.
Ooh, hostile takeover comes out, but it completely whiffs. Final Ninja will get rooted up, and the bot lane not looking too hot for the winning formula either with ultimates like that. We'll get double rooted again, and they just cannot get on top of Zeranos for the life of them in this game.
Yeah, and with the Olaf being so far behind, the Malphite being so accelerated on the top side there, I mean, there's no real way for Sign Me Up to actually contest Revenant on this wave, and might look to try and hit him underneath the tower. There is the Balmy Cinder proc, so you can't actually walk up that far, but with the aggressive positioning here, looks like it'll be a fight. Cleanse comes out,
Chains
though.
of Corruption lands, but the Encore whiffs, and Pierce Blade is punished for his positioning. Crowstorm with the fear is enough of that, and now you have to see Shredman run for the hills. There's another beautiful bot play, though, and maybe the shining light, the silver lining, Lucan, is in this bot lane for the winning formula?
I definitely think there's potential for the winning formula to do something in the bot lane, but a lot of that was just really good rotations, right? When they have the ability to set up their execution on everything, it will always generally be in the favor. That being said, oh boy, getting a little too cocky there. I think he was saying you will lose a couple too many times in the lane there, and he might have jinxed himself. But real quick, going back over to that exchange does give the Olaf a little bit more power to work with, which is kind of nice. I just want to reiterate one point. If TWF sets up a fight beforehand, or they can predict where a fight is going to happen, they will win that fight. But they do not have the snap potential to react initially in order to get that fight won if it starts not on their terms. So with that being the case right now, we're going to start to see that pre-rotations need to be a lot more focused on this end. And once again, all that really needed to happen for that top lane kill to go over to the Varus is Varus says, hey, let's go kill Olaf. And it happens. They don't really need to like say much more than that, really.
It certainly did happen, and they were able to take away Shelly off the back of that for free, and now it seemed like the winning formula maybe were creeping their way back into this game. They're now staring down a 4K gold deficit, and maybe the only real winning calculation, not formula, for the death cards is trying to get this dragon stack going, Graham, but they might walk into a bit of a trap in the river if they step up too far.
Yeah, the chain does miss onto the Ari. That could have been a huge chunk out, but a little bit of happy does get him out of there. And it looks like they actually just gave up the river entirely, and that will allow SDC to walk in. They want to try and come from the bot side of the map here. Of course, they have to pick up that wave, but with the Malphite spotted, I wonder if they're going to try and do anything. Chunk goes down.
They jump on top of the tankiest member of the Death Cards. Hostile takeover lands on the two. Unstoppable force pops, but Sign Me Up is able to pick up the kill. The Crowstorm isn't good enough, and here come the Death Cards. Beautiful root on top of this Renata, but she flashes over the wall. He'll actually be able to go away safe, but at the end of the day, you can trade that tanky rock for 2 kills and a Drake. That's a win in my book.
And you saw what's able to happen when these fights start off, and if the Malphite is going to have some form of agency in these fights, and he can't be bursted out instantly, or if somebody else on that team is not. They started the fight trying to kill off the Malphite, who definitely looked like he was overextended. But the thing is that League of Legends, it's all ground, right? It's everything here is like it's all ground. There's rocks make up the walls, right? Well, Malphite's a wall, okay? You can't fight the wall and expect to win here because no matter what, he is the rock for their team, right? He is my rock. In my heart, he is my rock. And you know what he did? He put that rock over in the back line of the team for TWF, and he showed why he is my rock. When this pick came through, this is exactly what I was expecting to happen for fights, and now that he's online, he is going to be able to do that more and more often. Getting more cooldown reduction for him to throw out that ult even more from the dragon is enough to say, but let's stop for a second.
Rooted up, the Wukong has to pop Cyclone. Ragnarok is utilized by the Olaf. He is charging down the back line, but so is Revnon. Double knockup on top of the opposing bot lane. And hold on a minute, winning formula. They might turn this fight. Killing spree for Berkey the Parrot. This charm comes across from Ari, though, to create some distance. And now quality player frontlining for the winning formula as the chase continues. Cue up your Tokyo Drift music. They're going to go styling on top of these death cards, and that's a rampage for the MF, a flash away from Shredman, and what a fight for the winning formula to get back into this game.
Yeah, beautiful.
Definitely an overstay.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. But did allow them to get some pretty quick kills there. Of course, the chase does mean that they're going to get the objective bounty here. Ari actually overstanding, no ult, no flash. The Imperial Chain does not land properly, but
But here's
Won't
the
matter.
Crow Storm. Fear comes across. The bullet time isn't enough, but the chain is. And hold on a minute, Starcrossed, he might get pretty aggressive here. A lot of low health bars. He'll utilize the clone, but he'll actually be a bit more nobler and won't take that fight. But once again, Grant, and that's another pick and an objective bounty turret shut down. The winning formula might have found a way back into this one.
A very nice influx of gold there for the winning formula off of the back of SDC's mistake of just trying to overextend or to over push too much there. The catch onto the back line with the Olaf there does mean that it's just going to be a lost fight from there. They're on the retreat permanently, and even though the Olaf wasn't exactly fed, they're still not fed. It's an Olaf versus an ADC. That doesn't change that much. So
it really doesn't. No, and that's one of the things where we're starting to see a lot of these fights. Like the idea for what they were trying to do against them definitely does work in the way that they're throwing it out at them. And when they don't have to deal with certain variables, then it does work for them on that end. And that being said, as we see a Herald being tossed over onto the bot side of the map to put more pressure down there and deter them from even grabbing another tower where they need to get that gold in the first place, here's what I'm going to say. Even though they decided to make the mistake of overstaying over there, I still think that we got to look over at SDC and say, wow, even though all that was lost, there was no other objectives to really go up on, so they pushed, tried to make a little bit of an external play, but now look at what's happening for this split macro decision, and we've got them taking Baron for free.
They were getting spotted out walking over onto this ward, so winning formula, they will have an idea this is going on, and they'll all trudge up through the jungle. Teleport for Revnon, he's shoving in a bot wave, and, well, the shown aligned force from the winning formula might be enough to push them off Baron, but they might get a catch on the quality player too far over the wall. Beautiful Everfrost lines up both the clone and the LeBlanc, but she's able to distort her way out of there, and here comes the turn. Two-man Crow Storm. Bullet time does its job, and the bot lane for SDC Death Cards is eviscerated in the blink of an eye at the cost of quality player.
I'm a little confused by the no TP happening from this Malphite who had his ultimate up, but the other area where I do want to point out, though, is, yes, finally we got to see the greatest fiddle ult that has happened this game. And it did come off of the misplay that happened last time with them pushing too far up on SDC's side and having to burn, I think it was 2 flashes over on the people that are ended up getting caught there, and that leads to now a bit more momentum where they can stop the soul point here from happening because they do have the ability to set up before this fight begins, which is exactly what they need.
Yeah, Graham, I know you talked about in Game 1 how valuable getting an early soul could be here. Well, we're cruising on towards maybe potentially 23rd minute soul for the Death Cards that might put the nail in the coffin for this game too if it comes around.
It's a bit intriguing because Crowstorm isn't quite up just yet. It looks like it will be up for the Dragon, so no worries there, but no Berserk and no bullet time for the bot lane of TWF, and that does mean that they do have significantly less team fighting power, and they're going to have to stall time for those abilities to come up, but Crowstorm coming in
That
now.
is an
Flash
early
forward,
ult, though.
Crowstorm jumps on top of the backline, but might be too early, like you said, Lucan, because he shut down and killed off. It's a trade of kills, though. There's hostile takeover. Perfect timing gives the Varus a shot onto his own team. Olaf picks up that kill. Revnon and Shredman are the only ones left, and they'll have to get it done, or this is going to be a winning formula fight. Zhonya's is popped by the Ahri. Malphite standing in front of 3.
The charm missed,
Ahri only misses the charm and can get 1, and now Revnon, he's forced to fight against this Olaf, and the Ragnarok King will win an ace for winning formula, and they're going to shut down the soul stack.
Now, I'm not sure if anybody saw that really as it was coming through there, but the biggest play, whether it was a misplay or however it was you want to actually take the approach on there, is that Seraphine actually did not hit anyone with her ult. Not because of miscalculation on where it was going to be thrown, it was just a bad skill shot toss, but because Azanya's actually popped out at the exact moment when it was about to hit the champion and spread through the rest of the team, causing a disruption within the fight. With that being the case, they were actually able to clean up everything from there and actually reset everything and bring it all back together. A couple of other misplays happening from that point definitely did shift a lot over in that end, but that being said, that was an amazing execution off of both sides in trying to do that, but TWF did come out on top.
time to litmus test this Olaf, and he loses in flying colors, trying to 1 versus 1 star-cross.
Bot side though, they
This could be interesting.
Yeah, might have been a really good pull, though. It was a bait and switch as Wukong's have to run all the way up to the bot.
No,
There's a 4-man unstoppable force, and now Shredman jumps in with Spirit Rush. Hostile Takeover, though, will hit both of the advancing members to stall it out. Encore grabs a kill onto Renata, and they got Fiddlesticks, so they stall out just long enough, and now Starcross shows up. Baron Nashor's still aggroed, and it's going to have to be Quality Player, who's just jumped on and executed by Starcross. The Death Cards, no jungler, no problem. They win the fight and take Nash for free.
And that was a good idea in theory, but they weren't paying respect to all the teamfighting abilities that were up. They grouped up versus the Malphite ultimate, the Unstoppable Force comes through, and of course the Spirit Dash over the wall from the Ahri does mean they can layer the Everfrost, layer the damage from the Spirit Orb, and it was an absolute disaster from that point on. The Berserk landed, but there's no one really there. The Zhonya's comes through, and with the way that this Ahri is built so defensively, unless you're specifically targeting him, it's really hard to kill them through just passive damage like the Bullet Time or even the Crow Storm that can come out. So it was a good idea in theory of, okay, the jungler is bot side, let's do it, but you don't have the damage to actually do it, or you don't have the means to escape if they actually contest it. So it was a little bit awkward to try and go for that in the first place.
It definitely was, and I think the biggest misplay there was not splitting up over onto the Baron and letting Malphite get a 4-man ultimate. That is not something that should happen this late into the game, especially when he's been just kind of slamming it down on you the whole time otherwise. Now that we kind of see how they're able to throw back a lot of the stuff at them, though, there's another fight that's happening.
Here comes the Crow Storm. It's enough to jump on to the Seraphine, but it isn't enough damage. Zorano's beautiful Chains of Corruption. They execute the Fiddlesticks, who goes forward just a little too early. Now, without Fiddle, there is no team fight. A charm on a Quality Player might be enough. The clone will not delay any sort of fall as Starcross sends LeBlanc.
Olaf's top lane. They can go for the end here if they wanted.
Oh
man, what are we going to see here? Because you've got to come back, and if you don't come back fast enough, they're going to steamroll through this.
They're onto the middle inhibitor, and now they're going to push further in. A bit of a healthy minion wave. Olaf is back. This Misfortune has her ultimate online. No hostile takeover, though. Flash miss charm from Shredman to try to create a window, and that's enough for Olaf to go forward. Encore lands onto both bot lane members, and Ragnarok, sure, is enough to dodge the CC, but the team is dropping around this Olaf. Bullet Time can only pick up a trade kill onto Wukong, but there's still 3 strong members, and Zoranos is hunting. Chains of Corruption executes the Fiddlesticks, and now, with the Malphite here, they'll knock down the first Nexus turret. Unstoppable Force sends Quality Player packing. The second Nexus turret falls, and this will be the Death Cards, evening up the series at 1 apiece.
And what a beautiful performance there.
Oh, wow.
I mean, absolute beautiful performance from start to finish. There was only a few fights where it actually looked like TWF were going to be able to bring it back. They got some gold leads, but at the end of the day, it was just a lot of pressure coming, especially from this Malphite pick, doing the most damage in the game. Actually, now looking at the scoreboard, which is an interesting statistic in itself, but it does mean that there's going to be a lot of problems going into game 3, because you tried for this draft where you have the Fiddlesticks, you have the LeBlanc, and you want to try and make things happen early on. You want to try to move the LeBlanc around in the early game so that you can roam to the side lanes, but it didn't work out. You weren't able to unleash the LeBlanc, especially into the counterpick matchup. They picked the LeBlanc into the Ahri, and it just didn't work out for them. So it raises a lot of questions of, are you going to try and go for this again? Do you have confidence in this, or are you just going to go back to the scaling late game style that we saw them so successful on in the first game?
So true. And we should pass over the analyst desk and let Romeo talk about his winning lanes. I just want to hear that.
Yeah, well, Luke and Graham will hear from you two for the game 3 draft. But yep, we'll bring Romeo back in here as we join back to the analyst desk. But I kind of want to call it the loser's desk by this point, as both of us picked the winning formula to make some sort of upset pick here, to go up 2-0. But Romeo, they end up dropping this one, and in the fashion that we least expected.
I mean, after that, it's more like the losing formula, man. If that was a game of inches, I feel really bad for Formula's girlfriend. I mean, I think they drafted 3 lanes that, in theory, should have won. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, I looked up the win rate between Olaf and Malphite during the game. Olaf has a 55% win rate on average in this elo against Malphite. But I guess now if you ask me, who is Revnon? I would say, for the hungry, he's a chef. For the blind, he's vision. For the thirsty, he is water. And for his team, he's the goddamn carry. Holy crap! Him and Ari went absolutely insane that game. Him and Shred. Holy crap! Did they stomp their lanes, man? It was insane. Like by the time Fiddlesticks came online, they were already down so much gold that it was really, really hard for them to play. And I think honestly, although Lee Sinners did his best to come back, I don't think he was able to knock down Flash early in the bot lane and just never really took the time to actually abuse it. And also, why is it that 15 minutes into the game, Wukong and Fiddlesticks have the same CS? That does not make sense to me. I think winning Formula may have gone into this game too confident, and like it kind of got blundered. Like we've seen later in the game, they did have some comeback plays. There were some really, really good combinations on the Crow Storm with Renata ult and Bullet Time, but ultimately, man, like it was just such a big gap to try and come back from, and it felt like they were always playing from behind. Especially, I think the biggest turnaround that confirmed their loss was when they were rushing the Baron, and we see Revnon come over the wall, Shred comes and engages and just collapses on them all, and they just lose all momentum they had trying to come back in that game.
Yeah, that was a beautiful 4-man unstoppable force and Spirit Rush from the RE right over top to basically 2 versus 4 delay any sort of Baron play as they allowed Starcross to get back across there. And it really felt like the only way back into that game for the winning formula was Lee Sinners, right? It was either you get a good Crow Storm, but if it doesn't timed right, if it's off sync at all, they lose the fight. And the final fight really of the game was Lee Sinners going too far forward with Crow Storm alone, and the rest of the team, all they could do was really run for the hills without their reliable Fiddlesticks.
Absolutely. I think it was a huge thing too to do with Vision in the last couple of fights. We seen at in that last fight, obviously, Starcross with probably like the play that ended the match with Lee Sin diving into the backline while Fiddle went in with Crowstorm. They had no clue where the Wukong was, and it was just so easy for him to just turn that. Because I think it is, without Wukong there, it's 100% a winning fight for Formula. But they had no clue where Wukong was. 3 of them still elected to take the fight, and ultimately it would cost them what they had left of the match. But also, I think like another huge game-changing fight was, I think it was probably the fight when it was the closest. I think it was 6th Dragon, or not 6th Dragon, like 5th or 4th Dragon, when Fiddlesticks really prematurely ulted in, and I mean Seraphine tried to do the encore onto him. He had a really nice not stopwatch. What's that item called there? Zanya's Hourglass. But I don't think it didn't seem like it feared anyone. The Fiddlesticks ult did a ton of damage, but like he just completely missed the fear overall, which I think is the huge point of his ult, to compare it with Misfortune's Bullet Time. And then they just got it was just a really tough fight for them there.
Yeah, was certainly a really tough fight. Now, before we get into the Game 3 draft, Romeo, beautiful analysis after Game 1. Things you want to see switched up from SDC Death Cards. To be honest, I know you picked against them. They ended up correcting a lot of things you talked about to win Game number 2. So now I'm going to flip it on you. If you are winning Formula, you're on the red side. First question is, do we see a Wukong ban? Second question is, what do you do through the winning formula to switch things up and take a hold of the series once again?
To be honest, I don't think you necessarily go for the Wukong ban. For some reason, I think Starcross played really well, but I don't think he's the most comfortable on Wukong. I think a lot of the things he did were very, like, he probably could do better on other junglers he's more comfortable on. But I think the main change I want to see here is, I think you don't put Lee Sinners on a level 6 jungler or like a facilitator. Lee Sinners, clearly, we could tell from first game, he's a guy who can make stuff happen early and snowball the game. I want to see Lee Sinners back on an early game jungler. Something like a Wukong, a Xin Zhao, a Jarvan, just something that he can make his impact early game. Because I think the biggest problem they had was before Lee Sinners was able to make an impact in the game, it was already looking like it was over. I think he needs to be in a position where he can really make things work if they want their calculations to be correct.
Well, to calculate how well we can predict again and figure out if we're going to whiff another prediction on the analyst desk, we have to see the Game 3 draft again. So we're going to throw it back over to the color duo on the draft desk for game number 3 and the current 1-1, while I'm sitting over here at 0-2. Predictions master. So Cram and Luke can take it away, guys, with game 3 draft.
You want to start it out, Graham? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. It's 1-1 so far in the finals. SDC taking game 2, while TWF taking game 1. And so far, this is actually going to be the first side switch we have of the match. TWF was on blue side for both game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that's going to change for these picks here. And the bans, as far as it goes, looks like they're not shifting up too much, at least in the first rotation. They really are afraid of these champions. They don't want a Silas. They don't want a Nami. These guys definitely don't want an Aatrox. But what is it that they're... Oh, there we go. Already the change.
So they actually think that this Ornn is so important for TWF that they do not want it at all, and they're just going to get rid of it in the first rotation, making sure that they never have to deal with that engaged champion. I don't know if that's the right call, but I do like that line of thinking. I think the Ornn was very impactful in game 1, and it definitely had a lot of good points for TWF. So we'll have to see if TWF can actually prove that they can win without that Ornn pick being such a huge factor for them.
Yeah. And 3 bans away in the top side does make me question when they're going to be picking top in this first area here, because it also means that on some level, for Wukong could be top lane. Okay, well, I want to keep point because Wukong has been essential in either one of these comps here. Hecarim being picked up, Seraphine, fast picks happening here.
Getting through it.
What is going to be happening here that I'm looking at is why ban Ornn in first rotation here if at some point here you're not going to be picking some form of a jungle top lane combo that would be countered by Ornn. Now, with that being the case, my question comes down, and I'm actually going to ask you what we are going to see here that we can expect to basically create the comp that they're trying to get in the first place.
Well, it looks like the Braum coming down is actually going to be the answer to the Seraphine. I actually do quite like that. It's not something you see every day, but into things that are very linear skill shots, like the Seraphine ultimate, it actually is very effective. Of course, Braum still does get charm, so it doesn't necessarily act as a win wall, but you typically see Braum as an answer to things like the Misfortune Bullet Time, where it's just going to deny its complete space of those skill shots. So I do like the idea of that. We'll have to see if it follows through in the late game, but the Xayah pick is interesting here. Yeah, another champion you don't quite see that often, but into a heavy dive champion like the Hecarim, even following up with the Seraphine, despite having the Braum shield there, it definitely does offer some things with the not the Blade Collar, but the Xayah ultimate, and the Senna is actually going to be interesting. So they're going for a Senna Seraphine bot lane is what I would typically say, but of course could switch it up on me. You don't know just yet until things are locked up. I don't want to curse anything just yet, but you would typically think it's Senna Seraphine.
I'm looking at this and I am already happy. I see completely different shift in everything. Like, as far as it seems from both these teams, they're both picking up something different, minus the Wukong here, and we're seeing a much different landscape from every one of these other games. Absolutely. We're seeing adaptations across the board just to deal with some of the things that they believed they didn't have quite enough of. Senna being able to throw out a lot more damage from auto attacks within some of these fights here, able to do a lot more scaling so that you're not as much of a power trough into that late game portion of the game and not dealing that much damage, while you have Xayah happening over here. Because as far as it goes, we've seen Varus every single game. It does mean that the landscapes are very different for how these fights are going to even happen. We're going to have to do a complete teardown once all these are put together. But what do they pick up here in order to kind of like show the roundabout version of what they want from their team here? Because right now what they've got is a very solid, once again, front-to-back team fight comp. What are you bringing out here? Are you bringing out the mid, or are you bringing out the top lane? Because top lane's already kind of been squished away from here, so you need to bring something else out. And the Camille committing to the dive, we are looking at something that could be very, very fun to watch here. I'm expecting a Galio in the next rotation, but what follows up from it? What are you thinking?
Galio is going to be very standard, but I do expect SDC to pick up some type of backline mage. They played the Syndra in game 1, and it did work out fairly well. I mean, it wasn't necessarily the problem point of the draft, so we might be able to see that yet again. It would be a very powerful pick, but the Darius for the Camille, just going for a straight lane counter, don't really care about the team fight, and the Swain lock-in, making sure that it is so difficult to actually kill anyone on this dive, but the Cassio lock-in immediately. I'm not sure I quite agree with that for the Swain, but we'll have to see how it works out. And we have a very interesting predicament on our hands, because it is very rare for teams to just switch up the entire game plan that they've been going for halfway through the set. I mean,
this looks like similar bands, but completely different teams now.
Exactly.
So looking at like how they've played the previous games is almost like thrown to the wayside here, in a way. But they also have a lot of the same tools in certain areas. So it's like they're the same but different. You know, it's like it's like New Coke. When they made New Coke and then went back to old Coke, New Coke, and then went to New Coke again.
It's a very interesting way to put it, but I get what you're saying there. It's the same, but you've changed fundamentally kind of who's doing what on the team. And that's going to be an interesting thing to look at, because now we have Revnon on a carry pick. Previously, we had him on the Ornn, or excuse me, we had Sign Me Up on the... I've mixed the top laners up, my bad. But either way, point stands, we now have Revnon on Darius.
They made him pay the Malphite tax, and then they said, you know what, okay, fine, you did really good, you can play Darius. Like, that's what I'm seeing here at this point. And honestly, I don't blame them for it. That is an awesome pick to throw out into this team. As far as I say, the only area where I'm looking at, like, concerns for it is, like, Cass being able to kite him in a lot of these fights, but if you enable Darius to like sweep through, which you can because you have Braum, and you've got like a lot of ways to just kind of slow down the fight for Darius to have the chance to walk up to everyone, this could be a disaster for TWF. On the flip side of that, what I will say about TWF is if they have the ability to get flanks, they do win. They're like, as a straight one-line, like beeline spear, SDC definitely stands to run through TWF should the opportunity arise. Because the only way they really have to deal with it is kind of slowing them down and looking for the reset, and I don't think that's going to work for them this game. If you get a flank or a dive onto somebody in the backline, and it's probably going to have to be Swain in this case. He's going to be doing the most amount of damage throughout these because he's the only AP threat on this team. We could definitely see some disruption in the plans of SDC, but that's the way I'm looking at these fights right now. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting indeed. And one pick that I do want to point out is this Swain. I think it's going to be actually a very sleeper pick, because a lot of the game plan for TWF is you want to dive in with that Hecarim, with that Camille, but what Swain really excels at is if he's not the primary dive target, if he's not going to be CC'd enough, he can drain take through a lot of the damage coming through. And if TWF are not fed enough, if they try and dive onto the Swain and they don't have the damage there, Swain will just take over the game. But on the flip side, if they choose to ignore the Swain and go for the Xayah, Swain will just do that anyway. So the
Xayah's got her ultimate to just dissuade from the whole fight in the first place. There's a lot of problems throwing into diving onto this dual threat comp right now, because you need to choose one target or the other, and if you choose one target or the other, and the other is able to get off the damage they need to clear out that that initial burst, it can be a nightmare. And that is really where we're going to have to see how these fights start to pair up against each other, because they both have the tools, and I don't think necessarily there's an innate advantage over another in like the other ways that these fights have gone. They just have different engage like strategies for this. So that is where everything's going to be interesting. This is the first comp I guess mashup here where they're going against each other. I will say that they are fairly even, but ironically enough, even though I jokingly said I was swapping over to TWF, I will say that I still gotta stand with SDC, more so because of Revnon on the Darius. Man, oh man.
Yeah, I think SDC have a really good shot winning this game. I think their composition is very nicely rounded out. It has a lot of things, and more importantly, it's a very defensive composition, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing in this specific instance, because you want to be able to withstand the dive that TWF has to take. You're fine, you're comfortable with just saying, cool, you can just sit there, we'll just take whatever we want to, so long as they're first to rotate, of course. It becomes a little bit more difficult to walk in, but then again, it comes to the problem of who are you actually diving onto? And that's always the question of when you're drafting these dive compositions, what are you actually diving onto? If it's the Xayah, well, you have the ultimate to dodge through a lot of these things. If it's the Swain, well, if you don't have the damage, he'll just burst you down and he'll just sustain through it. You can't really dive onto the Darius or the Wukong. That's kind of out of the question. So it all comes down to how this early game goes for TWF. If the Hecarim Camille can actually make a foothold for TWF in this game, then I can see that they actually do have a very good shot at winning, because eventually the Hecarim damage, the Senna range, and the Seraphine range will just become way too much for SDC to deal with, because they've chosen a more balanced composition where they don't necessarily specialize in one thing, but they are just generally a beefy, solid team comp. So I'm a bit torn on this one. I'm going to still go SDC because I believe that their composition is much easier to pull off. But
can we talk about? I want one comment here for this too before we go into this and before we change over to the analyst desk. I just want to say I didn't even think about this for a second, but even if you do dive onto the Xayah and the Swain, if Darius decides to just get a bunch of free stacks built up on the people that are diving behind because you decided to focus Xayah, you basically just ramped up the Darius for the fight. So I love Revnon right now. Revnon's my man. You know, he was the rock the last game. This time, he's the axe, and I think that he's actually just going to, like, slam it down and shred through the enemy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with SDC in short, though.
Hashtag Revnon diff.
Yeah, I'll go with SDC. In all honesty, I think it's actually just a 50-50, and I'm torn, but I don't want to abstain from the vote, so I'll go for SDC as a tentative one, but I do see avenues for both these teams to win. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk and see if they can actually provide some more insight on this.
Hello? Yeah. No. Thank you for listening to me. You just gotta trust me. The calculations are correct. Trust me. Lee Sinners is playing Hecarim. This is gonna go insane. I told you. You just need a facilitating jungler who cares about the Wukong. Just make sure that Revnon doesn't get to play and that Blade doesn't block the Encores. And I promise, you guys have this. Okay, I gotta get back to this. Thank you. Sorry, I just got off the phone with the winning formulas coach here. They listen perfectly. I'm so proud of them. I think the comps might be close, but I think it's obvious. I'm going winning formula a third time in a row, and I'm sure they won't let me down. Lee Sinners is on a champion. He can actually play early game. They have a strong side top with Camille. I mean, I know Darius usually is favored in the matchup, but with Hecarim Camille, I think it's going to go hard. Their bot lane is just able to play safe. I mean, Braum's the perfect counter pick to Seraphine, but that won't matter, hopefully, when it comes to team fights, because Swain needs to get into their team, and you have Cassiopeia, Seraphine, Senna stuns, Hecarim blocking him, and unless they let Wukong get a crazy flank to reset the Darius ults, I think winning formula has a formula down pat to make their team get very, very strong. Especially Hextech Ultimatum as a backup plan for anything that happens in their backline. I think they have a really, really solid team comp going into this game, and if Revnon can't pop off, it's going to be really, really hard.
Wow. That was a vibrant statement to take the winning formula from Romeo there. I'm actually going to go against you, Romeo. I think we have to do something different because we obviously can't pick together apparently because we're just bad.
Everyone picks SDC. It's fine. No,
I am going to go with the SDC here because I think the way that they've been playing through bottom lane along with Starcrossed on the Wukong is going to become a bit of a problem. I am worried about Senna Seraphine because it has to be a very certain scenario for this type of play to work out. And obviously you want to just sit back, you want to poke, you want to scale up. But I think with how well Braum can play against Seraphine, how well I think this Wukong Starcross is going to be pathing bot as well. And Zoranos has been pretty filthy in this series, despite the fact that it's 1-1. I am going to go with the death cards here. But the big takeaway, Romeo, I think, is that the bigger wager I'll make is I think this is going to be an early game just full of so many skirmishes and so many kills.
I think I have to agree with you with the early game. Really, I think if Hecarim is able to be equal or do more than the Wukong in this game, it's a hugely favored in the winning formulas thing. That being said, I agree. If Wukong's able to just permanently go bot lane, continuously dive Perky and final, it will be really hard as we get later into the game. But yeah, this game is heavily decided by early game. Top lane's a huge matchup to watch out for. Jungle's a huge matchup to watch out for. Even once we hit level 6, mid's a huge lane to watch out for. So I think I completely agree. This game is very early to mid game centric. But I think if winning form was able to get to the late game again, like they did with game 1, I think they just are able to win this.
Well, it'll certainly be intriguing to see. We do have some late game scalers on both sides. Now, one more question for you, Romeo, before we go game side here is we talked about the Hecarim pre-show. about how Heckrams look pretty devastating on the recent patch, especially going Duskblade. There's a couple areas, lanes you could go. Do you think it's going to be the tryhards, uber damage, Duskblade Heckram from Lee Sinners, or maybe the more traditional build path we've seen across the season 12's across season 12, for the demonic horse?
I think you have to go Divine or Trinity Force this game. The other team's too tanky to warrant the burst damage, to be honest. So yeah, I think it's definitely going to be Trinity Force or Divine as the mythic on Heckram. We won't be seeing a Duskblade Heckram game.
All right, well, to figure out if what sort of build path we'll see from the Heckram and from, the rest of these teams, we're going to get on to Summoner's Rift. Romeo, I'll see you after the game, but right now, it's game number 3 here between the winning formula and SDC Death Cards. It's the proverbial game, right? Most of the teams that can win game 3s are usually the ones that go on and take home that championship at Premade Dominant Graham. So you got to feel like the pressure is really into this one as we head back to Summoner's Rift.
Absolutely, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of level 1 shenanigans here from SDC, and we'll see if it works out to anything. Of course, is going to be in this bush. It'll be interesting to see if it actually results into anything. Pretty hard to imagine, but
Camille. But yeah, hook shot. It's arguably better than Flash in some scenarios. Lucan is able to just get right on out of that and spot out, everybody heading topside. So early information, they'll go and get some valuable wards down on that bot side jungle now.
Yeah, the ward onto the red buff is very nice. Does give some, and I mean by some a lot of information of where the jungler is going to be starting for the side of SDC. And of course, based on our wonderful spectator client, we do know that the Wukong will be starting on the bot side, and it'll be once again another mirrored start for these junglers here. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be influencing the top lane a lot. Of course, it does suggest it, and I do imagine that this top lane is going to be heavily influenceable.
Oh, I totally believe that. And one of the areas that I've kind of been noticing here, too, is that we haven't seen too much jungle-to-jungle interaction in a lot of these games. Yeah. A lot of it has just kind of been passing ships in the night as they go by and nothing really happens. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that'll actually be the case this game. When you've got a Wukong and a Heckram, they actually have kind of an even fighting power at the point where they're going to be heading over into that scuttle. So there might be a little bit of a scuffle happening over there, and I do think that could be a little bit of excitement to happen, as we do see that the fighting is likely going to be all on the top side of the map this time, and you've got to send Heckram up there in order to kind of say, hey, man, slow down, back up, okay? You're not allowed in the club, right? And Heckram's he's got to go over there, and we've got Wukong, who's also kind of got to meet him.
Well, I do remember a certain someone here saying Revnon diff, and early on, it's looking like a bit of it in the top side, certainly in more of an advantageous matchup this time, able to shove in a wave. Bot side, looking a bit more even, and it feels like this might be the more passive lane unless we have some early jungle interaction. As I say that, though, there's a beautiful snare on top of Zeranos, but just to trade some minor damage, nothing major yet in the bot side.
It will be interesting that the Seraphine actually took Comet this game as a little bit trade goes down, but normally you see the summon Airy just because it provides a little bit more versatility in how you're playing, but they just want the straight up burst, the straight up poke damage in this lane, and especially later on it can become a little bit more to just add up over time. So we'll have to see if that damage really ends up mattering, but for the time it is an interesting option. Of course, the Heckram is option for the Phase Rush, which I haven't really seen much in recent Heckram days, but of course it is most certainly a rune that is very good on him, so we'll have to see what build he decides to go for it.
It's definitely the fighting build. It's the run down, you run down somebody, and you just don't stop pressing Q. And as far as it goes here, we are seeing that they're very close to each other here with the Heckram kind of passing over and grabbing that scuttle, and it looks like there might be a little bit of a fight starting to happen here.
Ghost popped, knockback onto the Swain. Treadman now on a pretty mobile champion. This time around has to flash away. The pullback might be enough. The blast cone, enough to get him to safety, but now it's Lee Sinners who might be in danger. He has to walk away very low. A root and pullback onto Quality, but it's somehow no trades, just Ghost popped in that jungle exchange.
There's the fight I was talking about. As far as it goes, they ended up fighting each other, and, lo and behold, nothing happened, and I'm kind of disappointed, honestly. But that being said, there is a little bit of a shift in the power now that we do have Oh, wow, don't speak too soon!
Quality player flashes forward to get the root, and the Heckram shows up just in time. If it doesn't work once, why not try it again? Lee Sinners, first blood in game 3 for the Death Cards.
And this is a very good early in for the for TWF. I mean, getting the kill onto the Heckram is absolutely important here. Would love to see what build they do go now that they have little bit more acceleration than I was expecting, but trade up into the top side could be dangerous.
So many stacks of that hemorrhage is such a good job by this top lane, Revnon, getting those stacks up, as we do see Shredman teleported back. Listeners, he's going to help shove that wave in, and quality player certainly going to be in a pretty comfortable spot now thanks to his jungler for the winning formula.
Yeah, there's a build that exists on Hecarim right now. I don't know if either of you have seen it crop up yet, but it does a lot of damage.
Oh, we
and now
were highlighting
it's normally front loaded, but there's also the Old Faithful build that does also work if you wanted to go it. It looks like he may be leaning towards that Duskblade build. But that being said, accelerating a Hecarim this early into the game, especially considering, like Hecarim's based around movement speed, so like acceleration's a big part of his kit, is not exactly a good idea over on the side of SDC here. As much as I'm giving credit, that's not the greatest way to handle it. And with him having that extra bit of power too, that actually does change my opinion for how this first area of fight is going to happen when it comes to the next team fight, because he's going to actually get a lot of momentum off of that, and that could lead to a bigger power spike when it comes to everybody else evening out as well, tier 2.
Certainly feels like a bit of a jungle gap early on here, as Lee Sin is up. CS has a kill in his pocket, but it looks like he might spot out the death cards, trying to take down this Mountain Drake early. There's a root from Seraphine, flash cleanse from Zeranos to start the fight, but did they catch Lee Sinners a little too far forward? No, they certainly did not, as the death cards are pushed back in their own jungle. There's another root onto the Braum. You'll jump back to Zeranos. Flashes galore. They have Wukong rooted, and Lee Sinners will pick up a second kill. They shut down the Drake, and they pick up a kill off the back of it.
And that's momentum for you, you start moving a little fast. Oh boy, but it's not over.
Quality player flanking around. The Braum rooted up. That shield not strong enough against Cassiopeia to pick up a double, and the last hurt shot isn't enough. My God, if you think of accelerated Hecarim is scary, Graham, a 2-0 Cassio gotta be worse.
Yeah, no. Both of them are actually 2-0, so, both equally scary, but I get what you're saying. They're both going to be scaling up so much earlier than I think SDC was expecting, and this is what I meant by if the early game goes well, then I see TWF having a very good shot at winning this game, and so far, it's everything they could have wanted.
So, let's take a quick step away and let's see if everybody understands how League of Legends works. There's this thing called mid lane and this thing called jungle. And they have the easiest way of moving around the map, right? When mid lane and jungle can move around the map, they can make a lot of stuff happen because they have the least amount of area to go to in order to get anywhere. When you've got a jungle and a mid lane that get both of them each 2 kills early on, and one of them has the ability to run at Mach 7 at people, if he gets ahead, that happens faster because he ramps up. It makes for a very scary combo, and I am terrified. Not only because Hecarim's ult literally fears people, but because this is a scary and slippery slope that now needs to be dealt with by SDC if they're looking to keep into this game. It also means that generally any form of objective control is not going to be available to them for probably the next 5 minutes before they get all of their spikes in order to be able to even out a lot of things. So their best way of controlling the game right now is not actually going to be looking at general objective control. It's actually going to be forcing plays in the side lanes and hoping that we can get either this bot lane or, more importantly, in my opinion, this Darius ahead.
It certainly seems like right now, with the state of the game, it's going to be Revnon or bust, as this Hecarim and Cassiopeia are certainly starting to get out of control. I will quell, the Duskblade hopefuls. That is a Kindle gem picked up for Hecarim, so Listeners won't be going that route. It's top side. Whoa. It looks like Starcross tried to make a play on top of this Camille, but a beautiful knockback forces the Wukong away. Graham, it really feels like Starcross can't really get anything going on Summer's Rift right now, 9 minutes into this game.
Yeah, I mean, these lanes are a bit hard for Wukong to gank. I mean, the hook shot away from the Camille, if you do it at the right timing, just like you saw, then the pull-in from the Darius doesn't actually mean anything. Bot side of the map is a little bit easier, but as you can see, it's very hard to actually get in range of them. they're very good at keeping people away. And of course, Cassio can drop the miasma. It's just very difficult for Wukong to get anything in this early game. But as the game goes later on, and you start to fight over the objectives, you can start to find flank angles by Wing over walls, by taking different routes, and you can start to get behind them and in places that they don't expect. And that's where this Wukong will start to pick up. But it might be a little bit difficult, as Dive In from Sign Me Up does catch out Starcross, but it is just a clone, so nothing will happen.
Okay, let's talk about how each one of these teams wants to play this game at this point now, and their way of keeping this game going, or in the case of TWF, how they want to close out this game. Because what we need to see now from each of these teams is a very, very different goal. You now need to look at absorbing a lot of the pressure over on SDC's side and saying, all right, we force the issue on one end of the map, and then from there, we choose another person to go collapse over. We need to see split map plays constantly happening, because the combo that is likely going to be happening every single time is that you are going to be having Hecarim and Cassio looking to kill anybody who is anywhere in the map as long as they are together. And it will happen with the lead they currently have. So, as long as we can see that happen on their end, and that's enabled, they'll be able to. But they're not together right now.
Yep, quality player all by himself, doesn't need the help of Hecarim, executes Starcross all on his lone subdemonic Ascension pop for Shredman so he can keep tanking up all this damage, and the bot lane comes around for the death cards. Forces a flash from Cassio, but will die to the turret. That's a trade kill for Shredman, but man, Cassio already looking scary being able to 2v1 early on.
Man, let's take another look and see about the worthiness of that that play there, because I'm gonna throw it out there that was not worth it to give a shutdown over to the Swain. Your lane partner is now going to be pretty much even with you. In fact, I think they're only 100 gold apart from their total gold discrepancy here. And that does mean that we could definitely see Swain be more of agency. That being said, what's happening here?
More top lane trading bot side. It looks like the first turret was taken, but there's Hextech Ultimatum. Revnon pops the ghost. Noxing Guillotine. Not enough. Those full hemorrhage stacks weren't enough to bring the damage across. So it's a trade of ultimates, but no kills just yet for this top lane bully Darius.
Man,
close there.
It's definitely looking like everybody's all amped up right now in this game, because they're looking to fight, and I love it. But as much as I love it, I gotta make criticism on some of these plays, because they really did lose the control that they had here. Even though we're looking at a 3k deficit in these areas here, the areas where the pressure needs to be still exists for SDC, and that is actually the bigger point that matters at this point in the game, because you need to ramp up these other players in order to get to where you are fight ready to actually contest them in the first place. As we start to see these power spikes come through when the item completions are full across the board, especially from the Darius, we are going to start seeing a lot more agency happen for SDC, regardless of the current stance of where they're at. And even though we start to see this next dragon is going down, I do believe that we're about to see some exciting stuff here, probably in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah. Dragon does get given over to TWF. Of course, SDC don't really want to fight, especially when they're pretty far behind in the gold, but I do want to turn attention to some of the item options here. You see the Black Cleaver rush onto the Hecarim, which is actually very intriguing. I like it quite a bit, because there's going to be a lot of armor stacked up on this, but we're going to see a 3-man dive top lane, so I'm going to shut up for a second.
Sign Me Up certainly didn't sign up for this. 3-man gank. The hook shot doesn't get him out of space. Knocked up by the Cyclone. The Glacial Fissure misses, but it doesn't matter. Revnon Diff, ladies and gentlemen, finally grabs a kill in the top lane, and this lane's starting to seem like the answer for the death cards back into the game 3.
But back to the point that Lucan brought over, it's actually just this top side that is going to be the problem child for TWF. I mean, it was going well in the lane phase, but I mean, now you're 40 CS down, you've given up a kill, and now several tower plates have gone over to this Darius. This is where SDC needs to put their chips towards in order to actually come back into this game, because they're still going to be 3k down as a team. But looking at the overall individual matchup, it's a 1.2k gold lead for Revnon.
Yeah, and like, let's take a look at that as a visualized aspect of what 1.4 gold lead acts for Revnon. Because when you look at those items and you see that he has a Trinity Force to a bunch of components, as well as the fact that he has completed boots, I'm looking at a man who is going to do a lot of damage. As the item implies that it will do a lot of damage, let's also talk about the position that he's been set up to do now, and that he only needs to do because everybody on his team is set up to absorb pressure. He needs to sit in a side lane while the rest of his team just kind of teases everybody else into fighting over on the other end of the map, and then he will open up the map, and then he will join the team while he is a very, very big man, and decide to just swing his axe around. They're already doing that. And while they are 3 kills behind, they are only 2k behind, and that's only in the areas where they currently can look to avoid all these fights. Revnon is a man, Revnon is a monster, and Revnon is the best hope that we can see for SDC controlling this game.
Certainly well said there, Lucan, as we do go back to the top side. A couple more trades there from Revnon. This game, while you mentioned it's still a handed gold lead for the winning formula, feels like the momentum is kind of evened out a bit, as the one real area of spotlight besides the gold lead, besides this Hecarim, the dragon stacking is still a factor for the winning formula. They have 2 of them apiece now, 2 minutes away from the next one. But top side might be the focus. Revnon, Hextech Ultimatum, he's trapped in there with Camille, and Hecarim shows up, knocks him back. Unstoppable Onslaught gives Lee Sinners his 3rd kill. The Cyclone will create distance for Starcross, but now everybody's here to party. Glacial Fisher knocks out and executes Sign Me Up. Shredman going forward now. Demonic Ascension, he grabs again onto the Seraphine, but the turn comes out. Cassiopeia has arrived. Pierce Blade backed into a corner and executed by Quality Player, and the rest of his squad catches Shredman. The patience pays off, and the death cards come up big.
Man, why do I gotta like start praising Revnon so that they know that they gotta focus him? Because that's exactly what they needed to do, and they got the faster rotation. Taking out Revnon early in that fight was critical to them actually being able to win it. While they were able to actually take over and backpedal afterwards and salvage it in one way by getting another kill over onto the Swain and Shredman, it did mean that they are still behind and they are accelerating their lead slightly over in this aspect. Now, with that being the case, we are going to see a little bit of a shift in what they can do here. By picking up the Herald, they can force the issue and make it so that the side lane pressure is not going to be as effective if they open up the map more. Yeah.
Well, they will look to open up the map a bit more, like you mentioned, and it certainly might come as a focus here for this Ocean Drake, as it's about 40 seconds away. You can see a bunch of vision being taken up here by the death cards as they'll try to make some sort of a stance here, but we might be gearing up for another fight. Pierce Blade's going to be spotted out. There's a bit of a death brush coming along. His Quality Player, and now Hecarim will charge up. They might have caught Revnon again. 1 versus 4, the Horsey's running him down, and Lee Sinners is on a rampage. They've shut down the one bright spot for the death cards, and that might be just enough for the SDC to pack up and run, but here's the turn. Glacial Fisher, they've caught this Hecarim out. Lee Sinners is shut down by Zeranos, and now the rest of the squad goes forward, but Quality Player is waiting. Trades of a kills, double kill for this Cassiopeia. Shredman trying to do as much as he can with that Demonic Ascension, but he'll be shut down and forced to run. Encore will whip, but Quality Player finds a 3rd. There's the Zaya ultimate, but it does not matter. 2 double kills, a Quality Player rescues the fight for winning formula and grabs themselves another Ocean Drake.
And such a
Can
good fight.
you imagine if you had Revnon in that fight there and he didn't get picked out before? It would have been perfect. But unfortunately, and fortunately for TWF, he gets absolutely destroyed before it even starts. And with that being the case, they are able to sweep together everyone else and bring that fight over into their hands. Taking another dragon and bringing it onto Soul Point as another point here is going to be devastating to the morale at the very least when you're looking over towards SDC. If there is the one salvageable factor, it's that you now tell Revnon, okay dude, you're not playing Malphite, you can't survive like 5 people being on top of you right now, chill for a bit. We got this, just come in afterwards. It's not all about you. As much as I'm praising you, it's not all about you. You got us. And if he can do that, fine. But on the flip side of that, let's look towards TWF in the way that they are instantly turning over onto Revnon when they see him on the map. They are not letting him get into any one of these fights, and they are recognizing that he is the win condition for these fights in the first place. Good job on them.
Yeah, it was a really good spot by Sign Me Up, and of course, the rest of TWF should be praised for actually having pretty much an immediate response to, hey, we just found the Darius, let's just kill him before the fight starts, and then we can turn it into a 4v5. Of course, it did look a little bit iffy at the start because Hecarim went in but got stun locked, and the rest of the backline was a bit zoned, couldn't get the damage out in time because of the Wukong going in, getting a 4-man knockup on the Cyclone. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. They're able to kite it out and ended up winning that fight overall. So it's becoming so much more difficult for SDC to win these fights, even if they look good at the beginning. But it's hard to say when that was a 4v5. Like you said, having Revnon get it caught out at the beginning of the fight does mean that it would look completely different if he was in it.
100%. And with him going down as well too, we do need to consider where that damage output is now freed up in order to be enabled in the first place. Most of the times that these fights would be happening, if they were a straight 5v5, you'd be looking at Casio having to deal with Revnon and having to pour everything out for damage into Revnon in terms of taking out the Darius before everything starts up in the first place. And then you've got the follow-up from the Swain, and you've got the backline engaging. But before I talk about that,
Beautiful petrifying gaze. Quality player might be cut out though. 2-man encore, and here's Revnon flanking. He'll shut down the 8-kill Cassiopeia. Hextech Ultimatum only traps Camille in with this Darius, who executes Camille with a beautiful Noxie Guillotine. There's a second. Revnon comes online, and the death cards bite back in the topside river.
let's talk about that again, because while I was praising a quality player for the way that he's playing the Cassio, I did need to make the point that the only reason why he's been able to get all this damage off in the fight is because Revnon's not there. The minute Revnon's able to grab over the attention over to the backline and say, Cassio, you and me right now, throw down, he just tears her out of the fight, and once she's gone, there's a lot less damage to actually be applied to the rest of the team, and they are able to sweep through these. Even though they are behind at that point, I believe 5k, they are still able to sweep through the fight convincingly with that lead that is over from TWF, and that is a point that cannot be understated.
Certainly can't be understated, as now this game looks a lot more realistic here for the death cards. The gold lead shrunk to about 2.5, I would say, but the problem might not be the gold lead from a pure stats point at the scoreboard, Graham, because we might be approaching another early soul if the warning formula can secure this one in about a minute.
Yeah, we're going to be up in a minute and a half, though. About 23-minute mark is when you're going to be seeing a very early soul, as I've mentioned several times before, but it looks like we're going to actually see, for the first time in one of the series, I believe, is actually going to be TWF who are first to rotate for a lot of these objectives, and that's because of this gold lead that they have. And it looks like Lee Sin's going to be looking for something, not going to be able to find anyone, but will be just able to clear out the vision, make sure that they can establish themselves in the river and get the mid push so that they can further hold on to this objective, because they want this Ocean Soul. It will make them so much more difficult to try and deal with, especially since they have a Senna Seraphine as their bot lane. The sustain coming through would just be too much, and there are no grievous wounds on the side of SDC so far.
SDC grouped up as 4, Swain farming those wolves, and Camille is shoving in a bot side wave. All ultimates are basically online. Dawning Shadow might be the last one for the parrot there from the Senna, but outside of that, it looks like neither of them are really going to jostle for position yet in the river. It's going to be for mid lane, a little bit of a ramming, as it does look like now the death cards will rotate over to clear out vision. They'll take back that control that Graham talked about. The winning formula finally started to show when it comes to prioritizing these drakes. They have control of the river, and now it's the calm before the storm. The Ocean's Drake will drop onto Summoner's Rift. If the winning formula can get in here and secure it, it is their sole point, and they are not looking to give it up for free. Sign me up, trying to flank, and Revnon will challenge him, but here comes Lee Sinners to drop into the team, finds 4, stoppable onslaught into multiple members. The encore is beautiful, but they jump quality player. He immediately has to flash out. Low health bars all over the Rift, and it's going to be a shutdown for Sign Me Up onto Darius. A trade of kills as the Cassiopeia will take away Slain, but it looks like for now that the winning formula just stole soul point away. They got on top of Revnon and got out with Ocean Drake.
It was even less of Revnon getting locked on top of, and more of Revnon's was stuck dancing back and forth between that fight because he was dealing with Camille in the backline, trying to kill her before anything else. Sure, you can stack up your stacks and look towards accelerating the fight afterwards, but everyone else getting caught out and then having the split decision to go back and forth and looking to walk. It was not the time that you had to deal with, and that did set up the stage there for how that fight went. Initially, I would have said that would have been an awful take to go into that river without any vision, stuck outside of anything that you can see, and attempt it. I would have initially said, go over to the Baron, take it, and then, let them have it. They have not gotten a single dragon, but they got out of there, and they took the gamble, and they won. They got all the 7s, and now, what's going to happen next? Well, that's up to how this next fight plays out.
What a call here from the Death Cards. They're going to turn on to Baron. All 5 members of Winning Formula up. They're tanking this thing up.
He's coming up
looks
soon,
like, yeah, it looks like Starcross is taking a lot of aggro, but here's the beautiful Unstoppable Onslaught. 3-man Petrifying Gaze. They've caught the majority of the Death Cards out, but can they get the kills? Revnon trades 1 for his own life. The Cyclone sets up the Wukong for 1 trade. They got on top of the Cassiopeia, but now the rest of the members of Death Cards are sent packing. Serranos can do nothing but be executed by the Q2 from Sign Me Up, and the Baron call goes disastrously for the blue side.
It was such a weird call. They try to profit off the fact that there's going to be resets coming in from TWF, but the fact is that they just were too fast on they were just too fast on coming out. There's not enough damage onto the Baron, and of course, with the ultimates coming back up, it's just going to mean an absolute wipe for TWF, and of course, they're going to be able to claim the Baron as a prize.
Jump on top of the
that's
Baron.
that's so rough to look at here. Seeing that they decide to make that call is very awkward to say at the best. Their entire comp's focus is about being tankier and able to handle the fights that are started up. As we go into a pause, give me a second here. There seems to be something brought up about a bug being thrown up in the air. But yeah, let's keep talking about the fight that was happening there.
Yeah, to provide context for that bug, though, I think if they're talking about the fact that Seraphine ulti might have went through Brahm's shield a few times, so looks like we might have to investigate something about that. I don't know if we're able to do anything about that, though, so we'll have to come back on that. But yeah, back to the fight. It was a good idea to try and punish those resets, but it just was too slow. There's not enough damage, there's not enough DPS on the side of SDC for these objectives, and it just ended up being a complete wash for TWF.
It's both the lack of damage onto the objectives to take them quickly, and another thing as well too is that with them being a more tanky focused, or at least bruiser and like beef ball kind of comp, when you run over into that Baron and you start it up yourself and you're waiting for them to come into you, it is actually detrimental to you by losing your own resistances and making yourself squishy before that fight exists. Your entire point is to be able to have a higher health pool and deal with them as they are trying to whittle you down in the first place. And when that happened, and as you see all this CC is layered onto them, in the previous fights where they've managed to get out their full 5 team and have the conditions set for them, they have survived long enough through the CC in order to get to the point where suddenly they are fighting once again, and then they reset the fight and it all happens back around them. When you don't have those stats anymore, you can't do that. Bad call in my opinion, and it's really starting to look like a TWF diff here as we start to see the shift of focus is going over to their side, and I'm looking over at Quality being the quality player in these fights.
We'll have a bit of a reset onto the old spectators. This is the common spectator bug after a pause. There it goes with the freeze. But yeah, I mean, Lucan, you kind of alluded to my point. With these fights, you can tell that Starcrossed, particularly with the death cards, they keep prioritizing trying to jump this Cassiopeia. She's done a really good job protecting herself, but by this point in the game, the other carries that are scaling up for the winning formula are really starting to come online with this Camille and Senna that you also have to worry about in fights.
100%. It's interesting to see how we're going to develop from here. There is still a lot of item breakpoints that can happen over onto SDC because they are behind. And with that being the case, once we do see those things happen, and as well as we start to see the gold kind of equalize, maybe from this turret being taken down, there's one point here we can bring over for, there is a chance to shift over things because we see what we want from them, but there's not enough from SDC. That being said, though, is TWF going to allow them to get to those item breakpoints? Because once again, Hecarim is all about momentum and acceleration. And you know what? He's gotten to top speed here with him almost being onto 3 full items. And when that happens, that is pretty much the area where he is able to say in these fights that he dictates the pace, and he doesn't care if you throw a kitchen sink at him, he's gonna throw back an axe. And I'm sorry, but yeah, kitchen sink is pretty threatening and blunt force trauma and all that, but an axe is much deadlier. Like, you know, I can deal with a concussion, but like, I'm not dealing with like, you know, just an axe.
Chopped off head.
Yeah, good, right? You know, I wish he was using the headless horseman skin, but he's not, so it's not as relevant, and that's why I'm kind of sad. It's also past Halloween.
Very true, but
oh, go ahead, Graham.
yeah, no, it looks like they're gonna be on Demolition Squad right now, taking down all these towers in the top lane and the mid lane. So just evening out the playing field, making sure that they cannot leave the base and they have complete control over the jungle of SDC. But it looks like 5-man grouped up for SDC could mean that they're trying to force their way to do something here, trying to prevent this last tower from going down, so that they are at least able to stay somewhat out of their base for the rest of the game. And it does look like they won't be able to get anything too much, as TWF are not going to be committing. But dash on to Pierce Blade, ulti coming down.
Sign me up, Hextech Ultimatum. Yep, onto Pierce Blade. There's Unstoppable Onslaught, and they found the Braum. The big shield for this Death Cards team is down, and they're chasing Starcrossed away. The Senna is really starting to hurt from range, and they'll utilize that last bit of the Nasher buff to knock down bot inhib turret, inner turret, as they have their size set on the bot inhib turret now that should go down with ease. The big worm buff drops off, but they're going to be able to take down that bot inhib turret and the inhibitor as well. There's a pullback, though. Demonic Ascension popped. A beautiful Featherstorm dodges out the Encore from Ninja there, but it's nothing but a trade of flashes. There's Sign Me Up goes back on top of Shredman.
Wow.
Quality player executes him. Hecarim jumps on Revnon as they change their focus to Darius. He drops. Sign Me Up now on a rampage, eyeing a third kill of this fight, chasing Starcrossed under the turret. That Q2 doing a marvelous amount of damage, and they will finally cut down the Wukong. No Baron, no problem. This could be winning formula, punching a 2-1 ticket. But it looks like they might just go to the reset with Elder up
I don't think
soon.
they can yet. There's no ultimates that are up, and there is
No minions.
about in 17 seconds, and with the disengage power of those two champions, it would be kind of rough. They can look for some form of a re-engage soon here, but I think that what they're going to go is they're going to grab the Elder and then look to close out this game.
Very true, and they'll start it up. It doesn't look like there'll be any real contention. Of course, just now will they be 3-man strong on the side of SDC. Revnon will be joining them shortly, but no jungle means it's super hard to contest it. So, aside from a Miracle Steal, I don't see this happening.
Oh
Glacial
no,
Fisher
that's
does
not a good
not
start.
steal away the Elder, and Zeranos is executed in the blink of an eye. Now, Braum, you can hold that shield up, my friend, but the Elder buff will pierce right through it. Pierce Blade drops. That's 2 kills, and now you're going to see Sign Me Up teleport about, 200 feet forward for a bit of BM maybe, as they try to shove in this bot wave and end the game. But with the Ocean Soul, they might have a stake in at least sieging here. Perky the Parrot will knock down.
I don't think so. I think that this game is going to be over, and I think we got to call it at this point, because there's not too many ways that they can really get back into this without having some sort of miracle play. They can look to just kind of choke them out and then go from that. What I want to talk about real quick here is actually the interaction that exists for Braum versus Seraphine, and the thought behind it versus the actual way that it's executed. There's something that I hadn't considered, because they were considering and thinking that it was a bug at the time, and like how they were going to deal with that. Unfortunately, we don't have Riot's nice little chrono break tool in order to fix any of those things to determine anything. But I do know how the interaction works based off of how Seraphine ult kind of punches through with its second proc of the ultimate. And that's actually the key portion here for how everything works together. When Seraphine uses her ult, the first target hit actually triggers a secondary ultimate into bouncing out from her original position. Whether or not it's intended, what that means is that when it hits Braum ult, the initial portion of Seraphine ult actually applies onto Braum, but also spawns a second ult that passes through and repeats over through the rest of the team. So in theory, Braum ult is actually not that great against Seraphine, because no matter what, you can block it on yourself, but it will apply through the rest of your team.
Well, we'll see how it applies as they finally siege these Nexus turrets. This is the final stand for the Death Cards, as Nexus turret number 1 will drop in quick succession. Demonic Ascension popped for Shredman, trying to create some sort of fight, but they're getting shoved back towards their fountain. Zanyas comes back from quality player, but look at the damage of that Elder Buff just shred the entirety of this Death Cards team. Revnon is taken out along with a couple of long-standing members of the Death Cards. Perky the Parrot is free hidden from 800 pixels out as the winning formula will take a 2-1 lead in this grand finals.
And that was such a dominating performance there from TWF. Pretty much from start to finish, they had control over the early game and they were able to close out very nicely. There was only one fight in that mid game there where it just wasn't possible or it just didn't work out too well for them to actually close out that. But other than that, it was quite literally just smooth sailing throughout the entire game.
It really was. And I gotta say, you know what? As much as I kept putting it over at SDC for that one, their comp had some very strong power points to it. But at the end of the day, you know what? It doesn't matter because they lost. And what means what's going to happen from there is TWF has the point here for grabbing the victory into this next game. And SDC is going to have to shore up and figure out how they're going to break through that. So let's talk to the analyst desk to figure out how they think that will happen.
Well, thank you, Lucan, and Graham very much. Again, we'll see you guys hopefully for the next game's draft. But Romeo, I want to give you the floor, man. You had the poetic entrance for why you were picking the winning formula, and it worked out pretty darn well come game 3.
Oh, mother, tell your children not to do what cards have done. Let Lee Sinners lock in an early game champ. Now to his lane he will come. I mean, like, Lee Sinners ran the early game just so insanely well. And, here's the thing. Here is the thing with TWF, right? The mid-jungle synergy is insane. Cassiopeia's constantly rotating when she's available, and that early game fight in the bot river after Hecarim had ganked mid 80 times, they were able to get so far ahead in early game, and once again, like in game 1, it felt like Death Cards were always playing from behind. They were, and they refuse to drop losing fights. I think that's been their biggest problem this game. When you look at a lot of the team fights, like for example, one of the early dragons, we seen Revnon get picked going into a big 5v5 fight, and instead of dropping the fight, they still elected to send their entire team in, try to take the fight, and afterwards, I believe the kill count ended up being 8-3 and a 3k gold gap, when in reality, you just drop the dragon, suck it up, you're gonna still be down a bit of gold, but go push some waves, invade the topside jungle, do something to try to make up for what's going to happen instead of just snowballing your lead. I know right now, though, there is a ticket open over this game regarding what may potentially be a bug. I'm not precisely sure what it's over, but I know there was some talk about the Seraphine ult going through Braum Shield. Do you want to talk about that, Slayer?
It's an interesting dichotomy because I know that it's a weird interaction when it comes to the Braum Shield with the Seraphine ult. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played a ton of Seraphine or Braum. I haven't seen this interaction too often, but I know that Lucan was talking about how you can sort of the weird interaction is I believe you can sort of block a lot of what Seraphine can throw at you as Braum, but it goes past you. So it's a weird interaction to see nonetheless, and hopefully have a resolution soon, because regardless of how this decision goes on behind the scenes, it's been one hell of a series for this dominant grand finals.
Absolutely. And ultimately, so from what I can tell, from what I've read about it, it seems like Seraphine would be, the Seraphine ult counts with the way Braun shield projection works. I'll pull up the exact notes on it, but it seems like that he intercepts the first projectile, causing them to hit him and be destroyed. But because of the way Seraphine's ult works, when it does damage to a target, it extends the projectile. And from what we've seen, it seems to be counting Seraphine's ult as a second projectile that goes through Braum, which is what extends the range. If that's the case, I don't think there's much of a case, but ultimately, we do have some admins from Risen deciding whether or not it is purposeful in the game or just a bug. I was doing some research, and if that's the case, what I said about the analyst desk earlier, I was completely wrong. I was looking up the stats between Seraphine and Braum, and whether it's because of the bug or if it's intentional, Seraphine has a 57% win rate over Braum because of this ult interaction. So it seems like, although I was kind of on the side of SDC for the Braum pick, they kind of counterpicked themselves due to that interaction, and I think it's a part of the reason we've seen bot get snowballed so hard by Hecarim and the Seraphine ults, because I felt like every Seraphine ult was going through 4 or 5 targets in each fight, and I think it's because of how the Braum interaction was working. It made it really hard for SDC to play when your entire focus is making sure Braum stops the Seraphine ult so that your Darius has time to stack those stacks and control the fight. Because almost any time Revnon was able to stack his 5 stacks, they won the fight. If Revnon was alive to get the ult reset, he's getting the heals off, he's getting just one-shotting the entire team, and he was almost the star of the show in every team fight between him and Shred if he was able to pop up. But we've seen a lot of times he got pick. They once again had the Hextech ultimatum to stop him from getting close to too many people while Camille dove the backlines, and Cassiopeia was doing a great job keeping Swain and Revnon at bay.
And it also became prevalent as the game rolled on. The focus at points was, if you are the death cards, was, oh my god, quality players 8-1 on Cassio. I mean, this is DEFCON 1, right? I mean, that's one of the best mage carries that hope to scale up and have weak early games. You give them a strong early game and get to those items early, you have to worry about the Cassio. And the one fight that Death Cards were able to win, they were able to jump onto quality player with Revnon, like you were talking about, and execute Cassio before she could push out a lot of damage. But as the game transitioned to the later stage, 25-30 minutes, everyone seemed to forget that this Camille had been power farming waves on the side. She scales up to a point that maybe outscales the Darius, and as well, Senna was 2-2-18, stacking unbelievably well by the end of the points. So when the death cards went to go for those late game fights, a jump quality player, you saw Starcross forcing the Cassio to flash out constantly. It didn't matter because you still had this Senna doing tons of work next to that Seraphine and sign me up, eviscerating backlines with that Hextech ultimatum and hook shots. So it was a really perfect brew that the fact that Cassio kind of became a bit of a bait in those fights with the other late game carries positioned well for the winning formula.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like, honestly, like, if you're looking at stat wise, holy crap, was quality ever the star of the winning formula. Just so much gold, and did such a great job snowballing the lead. Obviously, there was a play early on that I think almost everyone watching disagreed with, when he went for the invade onto the Raptors and got caught and giving a big bounty over to the side of SDC. But at the end of the day, they rotated a lot more than Shred did, and Shred spent a lot of time farming his lane instead of showing up at those team fights or taking longer to get to those team fights. And it stopped a lot of the early dragon control from SDC. It made some of those fights almost impossible to play. I understand it feels bad when you have to drop a wave, especially when sometimes it's not going to work out. But I feel like a lot of times SDC needed Swain there. They needed Shred to be at the team fight, ready to go before the dragon spawns. Because another big thing that winning formula did was just stack dragons constantly throughout the game. They knew if they get to late game, they win. And every dragon that they take, it's 5 minutes longer for death cards to get a soul. I don't even think their strategy to begin with was necessarily to get the soul as much as it is make sure they don't. Because Ocean Soul would have been monumental for death cards. Darius, it's insane on. With Swain, I mean, just never dies when you have Ocean Soul. It's one of the greatest souls in the game, especially with the team comp they were playing. Even Wukong, he just survives forever in team fights when you're when you're able to dive their backline, make sure Senna and Seraphine never get to play the game. But because there wasn't a lot of rotation going on, and they ultimately at the start of the game, with how well Lee Sinners ran through each lane, making sure mid and bot never got to play the game, that they just constantly had control of this dragon. They also did have control of Heralds, but that was less to do with the actual state of the waves and more as a full team rotation, which I think they also did very well. But, like, just, I think how well the early game went for mid and bot made it impossible to do anything on the bot side of the map. And that being said, Sign Me Up played weak side Camille superbly. Wasn't taking a lot of engages, which okay, I'll be 15 or 20 CS down on Darius, but I understand, my bot lane is getting fed. My mid lane's getting fed. My jungler's getting fed. If I just stay alive, don't int this lane, and don't let Revnon snowball off me. I'll be fine. And then obviously once you start getting 3-4 people diving the turret, it's impossible. But now you're drawing so much pressure that your team's doing stuff on the other side of the map. So I think, like, although Revnon did ultimately get a ton of gold on his side and was a major reason that this game was still winnable for Death Cards, I think Sign Me Up played weak side probably as well as you could hope for.
Wow, certainly a lot of great analysis on the game 3 as always, Romeo. But we're still dealing with the reason for the pause here, so we're trying to figure those things out. So one more question here before we will likely take a break. I want to hear from you, Romeo. Is when you lose a game 3, a lot of the times in a best of 5, no matter if we're talking about league or any basically competitive format that has a best of 5 scenario, you drop that game 3 really hard to come back. So if you are the Death Cards, what are you sort of prescribing to see them switch up for this game 4? Is it draft based, or is it back to some sort of macro communication that maybe you saw them successfully execute in their game 2 win?
I think right now, the best thing you can hope for them, because I don't think it's necessarily their fault they lost this game in the way of we didn't. Okay, I think 2 things. One, we need to clean up early game against Lee Sinners. The biggest thing they need to do right now is shut down Lee Sinners. Lee Sinners has run rampant through each team. Whether that means you put Star on like a Sejuani or something where he can just defend his lanes from Lee Sinners early game so that they can, once Lee Sinners out of early game, he doesn't do that much. It's the early game this guy facilitates each lane. So if they can shut that down, they're almost guaranteed to win. We've seen what happened when he was on Fiddlestick and wasn't able to control early game. You see Star make up for it, but they need Star to find a way to counter jungle him in the early game so that they can get to the mid and late game. The other thing I think they need to work on during this break while we're waiting to find a result, especially if this result does not go in their favor and we don't have a restart in this game because of the bug, they need to stop and just right now take this time to preserve as much mental as you can. We've seen at the end of the game, and I can't blame them for this, but you definitely could tell a lot of the plays they were making is because of tilt from what's going on with the Seraphine Braum thing. You just need to be able to sit there, talk as a team, say, even if this result doesn't go in our favor, let's calm down, listen to some music as a team, and just prepare ourselves to win these next 2 games. Bring it. I think if they win game 4, it's going to be the intensity is going to be great into the game 5. But right now, I think it's heavily, even if it means next game you're going on comfort picks and getting ready to just be comfortable and do the best you can in this fight for your life against the defending champions. They just need to sit down, preserve as much mental as they can, and really, really prepare themselves for whatever the result may be going into this next game, whether it's a repeat of game 3 or going into game 4. Because it is very, very hard what happened with Braum. And I think they played as well as they could have, not knowing what was going to happen between the Braum and Seraphine alt interaction. Because even me on the analysis desk, I'm supposed to know what's going to happen. I didn't know what's going to happen. So I think you can't. I think that's just something you got to talk to your coach, make sure he knows what's going to happen in a scenario like that. And you sit down, get comfortable, and get ready no matter what happens.
Well, right now we don't have a lot of answers with what will happen for the future of this game. We can confirm that the Risen admin team are on it. We're going to make a decision soon. But with the allotted time and the unknown extent of this break, we are going to take a break on the broadcast very quickly. But on the other side, we will have an answer for you for what the future of the Premade Dominant Finals looks like between SDC Death Cards and... Oh,
wait a minute. It seems we do have an answer right here. I don't know if they're just going to feed it to us or if Matt's going to come on the stream and let us know, but we do have an answer. Okay, It has been decided that it is an interaction inside of the game and nothing's going to be overturned, which means I think we'll be headed into draft pretty shortly here. They're just going to be setting up for it, and I think we'll take a break and then head over to draft real shortly.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break, but on the other side, we'll have Lucan and Graham take you through the game for draft, so that me and Romeo can catch our breath after doing such deep analysis. On the other side, though, game 4 draft, SDC Death Cards, can they extend the series, or is this a winning formula 2-time champs? Find out on the other side.
Can't get slowed when he was in Pike D. I've seen. Nice. Okay. Okay then. I'm gonna try to get you the penta on him. You ever know? You can't die with him. It's gonna get dog.
You can go. I mean, I have flashing. A second.
Oh my god!
Suddenly teleports
They go for a
on the
pick
side of
one here.
CCW. They might try to go for a pick here. Box Prime has to be careful. Doesn't know they're all there. This
in
could be the
Mega.
pick they
He's
want,
in mini.
but you have to be careful as well, though. They're gonna burst him down. Box Prime dies before anyone else can go in.
he
They
missed the
don't get
call
the
of
second
force
call of
guard.
the force guard. And here we go. Here comes the Vlad. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad on the back line. There's a double knockout. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad gets one of them. Vlad's able to get two of them unbound. He's gonna survive on the back end of it, but they're gonna be able to kill the Anivia. And there's two dead on the side of
Still
CCW.
going.
Can they get more? There's the Vlad. Can they get the knockup on Asthmatic Boy? Can he get the blast kill? No, he can't. He's gonna fall incredibly low. They're gonna keep going in. Team Shooter is gonna be able to get the root. They're gonna try to find more. They're gonna find everyone. But there's the kill. Unbound. He's doing it all. Unbound is doing it all. Give it out. Unbound. Unbound's killing them all. Unbound is winning this game.
Okay. You guys good?
They're definitely gonna get it, but I think we win this one, guys.
Oh
maybe
my
they don't.
god.
Get it, get it, get it, get it!
Like, you know where like the cleavage is, where like the boobs touch, or supposed to touch?
No, I've never touched a woman.
Cat Everfrost will use knockdown fight hit. There goes a 5-man shield there. Bryce Rack's going to get caught up in the baby cage. Gets us going to be a 3-man shockwave in the back line with a big face breaker. That's going to be a showstopper right there. That's
Can't get slowed when he was in Pike Steve. I have tissue, I have tissue. Nice. Okay. Okay then. I'm gonna try to get you the penta also. You ever know? You can't die with this. It's gonna get dogged.
You can go. I mean, I have flashing. A second.
Oh my god!
Suddenly teleports
They go for a
on the
pick
side of
one here.
CCW. They might try to go for a pick here. Box Prime has to be careful. Doesn't know they're all there.
He's
This
in
could be the
Mega.
pick they
He's
want,
in mini.
but you have to be careful as well, though. They're gonna burst him down. Box Prime dies before anyone else can go in.
he
They
missed the
don't get
call
the
of
second
force
call of
guard.
the force guard. And here we go. Here comes the Vlad. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad on the back line. There's a double knockout. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad gets one of them. Vlad's able to get two of them unbound. He's gonna survive on the back end of it, but they're gonna be able to kill the Anivia. And there's two dead on the side of
Still
CCW.
going.
Can they get more? There's the Vlad. Can they get the knockup on Asthmatic Boy? Can he get the blast kill? No, he can't. He's gonna fall incredibly low. They're gonna keep going in. Team Shooter is gonna be able to get the root. They're gonna try to find more. They're gonna find everyone. But there's the kill.
Hello and welcome back to Risen Dominate Finals. This is going to be game 4, of course. You heard before the break that the game 3 will not be overturned. Nothing will happen, and it's just going to continue as normal. But I am here with Lucan as my fellow color caster for the draft, and we're actually just going to hop right into it. We have TWF on the blue side once again, so reverting back to the sides that we had for game 1 and 2. And I don't expect the bans to change too much. We saw the picks change drastically in the last game, but we'll see if they go for something similar this time.
Rapid firing, though. After that break, they really want to get into this game over on TWF side, it seems. But SDC definitely taking a little bit more of a slower approach to see what they want to consider is, like, maybe changing up the bans a little bit earlier here. I'm expecting that they're probably thinking, like, well, Aatrox is still a pain to deal with, and they want to give agency over to Revnot. But is it something that needs to go down? Yes, it is, apparently. Rapid fire back over at him with Mordekaiser happening here, and we've got Yuumi banned over once again, and TWF is looking to slam down something that's going to solidify what they want to kind of do in this draft.
Yeah, don't quite know what they want to take an angle on, because beforehand I would say that they would want something different, but now they want the Hecarim, they just want to say, we're going to run back game 3.
Yeah. I mean, like, it worked really well for them in the first game, and, like, it's definitely respectable to pick it up this early as well, too. But I think one of the reasons why it worked so well was that you didn't have the ability to contest it with a counter jungle point unless you were putting Wukong top lane. By dropping it in this early, you do open up yourself to actually change up your... I was going to say, change up your jungle pick and choose an earlier game-focused jungler with the same comp and actually make it work even better. That does also mean that they could actually take away the Seraphine from them this time, too. Or choose to do something a little bit different in order to enable. I don't know what is going to happen from here, but I do think that TWF actually can still choose the same path as well. We might actually see some form of a salty run back.
I think it probably will just be Senna Seraphine. I don't see a reason why not, but it looks like they're just going to take the Ornn instead. They really just want that top lane. And into Darius, it's going to be a little rough early on, but I have a feeling that they calculated that it's probably going to be rough no matter what they pick anyway, so you might as well just draft the Ornn.
Man, okay, so if they are picking Ornn here too, it does mean that they've got pretty much the same kind of function in what the CCs that's brought up from Seraphine is in the first place. You could double it down with Seraphine if you really wanted to, but like essentially you're opening yourself up to maybe even picking like a bigger like roaming support option. I was gonna say from SDC, if you're gonna change up
wow.
Wait, okay, huh?
That's Darius jungle. Or set mid, but I have a feeling
that's
Darius
what I'm saying. Like, there's a couple of options here. There's a few different ways that this can go. I'm a little confused. Okay, I'm gonna go back on another page here while I dissect where that set is going in the first place. But I was gonna say, like, if you are gonna have this Darius be some form of a pick that you're looking to like center the team around, I'm curious as why we haven't seen Morgana paired with it, so that you don't have to worry so much about the CC when it's kind of jumping in there in the first place. You get a maximum kind of damage output, and you're still able to pick and do a lot of these things and play defensively in the same way that Braum does, but not quite as a beef wall. Karma makes less sense if you were even going to go that route, because I was thinking, like, if your other option is to go another tanky frontline. But Set, I am very confused by. I'm not too sure where you're going to be putting it in, but I do understand that having it is great when you're going into the Ornn in the first place. But once again, like, huh? The landscape is very different already, and I'm kind of baffled by what I can even look at for if Karma's maybe even mid right now. Like, we could see Morgana going into another slot in here, because I'd still like to see it now that you have two run-at-you champions enforced by a Karma that can speed somebody up as well. But there's a lot of questions that are likely going to be and hopefully answered by the next pick here. Not
Varus,
really.
that's pretty standard. I kind of expected the ADC to pick go through, and with no bans available, Varus is the next thing that they'd want for SDC, so it's a pretty standard bot lane, all things considered, the Varus Karma. Lulu is up, notably speaking, and so is Renata, so I imagine that'll be one of those two that'll be picked up as the Renata hover goes through. Thank you very much, TWF, for proving me right, but it does raise some questions of what this mid lane is, and I'm very concerned about SDC's composition, because again, it goes back to how easy is it to actually play the game, and they don't have the engaged tools that they have succeeded on in the past. They don't have that Wukong that can kind of be a snap engage. They don't have things that allow them to play the game efficiently, and it's just going to be a run-at-you composition. And when you have a Jinx Renata, I don't know how you actually reach this backline, and I'm pretty sure you can lock in whatever control mage you want for TWF, and you'll be perfectly happy with it.
Looks like they might not pick
Lissandra.
Lissandra.
Not quite what I had in mind, but that also works.
No, not really. It does work, but like now my ultimate question here is like you need a form of like you need a gap closer in order to enable a lot of things to happen. And like generally, it's not even really a gap closer that needs to exist in this comp to complete it. It's something that like it's an enabler for the damage to like happen in the first place. And I don't know what they're going to pick here, but that's what it's going to have to be. I don't know about this one, man. Like I'm sorry. I get what you're going with by picking Oriana here, but like you're essentially tripling down on the zone control and then hoping that everyone else can kind of run in to deal with things. I do get that you have that form of range advantage, but like fight resets are very much dictated by TWF going in and then resetting. But then on the flip side of that, like the only way that you can realistically reset the fight more commonly in the way that the fight priority is going to happen is Hecarim's going to dive in, try to fear everybody. Ornn's going to layer it on top with an ultimate, and Set's best option in these fights is going to be to reset Hecarim over into the back line, but Hecarim can actually go more damage focused, so you're still left with everybody else to sweep through the fight with a bunch of other tools to even make that work. Or you even say just Lissandra just decides to alt Set at the beginning of a fight, and like he's not even able to do that. That's not even like a good choice in most cases, but she's allowed to because she has a lot of other things that can enable her to do more damage from that too. You kill Set right at the beginning, and you've got just what are those the ice watcher thingy-majiggies that start walking over through. This is why I'm not a play-by-play caster.
Frozen Thralls.
Frozen Thralls can just start to like sweep through the fight without you having the ability to even contest them, because now they create more zone control where you were holding the area.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think TWF's composition is very well structured and is a very standard, just front to back. This is essentially when you picture what a League of Legends composition is. This is pretty much a stock standard. Like,
yeah, this is very textbook composition.
On SDC's side, I mean, the way that I see it, there's two approaches that you can take to try and combat TWF's composition. You can either try and just full hard engage and don't give them the opportunity to ever set up for a lot of the angles they want with the Hecarim and the Lissandra Claw, or you can try and play for extreme peel, but I feel like their composition doesn't really do either. They want to do this weird thing where it profits off of an overextension from like a Lissandra mispositioning off of her E, or maybe the Jinx getting caught out. But realistically, TWF have been playing team fights so incredibly well this entire series. I don't see how the positioning will work out for them.
I've got the perfect analogy for the way that I'm looking at SDC versus TWF in this specific comp that we're looking at right here. You know the game Uno, right, Graham?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. So like SDC's entire point of what they're trying to do is they're trying to throw an Uno reverse card and say, "Ha, you lose!" Like, no, on to you. And they're holding on to that card and thinking that it's going to matter. While the entire time, TWF just holds the ability to just throw all their cards onto the table all at once, and then everything's down there and the game's over, but SDC is still left with a bunch of cards in their hand and they haven't won anything. That's the way I'm looking at this comp right now, because it shouldn't work. And I'm going to say that before the game starts, that it really shouldn't work as long as TWF decides to take the proper engages and the textbook, very easy to execute way that they're going to even need to manage this in the first place. In fact, any form of reset that happens over on towards TWF in these fights will always be dictated by the backline. Jinx, Renata, and Lissandra have every opportunity to just choose one target that starts running towards them and reset the fight, because now it makes it worse for the enemy team. Like, the zone control potential is actually better on TWF, while SDC is looking to make zone control their whole thing. That's their whole identity, and it's a very confusing draft to look at. And you already know where my prediction lies here. I'm looking towards TWF this game.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to go with TWF for the first time this series, actually.
Same.
But I think it's just a really solid draft coming out for them. But before we toss it back to the analyst desk, any last sort of remarks before we hop in?
Nothing really outside of as much as I have been looking towards SDC, and they have shown interesting picks on their side. I have a few times wanted to say TWF had the potential to win and was going to be on the better side of this all here. I did like the Fiddlesticks. I just thought that it wasn't really, they didn't enable it well enough and all of that. But everything that I've said up until this point is kind of null and point, because as we get into game 4 here, it's all on the line for SDC, and I don't think they've given themselves the best tools, but if they can get it, and they do win it, props to them. That's about it.
Yeah, well, you heard it from us. We're voting for TWF, so let's pass it to the analyst to see if they have any differing comments on this one.
Well, we'll certainly see. I honestly, sorry, I don't know how to react to the comp from SDC Death Cards. I also just am kind of a little sad over here, Romy. I don't know if you've been doing the math, but I'm literally 0-3 in picking the correct team here. So I'll say this now. I'll put my entire pride on the line. If the winning formula don't win this game, I'm not going to retire from casting, but I'll just be like really sad for a week because at this point, it's getting egregious how badly I'm picking in this one. I'll get out of the way though really quickly, Romeo, so you can have your moment. The winning formula drafted better, a lot better. And the only way I see the Death Cards winning this game is they're going to try and maybe like meme duel every 7 minutes, like every 7 seconds with this Darius jungle and set, trying to bruise and get some sort of lead. The Karma Varus are going to be uber aggressive. If they can get a stupid snowball early lead, they can win this game. But if this game is at all close come, I don't know, 9-10 minutes, the comp difference is just too much.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you as Death Cards are going to smash each lane and control the jungle as Darius jungle. Set will absolutely smash the top lane because who is it? It's Revnon. Revnon is our Lord and Savior and will make sure that we get to a game 5. I can't do this. From my understanding, Death Cards have paid off some people to get me to read a script. No, I've said it all night. The winning formula have to win. I've finally convinced everyone in this call to win. If I am not seen or heard from after this analysis test, Death Cards paid people off. I promise you, the winning formula have outdrafted them. There's too much CC to go around, and if they don't win, if the winning formula loses this game, they don't deserve to win finals. I genuinely think there's a massive draft difference on the table. Call of the Forge God is going to be huge with Renata ults, and unless Orianna and Chains of Corruption, those two ults combined, can pull off huge things in team fights, it's almost impossible for Set to play. Darius is a weird off-meta jungle to pick into Hecarim, a guy who's been snowballing each game, especially considering how hard it is to play Darius. Really level 6. So, yeah, I think it's definitely winning formula's game to lose. The only way they truly lose this game is if we watch each of the members, if we watch Revnon smash Sign Me Up in lane, if we watch Starcross smash Lee Sinners in the jungle, Quality needs to get smashed in mid by Shred, and then Perky and Final need to somehow just completely fumble the bag in the bot lane. So unless we watch each of these people smash their lanes, it's unfortunately not going to go to a game 5 tonight. But if it goes to a game 5, I almost guarantee you, Death Cards, take it at all. Now, please. Anything you want to add, Slayer?
Well, I definitely think the Lucan and Graham made a good point there that I just don't even know how you team fight. If you are the Death Cards, you try to play range, sure, but the comp that they've drafted, I don't know at all how you stop Ornn running at you, Hecarim running at you with Unstoppable Onslaught. Call the Forge God Hostile Takeover so much room, and then quality player, maybe with the best pick of the draft, being able to jump in on top of all of them and put themselves in the Frozen Tomb, along with being able to Frozen Tomb any member of the Death Cards. So I really don't know how they win this game, but Romeo, you have any final thoughts before we get into game 4?
I think unless Death Cards snowballs this game out of control and just hard death balls in each lane, I think I think that this is 100% going to be a winning formula game. I think we're gonna see Death Cards prioritize early Herald, and I think we're gonna see a lot of tower dives and anything they can do to scrap and get themselves ahead. Because if they take team fights, the game's over.
Well, to find out if the winning formula are going to be 2-time champs or if the Death Cards are going to punch back with a wacky comp, let's get back to Summoner's Rift one more time, Romeo. It's been a pleasure as always.
It's been a pleasure.
We'll hopefully see you on the other side potentially of this one as we get on to Summoner's Rift, and I bring Graham and Lucan back in. Guys, we have a fan start. It's the first one of the whole series. I'm kind of shocked it took this long.
Yeah.
Okay, so the comps are weird. Don't get me wrong. And the biggest analysis that you can bring from looking at, or the first impression analysis that you ever bring when you're looking at a draft is head-to-head, right? All the champions looking over head-to-head and how they're going to interact in a full team fight. The discussion that I didn't want to start until we got into game is actually about the buffs that were given to Darius Jungle a while back, and that his clear is actually fairly healthy. In fact, not even just healthy, but fairly fast, meaning that, like, yes, while he's like a run-at-you kind of champion, he's able to actually kind of power farm and then scale up and get to a point where he's very lethal, very quick. And that's likely what they're kind of aiming for here with Starcrossed. They're also going to look towards getting it onto the easiest lane to get the kills with in the first place. And that's, of course, going to lie over in top lane again, where Revnon is, and he can actually pull over and bring in some CC. And they can kind of look to lock down and do the tank shred that they do very quickly here. As you actually see that while, like, Hecarim is just switching over to Gromp right now, and kind of competing here with the Darius. Darius is actually ahead on camps, and actually maybe looking towards doing something kind of spicy here by invading early on. And that is what I was talking about when I said that he's got, like, this very quick clear. It is going to be spotted out in a ward, and I'm waiting to see how the reaction goes, but that is where the spice is coming out in this pick.
Yeah, it was like they will be able to collapse, though.
Yeah, they will molecularly move over to match it. I was curious to see if Lee Sinners would go to vertical jungle, but no, they're going to try and match it. Jumps on top of Starcross. There's a flash root from quality player the Darius. No flash, pops Ghost, and it's enough space because the Death Guard's bottom lane were the first to roam over, so it ends up being a flash for Ghost trade, and the red buff secured for Lee Sinners and Graham. No surprise here that with the comp we saw from the Death Guards, a lot of early action.
A lot of early action indeed, and that is actually very beneficial for the side of TWF because it was the Hecarim that was already ahead in the gold count because of the camp lead, because the Darius wanted to invade there, so he missed out on a little bit of timing, and that Hecarim will be able to clear much faster now, and it puts Darius on a very strong backpedal. Of course, there was several summoner spells burned on the side of TWF. The flash from Lissandra is notably missing compared to only just the Ghost burn for the Darius, so it is a little bit more vulnerable in that mid lane, and hopefully we'll be able to see the Darius pressure it. But again, you can just Lissandra E out, and it's no longer really anything to be concerned of.
I don't think it's so much that it's not a concern right now. It's just the shift of power is now into Hecarim's hands again, which it was kind of expected to be based off of the pre-draft conception here. Okay, so let's take a look as well, too, because I didn't get a chance to talk to it, because action happened very early this game. We looked at a pre-2-minute kind of fight happening with everyone involved in there. We do actually have an advantage over in bot lane as well, too, in the amount of pressure that can be put over there, meaning that is kind of what we're going to look to see because of Darius's quick clear, and it stays quick, by the way. We are kind of looking at what the strategy idea was towards SDC, because as we see the gank happening.
That's Ghost Pop from Revnon. No Ghost for Starcross, though, and we're going to just walk right on out of there. Easy gank. Not so much for the Death Guards, as here comes Hecarim, though. The re-engage. This is a summerless Darius getting jumped on. There's the cube for healing, but Starcross will drop to the Forge God and make it a double disaster in the top lane for the Death Guards.
Man, and just Hecarim being able to get there so quick is just not great here. Yeah, regardless of what their game plan is now, it's there's the wrench that's thrown into it, and with it being an unorthodox one at best, I don't know what you're gonna do with 2-0 Ornn into this matchup right now.
It is going to be a little bit rough. The Ornn will become much tankier, much quicker, but I mean, if you want to be a little bit more optimistic, at least that's not on the Hecarim, because we kind of saw what happened if you give the Hecarim early gold last game. Certainly didn't look too well. At least you can say that, sure, the set might not be able to do as much bullying, but it should still be favored for him until that level 6 mark, which is approaching soon. So it is really bad, don't get me wrong, but it is not the worst it could be.
It definitely isn't, and like I said, there's still also the saving graces in the fact that your bot lane is going to have that pressure diff for when they are actually throwing out everything back towards it. And in the early game portions of this is really when SDC is going to have their greatest moments, but the longer that this game goes on, especially when you're accelerating in Ornn of all champions, it's not gonna get easier, and that is the quick realization that will happen if they do not find a way in order to break out of the box that they've kind of put themselves in.
Certainly an early game box, and I know I talked about on the analyst desk that the only way I really see a Death Card's win coming is if Revnon and Star Cross get really aggressive and get some early skirmish kills. Well, they're the two that are down 0-1, and Star Cross is also down a decent amount of CS on clears. We can see Lee Sinners wants to continue to push that 2-assist lead, setting up for a potential lane gank, but he will actually just back off as we settle down a bit at 6.5 minutes with about a 1.5k gold lead. But guys, 1.5k at 6 minutes is just so much more valuable than the numbers really say.
Especially when it's onto a champion that can literally just buy in lane. So, like, he's just kind of, like, ramping up while he's there, and he's kind of forcing Revnon to stay there, too, while not being able to buy back. And if he does go back, then he gets plates. So, like, everything just kind of cascades over from this lane, and you're not really sure how to deal with it either. You want to get the shutdown over on the Ornn, but, like, you can't really get to Ornn in the first place now that he's 6'2", unless you get behind him and throw him under your own tower. So, like, a lot of these things are conditional on these things happening, but as I say that, there is a dragon that is taken over by SDC. So we do have a little bit of hope still lying with this roster.
Yeah, very good point. The top side is going to be a bit more detrimental, but look at the bot side. As you mentioned, the dragon did go over, so they're able to secure at least that. It will be about a 2k gold lead now. But one interesting thing I do want to point out, just before we get any further into the action, is that this is actually going to be an AP Varus. If you look at the items in the runes, so
I will say that is a scary Varus.
It is very scary.
Having had experience against that champion, it is a terrifying thing to run into.
Yeah, and it does actually help significantly against a lot of the front line because of the max HP shred on the blight stacks there. You pop the ulti, and then the WQ will come in, and it can absolutely shred through this Ornn. So there is some amount of hope there. But
I get it now. I actually get it now. They wanted to give the Ornn the extra kills because if Ornn has more health, then Varus AP does more damage. You know what?
True.
Big brain moments are happening here. And you know what? If that's the case, then I mean, like, honestly, that everything's gone according to plan and nothing's out of the hands right now of SDC.
True.
Well, we'll certainly see how that plays out. It's a theory, nonetheless. As we did miss a little bit of mid lane action, but you know, you guys were talking about strong build paths. Well, something that's not so strong is Orianna damage. Early Shredman actually tried to trade with quality player, but the command shockwave combo just didn't do enough damage. So Lissandra literally just walked out of it, and we're starting to settle in a bit here. And yeah, the itemization, we'll see an AP Varus, see how that plays out as well. It looks like once again the Leaf Sinners is not going to go for the uber damage Duskblade build. That's another Kindle gem in his kit, which likely signifies probably a Trinity Force, or I'm blanking on the other one that I'm blanking on the other one. Yeah, Divine Summoner, right. I always blank on that one. That's why Graham's here for that path. And speaking of paths, pathing towards trying to set up another bot game lane gank, or maybe just hovering in case any sort of action flows that way.
I'm gonna say, if we're talking about items too, like, it is also possible that we see the Black Cleaver coming from Hecarim again. And I'll be honest, I don't think that this game that's as much to play. You don't have a triple tank threat to deal with, and you're kind of better off just building more damage so you can burst out this AP Varus that's gonna pop your front line like very quick. So it's gonna be interesting to see, because like you're honestly kind of putting yourself into a disadvantage by building more health and getting yourself tanky at this point, which is like the weirdest thing to deal with when you're dealing with standard kind of composition teams, because you expect like, oh, I'm tanky, it helps out the team. Not this time. You're actually kind of setting yourself back by not looking to just burst somebody outright and thinking that you can go into the backline and stick on top of them. That's my statement.
yeah, that's certainly a good one. It looks like, though, I will say, for Starcross, he's doing a good job on neutral objectives. We saw he snuck the dragon under the nose of Lee Sinners right there, and just took Rift Herald by timing rotates pretty well. So he got Lee Sinners on a bot side clear, and he's able to pick up Shelly. So yeah, sure, you're down 2-0. This Ornn's pretty strong. You're also down significant CS in every single lane, arguably, especially mid lane. But neutral objective wise, doing a pretty good job. And a Rift Herald this early could definitely pull you back into this game in the gold department.
100%, and that's one of the things I was talking about like Darius's clear being super healthy. He's like those stacks, those armor and the passive armor pen that he actually gets from them, in the bleed and everything, makes him clearing like single target objectives when he's building towards jungle crazy. He actually does so much damage, and that does mean that he's actually able to kind of like sneak these clears very fast. And even if they do notice him on like in the vision or whatever, he's pretty much cleared half of it by the time that they're starting to head over. And like once again, look, he's just looking to, hey, you know what? Hecarim's jungle. I don't care if I died earlier. I'm still gonna head over to it, because he'll just sweep through that camp and then just start moving along, and he's gonna keep doing that.
He will continue to push the advantage in these invade comms. It also helps that the bottom lane from Death Guards came over, is they'll also rotate over to force quality player off the wave. So certainly seems like after a game one where we saw Lee Sinders everywhere on the map, might be getting a little bit out-rotated currently and seems a bit more passive. We'll have the chance, though, Graham, to make up for it with this Infernal Drake spawning in a couple seconds and him being around the river.
Yeah, it looks like Sign Me Up is actually running straight down to that objective, want to make sure that you can actually fight substantially with the team, because that call the Forge God, like we saw in Game 1, is absolutely critical, and they're going to charge in. They sighted him.
Zap lands, and Darius is knocked back by Hecarim. There's a root from the Chompers. Unstoppable Onslaught fears Darius to his demise, but Varus is able to trade out. Hostile takeover and Call of the Forge God will shut down this Orianna, but she's able to flash out to safety. So it's going to be a trade of the junglers, as we do see Revnon is also coming down, and they might try and 4v4 this. Health bars aren't too healthy. Too. Yeah, and Final Ninja chunk down low from the Karma. There's the Showstopper, jumps into all the members. Frozen Tomb on top of the set, but gets the W out. Perky the Parrots eviscerated. Orianna comes across for a kill of her own, and it's the Death Cards that come up huge at the Drake Pit.
And here's where you get to see the power that they can have if the engage isn't done 100% properly. Because if you have only the one backline access and you do not kill that Varus, or you do not get the damage dealers out fast enough, then you're actually setting yourself up for a disadvantage in this fight. They committed a lot of stuff only towards killing the Darius, but Darius isn't so much the threat in this comp here. Darius is made to accelerate tempo in all of the lanes by clearing out jungle as fast as he possibly can. And with him doing that and forcing issues constantly, and them focusing him in that fight, they wasted a lot of what they needed to use in order to kill the backline threats. That's why they won that fight. You don't let that happen again, you'll be in an advantage. But for that fight there, man, it showed the strength of SDC's comp.
And I do want to add, just for the future, for the next fight, is that there are so many summoner spells burned so that that engage from TWF doesn't go completely south for SDC. So many of the mobilities, so many of the flashes were burned there. And now coming into the next fight with the next Rift Herald spawning very shortly, within 2 minutes, if they choose to fight over this, there's no mobility on the rest of these carries. So the Ornn ulti, the Call of the Forge God, the Unstoppable Onslaught from Hecarim can hit so many of the backline, and there's nothing they can do about it. So they're going to have to chill and wait for the next about 3 minutes, it looks like, on the cooldown, before they can even try to do anything.
And you're really starting to see the display of these summoners' choices come out, as well as you don't always see a game where there's 2 cleanses and there's 3 flashes, but that is the summoner choices of this Death Cards lineup, is both Shredman and Zolocast are rocking cleanse here. The aforementioned getting jumped on doesn't cleanse at the right time. The knockback comes across, a quality player will pick up a solo kill. Topside Revnon will trade out, but not the greatest cleanse, and a beautiful execution there from the winning formula in the mid lane.
We'll talk real quick about the set rune choice here as well too. Going with lethal tempo does mean that he's actually able to accelerate a lot of stuff over and over and over again, as he kind of just chooses to run, and he actually is at the point now where he wins against Ornn.
My gosh, what a trade. Fancy footwork from Sign Me Up to flash the lineup Call of the Forge God, but it just doesn't matter. This set has the Gore Drinker and Kid, and Graham, that top lane matchup really swerved back the other direction in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, got 2 kills from that roam down to the bot lane there. Y'all, the dragon fight, and that does mean that it's still set. He's still gonna take your head off with the face breaker into the showstopper, and then finally the W coming through, landing all the true damage, making sure to clean up that up. And of course, Ornn can't really fight back that much, even though he got 2 kills early on. It only helps him get tankier, and if the gold is going to be matched by the set, of course, that tankiness doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, that's that lethal tempo, actually big brain, genius plays. Everything that they're trying to do is big brain if it works. And you know what? Right now, it's definitely working to show that they can still have a fighting chance in these fights, regardless of what the initial analysis was, because now that they've kind of thrown everything out there and we're able to see how the landscape is, we also need to consider the mentality of the players who can't hear us talk about what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. Because as they approach all of these situations here, they are looking to do the exact same thing over and over every time. And if they do not decide to change up the way that they approach things, and that maybe they don't find a way to do a full engage over onto here, we will see some interesting stuff happen, because there's the Hecarim.
A beautiful unstoppable onslaught means the Hecarim doesn't get grabbed. Showstopper still comes across, though. So the set does jump in, but no kills found. Beautiful stopwatch there. Or, sorry, Frozen Tomb utilized there by quality player. The only member of the winning formula right now with a bounty could be a target for these picks.
Okay, so once again, we're going to talk about the fact that Hecarim is focused on ganks, and that makes a lot of sense. So Darius says, I don't care if you're going to gank. All I'm going to do is just keep taking objectives. And he decides to take another Rift Herald while all of that happens, and you have Set who rotates over to counter the gank for him, knowing that his jungler is going to go and take that. They have looked to accelerate the game and say that we can just throw down pressure in other areas. We don't care how much you want to fight. We will not fight you on your own terms. We will fight on our own here and there, and they will win every single time that they fight in those corridors and in the areas where they have the vision. That is how they win this game, but how do they close it out, and how do they actually bridge it to the later portions? I want to see what the next fight looks like for a full team fight here, because that will kind of spell the landscape for how the attitudes go across these teams. When you're ahead and you're looking at one game away from winning the finals here over in Risen Dominate, then you're wanting to accelerate and you're wanting to just pump up that. But is it going to work, or are you going to just fumble?
Well, right now, Lee Sinners just fumbled. The Frozen 2 Unstoppable Onslaught combo wasn't enough to even kill off Starcross, so the winning Formula Jungler drops. They can't get the pick off, and now the Drake is up. That's Ghost Pop from Revnon as he wants a piece of the action onto the Forge God. He'll pull Ornn back from his own dash. He'll have to utilize Call the Forge God, but he gets jumped on and executed. The turn from Perky the Parrot will pick up one kill, but his support drops. Jinx gets excited, but he's staring down a Spanish Armada as the rest of the death cards run down quality player and company. They end up getting three kills and have their sights set on that Drake.
Man,
way too aggressive there.
The aggression that is happening is wild, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah, no. They tried to get a pick onto the Darius before the fight started, but they didn't have the rest of their team there to ensure that it was guaranteed to be a pick. Meanwhile, they didn't have vision to actually confirm if the rest of the Darius' team was there, and it looks like CP coming from quality could end up being a pick, but it looks like it'll just dissuade them from it. Going in, though.
He jumps back in to get the root, but he's all alone. Unstoppable Onslaught comes out. They trade the kill, but quality player was sporting a bounty, just gave it over for virtually free.
I'm not sure about that one, but
it seems like a mix of understanding over on TWF's side. The ult miss, though. Whoa, another fight.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption whiffs, so no pick originally. They try and jump on this tanky set as Shelly is dropped in the mid lane, but looks like a wasted bout of the Rift Herald from Starcross. They'll try and use the window to go onto that Ocean Drake, but it's still going to be a 4-on-4 here cleanly as they jump on top of it. Down to about 5,000. It looks like Lee Sinners actually is much more content on catching up in the farm department than securing this Drake.
Whoa.
Super Mega Death Rocket almost made it interesting, but that's going to be sole point for the death cards at 20 minutes.
Okay. I want to make this point here because we always talk about the head-to-head and we talk about the way that the game should be played in a perfect vacuum environment, but we're not talking about the way that these players are looking at it right now. You have TWF, who was one game away from winning, and they want it, and you can see that they want it. But SDC is not letting go of this control. They are looking to say, you know what? Remember that Darius in the first game that you focused every single time? Remember how you just, when you saw him, you ran to him? Well, you know what the big brain thing is to do? We put the Darius in the jungle where he doesn't really even need to be the focus of the fights. He's not the carry, but you're going to think you need to dive onto him every single time otherwise. And you know what? That's exactly what has happened in the last 2 fights that has gone completely awry in the other direction for TWF. It has not worked in their favor because the real threats on this team here is the Varus and the Orianna. They are the ones who are able to reset the fight and reset everything that is happening here while everything was fighting, and then afterwards Set throws it back over at them and then completely wins the fight for them. And if they don't focus on, at the very least, the Varus, they will not win anything here. And that is a very scary thought when you start to think that with Varus going AP, it also enables him to buy what item? Zhonya's. Meaning that even if you're going to start to dive him, you should have been diving him earlier. Because now he's going to get to the point where he can just reset a fight himself and then start to just change and go on the back pedal and change back over and say, you know what? This Uno reverse card was the right play.
There is a bit of a shining light, though, if you are, if you are the winning formula. I mean, this game is still generally close. It's 1,000 gold leading Graham. You always got to worry about is scaling Jinx, who, what we've seen from Perky the Parrot, is doing a pretty good job, especially in the CS department.
Oh yeah, and I'm definitely not counting out TWF from these fights because they still just have a monstrous teamfight composition. But I think the problem that has gone wrong for them in the last 2 fights is that their attention is on the completely wrong target. As Lucan said, I mean, they're trying to focus the Darius, but what about the Orianna or the Varus? I mean, either of those are much better targets and easier to kill, and yet they keep going onto the Darius, trying to find that one pick, and it just doesn't work out. And so in this next fight, I really want to see them actually focus on the right targets and make sure that they can kill them. Because if they can't, then they're just going to continue to lose. They're going to continue to commit too much resources to the front line without actually getting any reward for it.
But can you imagine the minds of the players over there at TWF? When you think of the vision lines that they hold and what they're seeing constantly too, they see Darius pop into their jungle occasionally, just steal a camp. And they're like, why is Darius there? Darius, Darius, Darius. He goes over to the top lane. Darius took this. Darius took the dragon. Darius is over on the other side. Darius is dropping the herald over here. Every single one of the focus on the comms is likely going to be about how Darius is doing things right now. Meaning that the mentality of these players at this moment is that Darius is a problem. And if you don't correct within these comms and you have Darius popping up over and over and over again as being an issue, subconsciously you're going to be looking over and saying, you know what? We need to kill Darius. We need to get rid of Darius. We need to get rid of the jungler that's having all of these problems. I want to see them change their mindset real quick here, because like I said, if they don't, there is now the problem. Without us considering what AP Varus can do in fights, that he can actually sweep through an entire team if he gets the right ult off and that Chains of Corruption spreads and he hits that W-empowered Q with every stack of the corruption popped onto him. You can see an entire team wiped out in a single Q, and that is a terrifying thought that we see as we go into the next item that he picks up here.
Also the point that, it's a weird dichotomy, right? Because if you decide, okay, let's not focus Darius in his fights, he's also a champion whose kit screams, ignore me in a fight and I'll punish you with Noxian Guillotine's resets. So if he's allowed to stack up and execute a target because you're not focusing him, he will still take the fights 0-3 regardless as a fight might break out here. Quality Project can go forward. They're jumping onto Darius. Rosen Tomb comes out from the Lissandra, but Call of the Forge God will also drop, and it's a bunch of low health bars, but the winning formula seems to be on the back pedal. Revnon, unstoppable. That's a double kill for the set. They're trying to pick off Berkey the Parrot, and they will succeed as Starcross will pick up a kill onto Renata, and it's all up the death cards. They win fervently in the mid lane, and they ace the winning formula in Game 4.
And once again, the Darius pulling the issue and making them say, Darius pulled us, now he's out of position, we need to fight here, let's go for the fight, we gotta do this. What happens is that he draws himself as the target when he is not the big problem here. In fact, he's sitting at 1-3-6 while you've got everybody else just showing that they are so much more relevant. Man, it's basically Teemo in the jungle, but his name is Darius this time.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest problems for that fight was Perky the Parrot's positioning there. They saw the TP drop down and they still chose to walk through the choke point and just allowed them to get the showstopper back into the team, had to burn flash and get an absolute chunk down onto the ADC there instead of just being able to free hit by walking the other way. So we'll see. Go in here. This is a little bit evil.
That time, but
bold. Gets one of the kills though. There's a shot that comes across, but Hecarim steals the Soul Point Drake away. It's secured by Lee Sinner, who might have just saved the game. Command Shockwave lands onto 2 to get a bit of a trade back, as Darius will get another kill picked up on to the Ornn. But at the end of the day, it's Soul Point pushed back and a couple of shutdowns to boot for the winning formula.
And while those shutdowns did come through, and I do think that Set definitely didn't need to do that, especially considering they lost the dragon. You still saw that 4 out of 5 members died, so a 4-2 is still a pretty good advantage heading over to SDC at this point. But that being the case, man, that was a fight.
It's a fight indeed, but it could have gone a bit better. But of course, the Hecarim and the Ornn went way too far in, and while they were dealing with the Set, they had to try and get the dragon. Of course, they did, and that does mean that the fight in that front will not be able to go their way because the Jinx is not being the Jinx is not actually hitting the team. So it does end up making sense that of course they were pretty much 2v4 or just 3v4 once Lissandra joined because Jinx can't really hit there. So they did kind of go into that expecting it to be going the way of SDC, but I think they'll take the shutdown onto the Set as well as the objective bounty.
Well, now this game gets a lot more interesting because Soul Point is pushed off, and it would have been a really valuable one. I mean, imagine how scary a sight an Ocean Soul is on a Set in a Darius. It's just really big, especially at Karma as well with all those shields and healing over top. It'd be really dangerous. So now there's a bit of light at the end of the tunnel for the winning formula.
It definitely delays what SDC wants to do. Now, at the flip side of that too, we are reaching a point where they're kind of getting to an equalization on their power, mostly because of Ornn being able to give over items to key members on the side of TWF. So we are going to start to see it sort of even out here, but there still is the very lingering threat that you have double your kills against you when you're TWF looking at SDC.
And it looks like they might go for a bit of a chase here. They're actually just going to utilize that speed up from Karma to knock down another inner turret as they'll try and push their gold lead. But you bring up a good point, Lucan, is that it's kind of a ticking time bomb with the winning formula because as well as a lot of these members of the Death Guards have performed in these fights, it feels like the momentum could swing back to the winning formula if those items really come online for members like Perky the Parrot and Quality Player.
Yes. Now, another point here, though, too, is that as long as they can delay Soul Point longer, though. The minute that Soul Point goes through and you've got the extra regen happening from Ocean Soul, there's a reason why Ocean Soul still has one of the highest win rates for if you get every Dragon Point and you get that Ocean Soul on them. And especially when you have 2 tankier members who are already annoying to deal with already, and you seem to be focusing more than you should.
Certainly a good outlook to make, especially from this Hecarim and Ornn perspective. Is I do want to go back to an itemization point real quick. Is the Death Guards will take control of the spot side jungle a minute 40 out from the next Ocean Drake. Still a Black Heat cleaver from this Hecarim and Force of Nature. Were we expecting something a little bit different from this Hecarim, given the different state of the game compared to the third game?
It's such a weird item to pick up here, because, like, even if you are going to be building tankier here, like, you need to have it not... I don't see the reasoning behind it, because you're still going to get popped. Either way, right, Varus is going to pop you with his ultimate if you're the one who charges in first, and that's your job right now. So, like, on some level, you kind of need more damage. There's not as much of an argument here, or even if you are going to be going for that, why aren't you getting Chemtech? Why aren't you getting something that allows you to run in faster? And on top of that, why haven't I seen you flank yet? There is a prime opportunity to look for flanks and then use Ornn with his ult to start distracting them from the actual team fight and then accelerate it from there. But right now, you are in such a backpedal position with what gold difference is here that you really need to worry about how you approach fights, because if you take the wrong one, then you have the potential to just get swept through with the momentum that is had right now by SDC.
Certainly a lot of momentum in the cards right now. As you also can see, they're just dominating the jungle control around this pit. So many pink sit-ups, so many just general vision wards as well across the entirety of this blue bot side jungle. Ocean Drake and potentially Ocean Soul for the death cards is about 15 seconds away, and we got to see how the winning formula will find a way into this fight. They're finally clearing out a bit of a path through the bot side, but they still have to worry about this Orianna, the command shockwave, and any sort of flank coming across.
This fight has the potential to actually end the game. And I need that to be stated before it actually happens, because if this soul goes through, it is detrimental to them. Detrimental to TWF.
Well, here we go. Hecarim joining forward. Unstoppable Onslaught, and he steals it over again. He'll pay for it with his life, but Soul Point is pushed off once again, and maybe that's all TFW wants, is the rest of the squad will go back to recall and play Siege. The job got done, Graham, and it was once again Lee Sinners jumping into the Drake pit.
And once again, we see that no matter what, even if Hecarim decides to build this shred and this force of nature for gaining up speed, he's not surviving in fights at all. He can't survive through Varus's damage. Like, Varus's damage is, I don't think you understand, it is max health percentage. The more health that you have, the more damage Varus deals to you in the first place. When those stacks pop, it is so much on top of each other that the only thing you really need to focus on is just getting your ult off for the CC. Because now that he's out of this fight here too, and even if they've stopped and taken away that soul point once again, you are accelerating this team to grab Baron and now run it down lanes where you have no power to control against them running at you this time.
Very important for the rest of this game to manage that Baron. There's going to be another few minutes where you have SDC that can power up these minions with supers pushing into the mid lane. They want to look to try and end it on this, or at least get something out of this base here. But for the time being, they're going to take a reset. It looks like they're going to be sending out the Orianna to the bot side, have Set sit in the top side for the meantime, and we'll have to see how they try and siege this base, because the game is getting later and later, and yet the gold lead is more or less stayed the same despite all of it. We have stalled out the game by about 10 minutes, given the fact that both of the oceans in the both of the two previous oceans have gone over to TWF, so have brought that timer out. Let's see if they can actually manage to claw it back from this, because as the game gets later, the gold difference starts to mean less and less as people finish out their builds.
The gold difference also means a lot less when you start to factor in the not accounted for additions of these Ornn upgraded items. You have the Kraken Slayer upgrade, the Ludens is upgraded as well. So these items, the gold difference is really kind of lying to you because of those Ornn items. We get into the next siege though here, the first Baron Empowered Siege. It's a 5-man play from the death card, shoving in bot side. They're going to try and chunk down this turret. The wave clear isn't the greatest for TFW, and you're starting to see why they struggle with it. Jinx and Lissandra have to get a ton of this work done on their own, but have to worry about the dive threat as the siege will just continue. The turret under 40% here, down to about 25, and they have to worry about supers pushing in from mid, so the turret drops.
Are doing siege things.
And now the fight breaks out. They've hooked in the Ornn multiple times. Hostile Takeover will hit a couple members, but Starcrossed already picks up the kill. Has the hemorrhage stacks popping off, but Unstoppable Onslaught sends him under turret. Set jumps in the backline though, and the true damage is vicious. Instant double kill. Lissandra drops again, and against all odds, SDC Death Cards are sending us to a Game 5 in the Premade Dominant Finals.
Why did we doubt them, Graham? What have we done?
Oh man, it is quite the series so far. We'll be pushed to Game 5. I mean, this set was an absolute monster in all the team fights. Revnon was playing out of his mind for all of them, but it just was all on the fact that TWF didn't use their early advantage. They kept going on to the wrong target. They kept trying to kill the Darius, but that's not who you want to worry about. And that, of course, would lead them to get punished in this Game 4. But we do have another one coming up for us as a result, so hopefully we'll be able to get a banger out of this one.
Yeah, we're gonna do a bit of a switch up on this analyst desk here, as we have fortunately had to say goodbye to Romeo. Don't worry, I swear it was not the Death Cards Agents of Evil pulling into the Shadow Realm or something like he might have alluded to.
Yeah, no,
but
he took the money and ran apparently.
Took the money and ran. We'll go with that one, but that we'll bring Graham and Lucan onto the analyst desk here as we shape up for game number 5. And guys, we talked a lot about what we saw from that game. We could harp on all day long how we were wrong about these comps, but what do you even do if you are TFW in Game 5? I mean, how much of a draft difference adjustment do you even make?
Okay, I want to talk less about the draft adjustment because we've seen that these two teams have the ability to kind of shift over what they want to do at any point in the game and just say that we're gonna like at the very least on both sides they have pulled out some very weird stuff. So I don't even want to predict at this point what they're gonna do on that side. What I do want to talk about though is the mentality that happens and what when we're talking about momentum, we can talk about momentum in the game, right? But let's talk about momentum outside of the game. This is game 5 now. It's for all the marbles. It's like there's a lot of marbles that are here, right? And they want them. And when you start in this previous game, going into game 4, knowing that you win this one game and it's all over for the other team, and you win and you're hyped up about it and you lose, it hurts. And you need to keep that mental calm if you're looking to win the next game going forward. Now let's look over to HDC. HDC has built momentum off of this game, saying that we will stand where we're at. We know we're on the back pedal. We're going to do something that nobody's going to probably believe in us in, and then we're going to prove them wrong and win. When I'm talking momentum now, and we're talking about the fact that on the other side, they're doubting themselves over on TWF, and you're looking over at SDC, and you're saying, you know what? This death card, this Uno reverse, is the last one. That's all we got to do. Let's get them, boys. Let's get them, girls. Let's throw it out there and let's win. It's a hell of a lot easier to look over at that and say that they've got this. And I think that's what I'm going to stand behind because me and Graham, we said that at SDC, regardless of what the draft looked like last time, we said that they were going to lose. And then they didn't. And they've proven us wrong.
I said they were going to lose too. I said my pride was on the line.
They're proving everybody wrong right now. And I think that it's beautiful what they are doing. And I think that it is fantastic the way that they are handling it. And I got to say that if they can take that momentum that they brought in-game and bring it to the out-of-game portion of this next game, it's going to be exciting.
Certainly is gearing up for a very exciting game number 5. I do believe we are getting set to get into that draft soon, but Graham, I'll go to you with this next question. I mean, we talked about pre-show. There's like so many priority picks in the current meta. We've seen a lot of them come out. We've seen the Aatrox and Yuumi, I believe, have been banned all 4 games across the board. The Hecarim got some late selection, but it feels like in this series, all the meta picks mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean, certainly a lot of the meta picks we've seen them on the ban table. I mean, the Aatrox and the Yuumi, we've seen that banned. We see the Nami taken away so that there's no Lucian Nami shenanigans. So some hallmarks there, but overall, I mean, it's these teams just taking both of their play styles, taking one side wants to just team fight, and the other side wants to have these early game skirmishes, and they're just trying to push that against the other and see how it works. And so far, they have been completely even in that. It's 2-2 right now, and this is solely because they have been so back and forth, and so many of these games were decisive. I'm pretty sure all of them were pretty much more or less stomps, if I'm going to be honest. They were just completely going back and forth between the two, and now it's all in this one game.
It really is. They've got everything on the line for both sides, and if we're looking at it on a 1-to-1 basis here, regardless of how this next draft goes, they've shown that whatever we say doesn't really matter. Realistically, analyst desk, the casters in game, as far as what we say, they don't care. And they will prove us wrong at every point that we can throw at them. So I think the only thing that we can say is that whoever here is the better team mentally is gonna be the one who wins. And that's, I think, where we want to cast our votes while we have Slayer here on the desk before draft, because I want you to throw in your prediction before we even look at everything.
Does my prediction even mean anything by this point? I'm literally 0-4. Like, I almost would rather go 0-5 at this point. Like, I'd rather go, it's like, who cares
well,
about the
here's
guy
what you can look
1-4?
at. Whoever you vote for is the team that, like, loses. So, I mean, like,
but I hate that pressure.
You've got the curse potential right now.
I don't know. It does feel like drafts don't matter with this series completely. I'm so on the fence, but I'm definitely a momentum guy through and through. So to win a game like that game 4, especially after the pause that came across, because it was hard to decipher if the Braum Seraphine issue was something that would force a replay. So you're already, the tilt kind of factors in if you are the SDC Death Cards to come out of that and then win the game to push it to game 5. I'll go with Romeo, who said he'd pick the Death Cards to win it all before he had to go. If they won game 4, I'll back him. I'll say the Death Cards are going to win. So congratulations, winning formula. You're the dominant champions with my logic.
I guess that seals the fate right there. Like that's the death cards.
I'm sorry.
Written, closed, and shipped out. Like, but yeah, I guess that's the best way to look at it at this point. Going through, I mean, the only other thing I can say is, what pick are we not gonna be seeing this game, or what do you think is gonna be the surprise pick from either one of these here? Because we've seen some funky stuff.
Yeah, I personally think that, surprisingly, I would be surprised if they went back to the Hecarim. I don't think they're gonna have the confidence to say, yeah, we're gonna run it back after the performance in that game. I think they want to go for something a little bit more solid. And hey, that's about a 50% chance I'm wrong on that one. They probably will just take the Hecarim and say, whatever, we're just gonna go out on what we want. But I really didn't think the Hecarim had a stellar performance in that one game, other than that one early gank. It didn't really do much for the team, so I do want to see them try and switch something up. They made a drastic shift in game 3, and I want to see them try to do something similar here.
Yeah, well, I'm only hoping that there's like something like wacky that we haven't seen yet. That's my crossed fingers on this one. Is it gonna happen? I don't know. That's why it's a wacky pick. But I think the spiciest thing to do would be to like steal away the Darius and then bring it into the jungle. That's something that I really want to see. Is it gonna happen? Probably not. But TWF, if you're listening, that'd be a cool like storyline idea if you won off of that. You know, just saying. So
well, TWF, if you're listening, you're about to get your championships taken from you for a rule break. So hopefully you're not listening. But nonetheless, to see if we get a wacky pick after so many unique champions in game 4. For one final time, Graham and Lucan, take it away with our game 5 draft.
All right, let's hop right into it, and it'll be SDC on the blue side this time. So it will be reverting back to game 3 side selection. This will be the second time that they're on the blue side, and so far things have never changed. We're 5 games in, and that's still going to be the ban.
Yeah, I mean, like, why break something that's sort of worked? Like 50% of the time for both teams is kind of the idea, right? They know what they don't want to go against.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, this is honestly the time where you can maybe see that a drastic shift might happen. And I do think that if it were to happen from a team, it would probably be from TWF here. They might want to take away something they haven't banned yet. There's the set gone. That is a big change already, with it being the second ban that's done here.
It's absolutely massive, as the Nami is going to be taken away. The Wukong ban comes through. Also another slight adaptation, which means that Yuumi is open.
That is already a scary thought. And there it is.
Okay.
Yep. Man, okay, so this... The doubling down, the tripling down on the Hecarim.
They just want to revert back.
Yep.
Looks like they'll just mimic the game 3 draft. They want to take the Seraphine, and of course they want to pair that with the Senna. The Yuumi locked in. Now, I would expect a Sivir. However, I'd be deeply disappointed that is the level that we have resorted to win this game. But it is the most common and the highest % win rate for this Yuumi pick. So we'll have to see what they go for. And of course,
it is a Sivir. Yeah. I was hoping for a Garen, but I mean that's unrealistic. If it was a Garen, I would have been so happy. I'm still happy. Actually, no, I'm not. I take it back. I was gonna say I'm happy that I'm seeing Yuumi in the game. I hate that cat. We're gonna ignore what's going on with SDC right now. I'm feeling salty already. Trundle lockdown though does mean that it's gonna be harder to pull out any sort of tank from TWF. It does kind of dissuade them from kind of wanting to do that in the first place, especially when you consider that Trundle can just ult the front line, and then Sivir can just start tossing boomerang after boomerang after boomerang at the front line while it's shredding, and it's also shredding the back line. So there's a lot of issues that can kind of arise from this Trundle being picked up here when they haven't locked in any tank yet, and it makes it a bit harder to make that decision. How are we seeing the rest shore up here as Darius is taken away?
Yeah, Darius takeaway is pretty funny. They don't want that going to the top side. Of course, the Trundle pick is most certainly the jungle. But, you know, just limiting the pool of the top line probably much indicates that they want some type of tank. The Camille ban away pretty much limits a lot of the bruisers that you can play for TWF.
Yeah.
So I am expecting some type of tank. I would imagine SDC are going to ban the Ornn, just because even if it didn't do too well in the last game, it is still a champion that you have to pay respect to, especially if your composition requires something that you don't want to get locked down.
I'll throw out that I don't think that TWF needs Ornn this game. What they need is
True.
a counter pick in top lane in order to deal with Revnot. Because, like, if you pick Ornn here, you already have, like, the Seraph. Like, you can double down on this, like, this whole CC engage kind of comp. But what really has been needed in these fights and in these games here is having, like, the ability to, like, select one target and just burst them out before the fight even exists. With Sivir being on the table now, that is actually even more relevant here, because Sivir's not exactly as safe of an AD carry. So, like, I want to see something that can kind of just dive the backline a lot easier. More so than the Hecarim can. Like, I would love to see something just wild pop out here that can kind of do that. I don't know if we're going to see it, but if we do see Hecarim, I don't know if it's the right choice. I'll be honest here. Mundo being picked up, though, is... Wow. Revnon's picking a fun pick, all right. That's for sure. Fun in quotations heavily, by the way. What are they picking last year?
Well, there's some options that you can go, but normally you pick Dr. Mundo with full confidence that this is going to be a tank versus tank matchup, as Mundo typically loves to be played into tanks, just has so much more base stats, but I would be surprised if TWF actually go for it. Maybe they try and go for some type of bruiser, see if they can match it, but it will be the Irelia.
Yep, I was expecting to see something damage-wise that can, like, weave themselves over into the backline, or just be just something to harass. And honestly, that is the perfect kind of pick that we can expect to see here. I also didn't like Ornn, because Ornn you usually use to, like, shore up some sort of early game focus and make him a little bit bulkier for that late game if you have preference. You don't need that on Senna. Senna has the potential to infinitely scale, so there's no reason for it. With Irelia, though, versus Mundo matchup, that's the matchup to watch here. You don't need to really look at anything else. When you're looking over at the rest of the map, everything else is fairly standard. We're going to see some fights maybe happen between Trundle and Hecarim. Trundle kind of being that more so farm up and then get to a point where you can, like, be relevant in those fights, but still being able to be pretty skirmish heavy. And now that I'm looking at these comps against each other, I have my opinion that I kind of want to share, but where are you standing on this, Graham?
It's an interesting one, because these are both very teamfight heavy compositions that they want to go for, but so it comes down to which one teamfights better, and I'm leaning towards SDC on this one. And it's not necessarily because I think TWF's comp is bad. I think it's actually a really good composition. I just don't see how they can kill the Dr. Mundo, especially through Yuumi healing. And that's kind of the big difference here.
Yeah.
The other thing that I do want to add is that the Sivir on the hunt really helps out the Mundo and the Trundle, whose only engage options quite literally run at them. And, well, you need move speed to do that, so just slap on the Sivir ulti and you're going to run Mach 5 at the Senna Seraphine. So.
And Mundo's CC immunity does allow that to happen a lot as well, too. So, like, there's a lot of options for that to be the case. We can talk about the way of, like, perfect engages and choosing the right targets and everything else that kind of exists between there. And I do think that you have a point with SDC having all this healing, and it's going to be a lot really annoying to deal with. I do say, though, that side lane-wise, Irelia deals with Mundo very well. So there is potential to see that, like, Irelia can run away being a side lane threat and look to split push them to death. I think that's the best bet, and I don't even know where I can fully stand on this as far as it goes for team comp versus team comp here. If I'm taking initial looks at it, there is a lot of me that wants to say SDC, and there's a good part of me that wants to say TWF, but if I were to make the decision, I mean, we've agreed pretty much every time on these, Graham. I gotta say SDC, because as much as Irelia is a cool champion and mechanically inclined and all of this, Mundo goes where he pleases. And if you've got momentum on SDC and you're going where you please, you're going all the way to the finals end and you're picking up that trophy.
Yeah, no, I personally agree. I think SDC is going to do it, but we do have one other person here. So let's see if we can get him in for
Yeah.
his own opinion,
Are
and
you
we can
sticking,
discuss
are you
it
sticking with your
thoroughly.
opinion on the curse book here? Or are you taking it back and
Listen.
changing the name?
Listen, guys. My main takeaway here is: did we really have to pull Sivir Yumi out for a game 5, man?
Yeah.
Come on, that's like
Don't get me
mailing
wrong,
it
I
in.
feel dirty for saying that they're gonna win and then knowing that they picked that comp there. That is definitely
Yeah.
Apart from the
not
Mundo, I'm pretty sure I watched
not cool.
JDG 6-0 the group stage with this comp. So I don't
Probably.
So yeah, I definitely I'm just gonna stay with the death cards because I'm a man of my word, so I'll stick with them. But yeah, I've never seen a composition that has solely relied on Yumi
Yeah.
Final Chapter as hard CC. It's just not, it doesn't usually work, but with how wacky of a series we've had, why wouldn't it? But you know, we could talk about the team fight, how these team fights can look, but I want to go back to talking about this jungle matchup because in game 4 we saw two junglers that you guys talked about might want to run into each other a couple of times. I know Luke could use the analogy most of the time these junglers have just been passing like ships silently in the night, but Trundle has got to be one of the premier skirmish junglers early on, and Hecarim certainly isn't far off from him. Are we finally going to see some action with these junglers running into each other, or are we going to stay
It
closer to the
completely
main?
depends on what we look at for the pathing, which we can definitely look at as some options back and forth between these. But it's so weird to think of either of these team comps for having because I had mentioned that like I kind of expect Trundle to do more of a like farm and get until 6 because you don't necessarily need to skirmish here. It's not really a requirement for you on the side of SDC. Mainly, biggest reason here, because you're not looking to accelerate until you're level 6. Until you're level 6 is when like everything for SDC allows for like the push you press the button and you run down. And that's going to be their whole identity as we kind of see this here, that they need those tools more so than we see a TWF having early on. Because TWF actually has a lot of champions that are able to do a lot more early on in the game, especially when we're considering just CC alone, right? Knockbacks from Hecarim, Aurelia having the ability to multi-stun people, right? There's not as much of a reason to look for those fights and look towards that kind of pathing. So I'm expecting, yes, like Trundle can be skirmish heavy if you want to kind of get that early lead and going from there, but it's not needed this time. In fact, your best bet at this point here is going to be finding out early on where Hecarim's going to be starting with his clear, and then you can either move away from him or you can get priority, fight him, and then just solidify from there. Because beyond that early point, you're actually not going to have the strength to fight him. You're going to be in a bit of a power trough until that level 6.
Yeah, that's a great point to make. That level 6 is going to play a huge factor in these skirmishes. But to go a bit more bigger picture here, Graham, I know the point of contention we had with Seraphine in game number 3, but while we were really focused on quality players, Cassiopeia in that game getting really far ahead for their winning game 3, this Son of Seraphine in this bottom lane duo, Perky the Parrot and Final Ninja, did a sneaky amount of damage. And when late game scaling came around, they really took over a lot of those fights. Got to be somewhat of a factor in the Death Card's mind going into this do or die game.
Absolutely. The Son of Seraphine will become very scary later on because of that increase in range. The damage alone isn't necessarily what makes it super scary, but the fact that it's such safe damage that will add up continually over the course of a fight. But I really have to question, because what made it work in game 3 was the fact that you had another source of consistent DPS in the Cassiopeia. This time around, you're relying on an Aurelia, which is much more dangerous to get that damage out. It has to be melee range, and you have to try and get that onto the carries, which are going to be constantly kiting back with the Victor Sivir, not to mention the Yumi ulti dropping down and the On the Hunt. I see it's going to be very hard for the side of TWF to actually get onto the Sivir. And when you consider the fact that, okay, well, what if they try to fight front to back? I don't see how they kill the Mundo in a manner of time that will be conducive to actually winning the fight. So it really is weird to me.
In a beneficial amount of time for the fight winning. Yeah, that's a really good point there. It's like I agree with you there too, Graham, because like the biggest thing from here too is also about like the amount of like health
Yeah.
that you're gonna see be like, and how much you need heal cut, but you need it on somebody who's going to be, or you need it on like pretty much every member, right? So like the question kind of comes down to like how you want to approach even bringing out this heal cut in the first place, because
Mhm.
you're gonna need it early. But then the ideal scenario that you usually bring heal cut in here is actually from Seraphine, who needs to pick up her heal cut on her second item. I think that's actually a bad call in this matchup. I think you actually want to get Grievous on Lee Sinners on this Hecarim early on, because you want that heal cut from the beginning with the first ult that you're able to apply in a team fight. Otherwise, I feel like you're just going to be dealing with something that's like you're dealing with being unable to handle that full amount of sustain, and I think that's going to be a big point for looking how this is going to go.
Yeah, it'll be a really good point to look out. As I believe we are getting set closely here to get into this final game 5. It will certainly be a very intriguing matchup going forward. It all comes down to this, right? We're getting to this point where it's do or die. Is my predictions going to completely go out the window? Are the death cards going to storm back after we all wrote them off for game 4? Well, to figure that out, we're going back to old reliable one more time. It's game number 5. SDC death cards on your blue side, the winning formula on your red side. It all comes down to this, gentleman, and the pressure could not be more palpable.
We didn't even get to hear Silver Scrapes, but you know what? Maybe we can do it here as the game's starting up. Everybody want to do it? Okay, we're gonna go.
Like
Boo-doo-doo.
Boo.
Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo.
Okay. All right. We're losing our minds here.
We are. This is game. We've been here for so long.
We've been here for 4 hours, and you started.
And it's been an exciting 4 hours. Look at what's going on in this game. It is wild what we're seeing right now. And I mean, like, as we do start to see what kind of idea that they've got going on, they have already revealed what Yuumi kind of wants to do. He's not really on top of the Sivir this game. Not when they get to the point where they want to hit up. They're going to be layering it on top of that Mundo, and Mundo is just going to go where he pleases even more. It's Mundo and his cat against the world. And I think that that's the biggest thing that we're going to look at for these fights, because it is going to be terrifying to try to deal with that if you are over on the side of TWF.
Yeah, great point to make there is the jungle camps proverbially spawned. Key thing to spot out there you can see is that a red side ward for the winning formula is going to be able to track star-crossed on his clear. So vision advantage to the winning formula early on, and will be really valuable for Graham, especially because Trundle is going to try and look for areas to fight Hecarim, so if you can watch the pathing, give you a better idea.
Yeah, typically Trundle's going to want to go for the 3 camps, and we could see that here. Red buff into immediate blue start. That does mean that he will be ending up on the top side of the map. Now, because Mundo actually has push in this lane early on, it will mean that there's no gank to be had, but I'm sure they'll still try to go for something, because Pillar is a very good tool to try and force at least a flash out.
Yeah,
Man.
exactly.
Yeah. I do think that we've got to, like, look at the other side of this matchup as well, too. And I hadn't mentioned it before at this point, but if you look at the poke potential in lane coming over from the Senna and the Seraphine, you are going to see that they can do a lot of damage over in that bot lane, and they'll probably be able to, at least for the first little bit here, out-damage the sustain that's going to be tossed over, as long as they're both layering it really well. So that is one area that's kind of a weak point, but whoa, even as you say that, I could have sworn that Mundo was picked, and then Aurelia was picked as a counter, and it doesn't look like that right now.
Yeah, Dr. Mundo early game is actually quite good at taking trades, believe it or not. He is a tank, and he does become a menace later on. Pretty hard to kill, but early on, the extra AD that you get from the E just becomes so useful dealing with a lot of those trades.
Yeah, and it also helps that passive spell shield. Aurelia loves to set up a lot of her combos with that initial stun to get the reset on her Q dash, and Mundo can really block out a lot of that, so it'll be interesting to watch that as she tries to stack up and fight the Mundo. We also, funnily enough, have 2 spell shields involved in this game, as you gotta look at Serrano's utilizing the spell shield from the Seraphine stun. Lee Sinners right now, pathing top spot out on the ward, maybe trying to set up for a gank. Mid lane, bit of a duel of the mages as the gravity field actually gets dropped. A quality player might be looking for some extra damage. Low health bars on both sides. No ignite in play here, but the junglers might show up just in time. Quality goes for the first blood, but the flash away from Shredman will keep him alive. And Trundle, one swing of the pillar, grabs first blood, but Lee Sinners just drove by and killed off Shredman. So it's a trade of kills as the junglers replace the mid laners.
It's kind of weird how we're talking about shift passing in the night and it's still happening, but they're ganking at the same time. That being said, they're finally fighting each other, but who actually wins this is the question.
Lee Sinners looks like he wants to win it as he gets help from his mid laner, knocking back the Trundle towards his own minion wave, and this Hecarim is 2-0 once again. And Graham, what happened last time we saw Lee Sinners with that scoreline?
Yeah, last time in Game 3, the Hecarim was able to completely take over the early game, and we might be able to see it this time, but I do believe that there's a little bit more of a hurdle to sort of account for in the fact that it's going to be a Trundle that you're fighting into, and what Trundle does is he lowers a bunch of stats, especially with the Chomp that comes out from the Q, lowers the AD, but a little bit of a sneaky interaction is that actually the slow from the Trundle pillar, of course, because of Hecarim's passive, will also decrease the AD that Hecarim gets from the movement speed conversion. So there's also that level of interaction. That's why it's a pretty solid answer into the Hecarim, but we'll have to see if that ends up mattering, as I'm pretty sure this Hecarim wants to go for yet another Black Cleaver start, as in this game, I am actually a big fan of it, as there's two very beefy boys that you want to deal with.
Oh my god, look, topside though. Sign me up. Takes the Ignite Flash and utilizes beautifully for the solo kill there. No stun, no problem, Lucan. Solo kill for the Irelia.
Yeah, and like that's kind of how that matchup is supposed to go. You've got a lot of true damage and a lot of shred, and Irelia still needs to be nerfed, and it hasn't happened in a while. So, like, with that being the case now, as we kind of see how that matchup is supposed to play out, it's going to kind of be up to us to determine how that is going to look going forward. Personally, my way of looking at it is, if Irelia continues to keep getting this pressure on, and you have Hecarim who actually just needs to sit onto the top side, you're actually going to have the ability to kind of put the Mundo into a backpedal position. But on top of that, if you are on SDC, you have to realize that as well too, and say, you know what, we can't let this keep happening, so let's mess up Irelia, who has no mana right now.
Oh my gosh, Vanguard's edge is popped as well, but Sign Me Up is going to drop. Beautiful gank from Starcross there, timed perfectly as the jump on to Revnon, and that's a bit back for the death cards as they started to seemingly slip in this early game.
A bit of trading going down into the mid lane there, but it was a good gank from the Trundle there, wrapping around completely. Of course, no flash from the initial kill there does mean that they will be able to secure it. No escape mechanism, as Irelia Dash only works on enemies, not a free target dash, but because of the Trundle committing to the top side, it will be eventually able to rotate down towards the bot side of the map, the Dragon, and they'll begin their stacking at about 7 minutes into the game. So a little bit later than actually the average for this series, but still pretty early nonetheless.
It's definitely later than what we've seen, but there's a few things that we need to consider here. Is we didn't really expect to see the Dragon go over to SDC's side. And that being said, too, we do need to talk about what the level states are for everyone right now in this game, as we do see that Trundle's actually going to be getting pretty close here to hitting his 6. I think he's actually only like 1 experience away at the moment, which is pretty big. You know, that's a lot of experience. Oh, wait a minute, he's got 1 more camp, he's going to kill it, he's level 6. There we go. With looking at that as well, too, we're basically waiting on everyone to kind of equalize and hit that level. With Yuumi being at the furthest point because she's actually gone away and she was roaming for a bit and she got some deep vision. That being another key point that we could talk about. But first things first is Yuumi hitting 6 is the go button for everybody on this team to realize that they are all together strong. Apes together strong here, but they're not apes right now. They're more like what I've used before in terms of a comparison, saying that they're the Power Rangers and they've got their individual Zords. Once they all come together at level 6, they got the Megazord, and they will be able to do a lot of damage with that.
Yeah, really great point to make there. I do want to actually quickly shout out Pierceblade because he actually level 3 roamed all the way up to the bot side red jungle, and you can see that 1 pink ward right by the mid turret. He dropped that as the action will get rolling with level 6 coming online. Perky the Parrot in trouble. We'll have to flash away. He's able to dodge the Q from Zora Ano, but yeah, no auto could come through the mist. and he's able to survive despite Zeranos burning both of his summoners. Still a good exchange for the SDC bot lane regardless, as Vanguard's Edge is popped again. Sign me up. You're 1v2 again, my friend. Trying to trade back and forth with the maximum dosage from Revnon is enough to keep him healthy, and he'll pick up another kill on this top lane Irelia.
And that's the power of getting to top lane first. You need to be there first as Hecarim, and as fast as your 4 legs, right? It's 4 legs on Hecarim? I can't remember. He's a horse who probably has 4 legs, but he's like a spectral horse, and he's
Centaur.
Like Centaur man thing, so like, are his hands, like, could he use those to run too? I don't know. Either way, he didn't get there fast enough. And that's the point here, is that you need to get there a lot faster to make sure that Irelia can be enabled there, because you should understand that Revnon is and has been the main focus in all these fights. That being said, fight happening.
Yeah, another fight, and Starcross is actually going to drop to quality player who might die. He was trying to run away, autoed the scrying ward orb, and gets killed off by the Victor, but it's actually traded back by Lee Sinners, who steals away the Rift Herald. So I'm starting to see a bit of a trend, guys, where the jungler that's prioritizing early neutral objectives usually leads his team to a win. We saw game number 4. The Starcross was doing a fantastic job at that. And now Lee Sinners got the first Rift Herald and the first Drake for his squad.
That being said, Yuumi definitely the power pusher back and being very intimidating, as most cats are, not really caring what they're up against, but willing to fight them through pure lack of care. And that is enough to have intimidation to make Hecarim go running. Probably also the TP, but, well, we won't talk about that.
Yeah, the TP was not influential at all. I don't know what you mean.
No,
but
not at all.
plates.
Just cat energy, you know? Like.
Yeah, pure cat energy. But plates are going over to the side of TWF, and quite a lot of them at that. That was 3 plates taken on the bot side, 3 in the mid lane, which means for 6 total. That's a pretty good early game, if you ask me. Maximum dosage pop, though. It's just going to die, though.
Ignite does so much work for the Irelias. Here comes Starcross to get a response here. Donning Shadow.
Trundle can get him. Yes, he can.
A bit more shielding, and yeah, it certainly can. Subjugate does work, and Pierceblade can't pick up the auto kill as bot lane. That's a solo kill for Perky the Parrot, who's going to keep farming stacks off of that Yuumi, as Final Ninja did a good job to get a solo kill. And now the Hecarim, doing his best shark impression, finds blood in the water. Rampage for the Hecarim, and my god, do death cards look like they're finally going to prove me wrong. Sorry, I'm getting my team. I'm about to go for
cat energy
again.
can only do so much when you're dealing with certain things, and it didn't have enough to deal with as much as you want there. I will say that it's an interesting point to be in, and I do think that TWF is definitely on the front pedal here for the time being. But we haven't seen all the Zords come together. Not quite yet.
There's a beautiful shockwave, and Starcross is going to have to flash. The gravity field will stun up quality player, and Shredman claims on their victim. Lee Sinners will be forced to run away as Starcross and Shredman do a good job to pick up a free kill in the mid lane.
Man, oh man. Well, let's talk about the Zords not coming together yet. We've seen individual arms come together and fly and swing fists over at them. We've seen the legs be kicking together over on the bot end side here, but we haven't seen the head and the body come together with this comp, because he's been stuck top lane this whole time. And you know what? I say that while he's upstairs trying to deal with the horse and the lady, we need to look at what happens when he starts to join these fights, because we haven't seen it happen yet, but we have seen what happens when just 2 of these members come together. And once Revnon's online and he starts to join, oh boy, we're looking at something scary, because all the gold right now is currently onto the Hecarim and not onto the carries, who are going to be dealing and should be dealing more damage in these fights.
And speaking of Revnon, a little bit of an interesting build happening. I'm not too caught up on Mundo, but that's a Triforce being built.
That is Triforce.
Oh my god.
So I don't think that's meta. It's been a while since I've last checked up on my Mundo statistics, but I'll be willing to bet that that's not exactly quite, but Obsidian misses.
Vanguard's Edge misses. Unstoppable Onslaught does not. They're trying to jump Revnon. He doesn't have maximum dosage ticking up too well. He's getting some healing back, but now look at the turn. Starcross Subjugate popped, and another chop kill over for this Trundle, who's now matched his counterpart in kills with another in the top lane.
Man, oh man, and of course you're gonna give over the shutdown too after all of that, over to your enemy jungler, essentially equalizing everything that you were in those fights. That was an amazing pillar that was actually used to stop Aurelia from getting over and continuing that fight, enabling Mundo to just heal up, because at the same time, Hecarim wasn't actually able to deal that much damage, regardless of how ahead he is.
Yeah, exactly. Beautifully highlighted there, the pillar. But I do want to get back to some itemization talk right here, because we're talking about Revnon with interesting build. But Graham, when we talk about playing against a Trundle, playing against a Mundo, and we've seen Lee Sinner's build basically the interesting builds through 3 games, that trend seems to be continuing for this do or die game 5.
Yeah, we have the Chempunk Chainsword being built on the Hecarim, but a little bit of an interesting one, as the Triforce is completed on the Mundo. That does mean that he has more dueling power, but it looks like we won't see the Black Cleaver this game, and I'm honestly kind of disappointed, because I actually really liked it in this game, but maybe we'll see it later on into the build. He will be completing his Mythic second this time, so hopefully we'll be seeing that. The Caulfield's Warhammer, I do believe, means that it is Divine Sunder, as that is the build path, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the game goes, as another gank mid lane. Pillar can drop down, but Flash is going to be burnt.
Yeah, beautiful flash from Quality Player will assuage any sort of mid lane pick. Is you do an interesting build path nonetheless. And the one thing I do want to point out, and Lucky, Luca, you could do a beautiful job of it too, is if we have a Mundo building Triforce, how much does that cut down maximum dosage's overall ability to heal him compared to if he was going full tank?
Okay, so it's kind of an interesting point, and there's a lot of points that we use about itemization. You can talk about the Triforce on Mundo, but it also kind of makes sense. Like, if he's gonna be the spearheading all of this, like, he can still build like tank later on. And once again, I do believe that like them kind of waiting for stuff to happen later is also still fine. I think that overall, like, once this comp comes fully online, regardless of whether it's at 6 and they want to start gathering together, or if it's later, it's not likely going to happen off of this. And if you're repeat ganking this Aurelia like you have been, it's not actually bad to do more damage on them.
Vanguard's Edge misses again, though, but the pillar didn't go so well, and Sign Me Up will actually take down Starcross. GPs from both mid laners as Shockwave will get jumped on to Shredman, and Sign Me Up wants to dive forward. Hecarim dives on top of both of them, and it'll be a double kill for the Irelia. Now the Sivir Yume combo shows up. They're actually in the game in case you missed it, and they pick up the trade kill onto Lee Sinners. All in all, it's 3 for 2, though, in favor of the Death Cards.
And it's just an absolute fiesta up at the top lane. I mean, bringing all 5 men at the end of it in order to get some type of fight down, and it usually means that there'll be an objective, but it's only going to be the bot laners and the mid lane for TWF in order to secure this Rift Herald. So I wouldn't be
you don't have
surprised.
like that fast of an attacking ADC either.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to be able to maybe throw down over here if they want to.
Yeah, look at this. Trundle's coming up.
Trundle's up.
Yeah, the cloud altering of the Rift is brought in here, and there's final chapter. Encore will hit Sivir, but a beautiful spell shield comes out from Zeranos, and they basically just hand-wrapped that Rift Herald to the Death Cards.
Yeah, not a big fan of that call, honestly. I think it's just way too slow. You have 2 mages there and a Senna. I mean, it's not going to be that fast, but Cloud Dragon is spawning. This will be the 3rd dragon of the game, and we'll see who gets to fight over it. Right now, TWF does have priority on it, and we might run into a little bit of a friend here.
Starcross might get picked off in his own jungle. There's the stun through for Irelia. Unstoppable Onslaught for the Fear, but they're not doing enough damage. The Subjugate is doing wonders, and now you're letting Zeranos free hit your entire Spanish Armada, and they'll just have to pack it up back across the Atlantic.
Oh man, they're gonna go invade the Philippines. Those are my people. What's going on now? Well, at least they showed him off. But, you know, as far as it goes there, now that we've gone back and we've changed history, why don't we go talk about how the changing history portion here is happening because Revnon is changing up what you can think of for builds. We didn't actually get to talk about it briefly here, but one thing that I want to make mention of is that Mundo is like kind of innately tanky, especially with his healing ability. You don't necessarily need to build a tank item in order to do damage because he has also like an innate way of having sticking power. Building Triforce is like a weird way of saying, you know what? I'm going to continue farming, and my second item is going to be a tank item. I can actually sit around as a split pusher, as well as like look to chunk out for these later fights, because at the end of the day, I'm going to heal up when my ult is up, and I will be able to do a crazy amount of damage through just like constantly attacking. And this second tank item, as we start to see, what's definitely being focused here is actually going to be picked up and going towards getting the Bramble Vest, meaning that it's actually going to be a bad idea pretty soon here for Aurelia to continue fighting when she's going to be damaging herself. I think this is a very good point to mention here, that Mundo might actually end up winning these side lane fights with that build. And with that history-changing fact being thrown at you here, I think we need to think that the saving grace, I said initially, was going to be Aurelia getting ahead and being able to fight. But in about 5 to 7 minutes here, that might not be the case. This fight starting now.
There's a fight right now. There's a catch on to Final Ninja. He's caught up and cut down by the final chapter. On the backside, though, Lee Sinners did 1v1 Shredman successfully, but will now have to run under the opposing turret, trying to heal up. I think he'll have enough, and with that heal from the Senna, will be able to run out of there, so it ends up being just a 1-for-1 in the blue side jungle.
Yeah, cutting it 1-for-1, but the important thing is the Mundo had to TP up in order to try and protect the rest of the team there. That means that Aurelia can free hit on this bot tower. I don't think that she has enough minions to quite get it, but it will be a very good chunk onto it.
Yeah, and those turrets do not regen whatsoever. That only happens inside the sanctum of these blue and red side bases. We get to a point here, 20 minutes coming up, and it's all so poetic that this do-or-die Game 5 is only 1,000 gold separating these two squads. And Sign Me Up actually might have gotten a little too greedy, went for that tier 2 push, is going to be able to secure it, but is now 1 versus 3. Trundle's got Yumi on top of him, but the damage is pretty good from Irelia, and you got to think if Zeranos ain't there, that gets a lot more dicey.
In exchange, though, they will be able to take down that mid tower, so they traded the gold bounty on the Aurelia for that mid tower, opening up the map a little bit more. It probably won't be worth in the short term, but long term, I think they'll be very grateful that they have the ability to rotate around the map without worrying about that mid lane tower.
Can we talk about how Yumi's trying to build a funhouse right now with 2 bandle glass mirrors?
Yeah, that's probably a mistake. I'm not quite sure what they probably wanted to finish off their mythic, but you know, I guess getting a that actually is.
You know what? It's that like they said like they're really doubling down on the whole Uno reverse card thing, and now they're just like showing the reflections back over. So she's holding up the 2 of them because there's more like area of effect coverage. So that's what I'm looking at.
Leave it to Lucan to find the way to big brain every single weird part of this series. I love it so much. Mirror Uno reverse carding people. That's where we're at Game 5. Is a
SDC is all about the cards. They like that the death card. They're always playing
the Uno
cards,
card too.
Yeah.
Like
they're playing war at one point. And they're just drawing out every time. They were losing in the first half, but they came back now. Yeah, I can make a ton of different metaphors here if you really want to go through.
Well, I mean, we're at a pause, and I will say before you go any further down that rabbit hole, I can't say it's a pause that isn't too much of an apt point of contention. As you could see, you got to look there. Zeranos simply disconnected, which is unfortunate. We're not going to have a bunch of tickets open about some certain bug that's been in the game for a couple of years at this point, but it does give us a time to reflect on the current state of the game, guys, and well, it's pretty neck and neck, which is nice to see for a Game 5.
It is. It's a very exciting too. And we're going back to that ticket real quick. They're probably sending one into Comcast right now, but that's the completely different argument.
We can't deal with that one. That one's not a...
We certainly can't.
Guys, Risen, come on, guys. Comcast is just not letting me in this game right now. All right, we'll talk to them. We'll have our people talk to their people.
We'll chrono break it for Comcast.
Yeah, exactly. The Comcast chrono break.
That's a pretty.
It looks like they are back though, so we might see this pause come out. But yeah, no, Graham, what do you think about this series being so even?
I think it's definitely an apt ending to this one, because I think this is the only game, to my memory, that has actually been even to this point in the game. Because I'm pretty sure by 20 minutes, every other game in this series has been decisively in the favor of one of the teams. So I think that just makes it an absolute banger. But when we come in, it does mean that Hecarim is pretty far ahead, all things considered. But so is the Trundle. They're both relatively even in terms of their item spikes. Of course, the Chempunk Chainsword is going to be a little bit more damage compared to the Frozen Heart, but I mean, they serve different roles, right? You want the Hecarim to be doing more of the damage, while the Trundle will still be building himself up to be a little bit more of a front line, especially will be the case since it's not a tank mythic on the Mundo. So I think it's more apt that you have a little bit more tank stats to compensate on the Trundle.
Yeah, and like we could also look towards like the biggest portion I think is gold discrepancy.
Right.
And like the areas where it's focused right now. There's a lot of focus being put into Aurelia so that she'll be able to keep fighting this Mundo at every point. And we're seeing so much invested over into the top side. But like when I look at that and I see the state of where the game is, even though you've put that there, you've also got top lane, which is down 2 towers, and then you've got bot lane, which is down 2 towers over for SDC's side. And it's kind of interesting to see how this is all played out while silently, and we haven't really talked about how relevant this is going to be for fights as well too. We have a 2k gold lead right now over in favor of the Sivir versus the lane partner. Technically 1.5 if we're looking over like direct matchup over into the Seraphine. And that is a lot. Like that's 40, like for one, 40 CS up over your lane partner is already a pretty distinguishable fact. And with fights now generally going to be coming into like full team fights, and you having an AD carry that can spread damage across the entire fight in the first place, that's going to be huge. That's a big point to look at for this next area here.
Another point to bring up, sort of along that same vein, is that the Sivir is level 12 compared to level 10 on both the bot laners, and that's because the Yuumi was constantly roaming up to try and influence the rest of the fights that were happening on the top side, while Sivir was kind of 1v2 farming, just getting solo XP, just sitting there and scaling up to the point where they're at now. And sure, it's not necessarily the most impressive scoreline at the current state of the game, but it is certainly one of the most influential members, especially for the team of SDC. In fact, other than their Trundle, they have the most gold. So looking forward on these fights, this Sivir is going to be incredibly impactful, and TWF need to deal with it in a manner that is succinct and doesn't overcommit too much, because if they let the Mundo and the Trundle run through their backline, it can also present problems.
And I think that's another big thing here is it looks like we're probably going to be getting out of this pause relatively soon. And I do want to make a quick moment of mention that because of the way that the gold spread has gone, it's almost like you don't want to see big team fights if you are TWF. Not right now, especially after we see some of these spikes happening up, because you want to kind of keep committing to this Aurelia and Hecarim kind of push to just shove down a lane and then just pressure into that lane. The problem that I'm going to like identify here is where she's going right now versus where you should be going. You've already got a full-on open area down over in the bot side, and you don't want to start overextending there. You want to start cracking over the other side of the map, and your strongest identity piece there is going to be bringing Aurelia. I think that it's a bit of an issue if we're not seeing more towers being taken out with your advantage right now.
Well, right now, as we get through the little spectator bug, we are back on Summoner's Rift, everybody, after a bit of a pause for, I assume, connection issues, and it's given us a lot of time to look really into this matchup, and certainly deserves it with the pedigree of this being the dominant finals in game number 5, and we're coming in for a landing soon here as we break the 21-minute mark. 2 item spikes starting to come through, guys. Is there anyone that really stands out? As I'm gonna have to stop you before you can even make the point. We might have a catch here onto Lee Sinners. Slow up from Mundo, trying to run away. He's able to dodge the second cleaver, and all caution will be thrown to the wind there in the bot side river.
Yeah, we're seeing the setup start to happen here because they want to fight and they know they can fight, and it's kind of scary because Hecarim's using his move speed right now to run away because he knows that he can't really take what's being dished out at him.
Certainly helps that those cleavers from Mundo actually pack a bit of a punch now with the Trinity Force in hand, but can also take a lot of damage on his own. We're setting up here for 30 seconds away, the next Cloud Drake to come on, and it certainly seems like for the time being that the SDC Death Cards want everything to do with it to even up the Drake score.
Yeah, they will have to face check into them though, because there's a lot of vision going down, but not too much. They know where Revnon is, but look to see if they can make use of it as Pillar goes down.
Ooh, there's Final Chapter though. and it whiffs, so it finds nobody. That's the key ultimate we talked about in the draft. There's really not that much hard CC outside of that and the pillar to watch for, so advantage maybe the winning formula as they'll try and pack their way into this river. There's a lot of good damage from Shredman on this Victor.
Though.
Snare comes across on top
boy.
of the Trundle. There's the pillar. Maybe they've caught out. Orianna has to flash away, flash forward from the Irelia Vanguard's edge, but no follow-up just yet. Now Trundle will be running forward with the Subjugate ticking down. Unstoppable Onslaught finds 3 though. Dawning Shadow Encore, it all lines up for the winning formula. That's a 3-pair shutdown. They trade Revnon out as well, and finally the engage lines up for the winning formula.
We got to talk about that because Yuumi not using that ult in the right time really did mess up their way to handle most of these fights. Because you've got 2 options. Yes, you can use it aggressively, but you better make sure that you hit anybody if you're actually going to be using it in the first place. And I think I understand where the communication was, that we're going to cut off and then just make sure that they have to take that pathing down there, and then, you know, you're going to be able to catch out with the Yuumi ult. It didn't hit anyone, and the flash was happened, or not the flash, but it was back over. It didn't manage to catch over in that little choke point there, and from there you now are on the back pedal and you were able to do a lot of damage as they're walking into you, but definitely not able to stop them if they decide to full-on run at you. You can chunk them a little bit, but they're going to be able to just run you down, and that's exactly what happened.
Right, and now it is TWF that has a pretty sizable lead. It's about 3.5k, but with Soul Point being on their side, it does mean that they have the timer. They can get to 4 minutes from now and actually just win the game from the Soul win condition. But it is Cloud Soul, so it's not exactly the greatest of opportunities. It is still really good for the composition, all things considered. The Hecarim loves the extra move speed, so does the Irelia, but it's not something like an Infernal Soul or a Hextech Soul, which would automatically decide fights. There is still hope, but it would certainly become much more difficult for SDC to actually make it through.
And now the analogy, you know, the sports analogy of see the ball go in the basket kind of gives you the idea of what you want to do. If you are the winning formula now, lining up that unstoppable onslaught on top of that shockwave with the encore is meeting that, you know, metaphor. That's the ball going in the basket now. Maybe the winning formula, after being a little bit static in the early game, finally know exactly how to execute this comp.
Yeah, and now that they can kind of see that and they can kind of envision it, it's going to be down to them to execute and put all that plan together. Now, how they approach every fight here is very much key with them holding that little bit of a lead in the areas where they need to, because in the last fight, they were able to get some gold out of the areas. But oh, what's happening here?
Unstoppable Onslaught, they jump on top of the Sivir. Final chapter will create enough of a room, though, for her to exit, and the damage from this Victor is really starting to do wonders. Able to get a catch onto Perky the Parrot, and that will force the winning formula back, but they're just going to set their sights on Baron. It's a back coming out here from Starcross. He's heading back to base. He did complete that recall, and Victor will show up just in time to find the entirety of the enemy team onto the Nasher. Teleport comes out from Mundo, though, and they're actually going to come off of Baron. They're going to let it reset, and they're going to turn their sights on to Revnon, who's just caught for free in the brush. That pick lines up maybe for them to turn back onto Baron or just run back forward. Gravity Field will stop New Sinners from abandoning them further, and they're just going to start Nash right back up 5 versus 4.
It's an interesting way that they got to dance around this fight. I'm going to give you some time to breathe here, Slayer, because this has been a long, long extended fight happening now. They've got to decide to do something else. You can't match them right now, not with the current power that you have. Go to mid lane, take the tower, but now it's too late because they were dancing around, not taking initiative.
And now look at this. Lee Sinners still wants to fight. He's going to go forward and try and jump on top of Starcross, and he will get up there. Double Onslaught's back up. He's going to knock the Trundle back into the Vanguard's edge, but this Sivir is free hitting. Finally there, Irelia jumps on top of her after she trades 1 kill. A beautiful encore will keep the Irelia top laner alive, and they're going to mop them all up. Baron and 4 for the winning formula.
And just like that, the game exploded in the favor of TWF there. They're going to expand that to a 6k gold lead there. They're going to take the reset, and they're going to be able to spend all the gold there. They have the Baron buff in hand, and that means that they're going to be able to break down a lot of the towers. We're looking at the mid-inner tower, maybe try and go up top lane, or they could even go bot lane and try to break open the base.
That is a wild turn of events based off of something that TWF has actually done so well in this series, and that is when Revnon decides to go for a flank and decides to go and look to get an angle on them, their entire team says, Revnon, get him! And they dogpile on top of them and completely turn it into their favor. Because last time, they thought that the Darius was in the jungle, and that was the Revnon, because Revnon plays Darius. Now they know that he's playing Mundo, and it's very clear who they gotta focus down here, because, wow, it works well for them every time they're able to do that.
Yeah, it certainly helps that once again for this another game with Perky the Parrot on this Senna, just quietly doing so much damage from distance. 4-0-9 is unkillable, and when you have to worry about this Sivir, it certainly helps to have that Senna at this point in the game so far ahead.
Soul Point is coming up here, though, and I'm wondering how they're going to approach it. They do have all the tools they need, but it looks like they're going to flip the script a bit and maybe start running it directly at them this time?
Yeah, the charge up from Hecarim, not going to find anything. Lee Sinner's going to back off timely. They're kind of just daring SDC Death Cards to come and fight them, as once again Lee Sinners is willing to challenge Star Cross to a bit of a duel. Baron Drake will be started up, by the way, in the background by Perky the Parrot, but there's final chapter out from Mundo. They've locked down this Hecarim, and they'll try to blow him up, but the Encore does so much work to create enough space, and the Death Cards are sent packing, but hold on a minute, Zoranos finally comes alive on the Sivir. The two carries stand tall for the Death Cards, and they're able to pick off 3. Sign Me Up has to stay off to the side. There's the teleport from Quality Player. The Drake is secured by Sivir at the expense of Shredman, but they're able to stave off Soul Point with 4 kills.
And that's the power of the Sivir when you let it free hit. There was no one diving onto it. It was just trying to hit the front line, and the Sivir was just shredding through it. The Chaos Storm as well, being guided into the back line by Shredman, just absolutely decimating the Senna and the Seraphine there, and that turned the fight around in their favor. Of course, they got the dragon, meaning that Soul does not go over, but the fight is still 4-3 in the favor of TWF.
Let's take a quick look at what can happen now from here, though, because we've seen what happens when everything goes well and all the pieces together happen with SDC. There is still the open possibility that Mundo is able to get his next item, and they have a frontline tank finally. That being said, though, one of the main reasons why that fight didn't work out is because you weren't looking for a flank, and you were looking to take it head on. Now, if we see Hecarim flip that onto the other side, and we can see some form of a pick, or just any sort of flank happen over onto SDC side, I think that, like, either one of these teams has the potential to do so much. It's going to be a lot easier for TWF.
Certainly feels like TWF are still in the driver's seat here, up a massive amount of gold, 7,000. But like my amazing color casters pointed out, the winning formula can be seen for the Death Cards at this point. If they can keep Zoranos and Shredman alive, you got to think, Ram, that they're probably the 2 biggest late game scaling carries in this game right now.
Absolutely. The Yuumi Sivir was decimating them in that last fight, and it's going to be the key in this next one that is going to happen. Here. Looking for something, certainly. Starcrossed.
Starcrossed is walking his own jungle, but he's able to run away with the speed up. The pillar knocks back Lee Sinners, and it'll be just a trade of a couple of abilities as I really will jump forward to try and push the lane up. There's no neutral objective on the Rift for another minute, so a bit of A-ramming going down here. Both these teams daring the other to step too far forward.
I'm curious to know what the angle is going to be here, because, like, with the Baron coming up in the next 50 seconds here, there's definitely pressure to push up and get some vision, and you got to be very careful as you walk forward here, because the damage is actually ramped up now. If you take a look at all the items that are picked up, especially for that Senna. Oh no, this is not good.
Oh, but look at this. They've picked off the Yuumi on top of this Trundle, trying to run away. Dawning Shadow will land. Unstoppable Onslaught into Encore, brings the Trundle back, and Lee Sinners will pick him off. Sivir also dropped in the background, and all the cards fall for SDC. They lose their Yuumi and Sivir to boot, and this is going to be the base breaking open for the winning formula, but they're looking for more.
They can keep going. They can end the game.
Edge.
They're
They've
in.
knocked down Revnon. They've knocked down 4, and this could be the
Showman has
game.
to get the wave.
It's
There's only
all
one member.
up
It
to
doesn't matter.
Shredman.
There's too many
1v5.
people.
There's too many cards around him, and he's thrown to the wayside. Quality player knocks down the final kill. The turret's soon to fall, and it looks like the winning formula clap back from Game 4's
my
loss
God.
and will be your pre-made dominant finals winners.
Absolutely incredible game there. It was so
lost for
close. It just exploded in the mid game for TWF, and it was a little bit shaky around the fight for that soul. But at the end of the game, it's going to be TWF that can get Zeranos out of the fight, that can catch the Trundle and the Yumi trying to walk up, and that's just going to end the game right there.
That will close it out, ladies and gentlemen. It took nearly 5 hours of League of Legends action, but it's 5 games on Summoner's Rift, but we have our champions of pre-made dominant. 2 timers. The winning formula go back to back, and boy, what a series for the ages to do it.
Yeah, that is a wild way to end out a game off of that one rotation. Just knowing that they needed to stop that to stop the Baron, but at the same time not considering just how fragile the position was for you on that back pedal, and just fantastically executed and realized over by TWF. Props to you, because we only predicted you like once out of the 5 games to win this. And I don't even know if you want to count that as like an underdog. So underdog story and predictions is one way to look at it. But showing us why you are the better team here. And not to say that SDC didn't do a banger of a performance and show us some wild games here today. But wow, what a series.
What a
absolutely
series
incredible.
indeed. And in case anybody cares, I went 0 for 5. On predictions. I said the Death Cards would win it, and they lost it. But
Hey, I got 1. I'm 1 for 4.
It is actually, now anybody who ever watches the broadcast now needs to know, when Slayer predicts, you need to throw all of your money on the other team.
I've never
every
been this
time.
bad.
You want easy gambling? It's not even gambling. It's just you just know what to do. It's just reverse it and around, and you're gonna make all your money back, hands down, every single time.
I swear I'm not this bad. I've never had this bad of a stretch. But let's go. I know it's gonna be difficult, guys, but let's go a little bit big picture as we try to set up. I believe we'll try to get a member of the winning formula in here to talk. Yeah. But before we do, I'm gonna ask you guys the hard question. We should name a finals MVP. It's gonna be hard to think back to all these games, but I'm gonna put you on the spot. Who are we thinking here off the top of the dome?
I'm thinking Lee Sinners. I think it's got to be Lee Sinners, doesn't it? Because like he is, as much as I disagree with the way that he ended up getting the leads and how it all ended up and some of his build paths. The one thing that you can say is that he was always like the reliable person to start up a lot of those fights and to make sure do or die. He would make the decision, and I gotta ask as to like what his position on the team was as well too. Without knowing the team as well, I gotta say that it would have to go to whoever the shot caller is on that team. And the minute that I find out that it would have to be that person there. That being said, though, in terms of performance in the game, definitely the Hecarim and the 3-peat time where it was brought up showed that they knew how to select an action and just commit to it. And that really was what won this series in the first place, was finding that, making the split-second decision, go in now, and turning a game into something that if you let it happen another probably like even 6 minutes here, you would have had a much bigger problem to deal with into you win the game. And that's the thing that you got to admire for that right there.
Yeah, I have to agree. Lee Sin has played a very important part in their winning, but I actually am going to vote for someone different. I'm going to vote for Perky the Parrot. And
really?
I think it's solely because a lot of the positioning, there's only one fight where I can think of where their positioning was terrible. And for the rest of it, they were able to carry a lot of the team fights just by being a consistent source of output, by playing controlled and being able to sort of know their role and being able to swap from being a main carry, like on the Jinx, to being the more supportive style through the Senna. So a lot of versatility there, and I think they played all the team fights except for one of them in Game 4 absolutely stellar. And I mean, I do think Lee Sinner's also played really good, and he is a very good honorable mention for me.
I'm honestly struggling to remember who Lee Sinners played besides Heckram at this point. He played 3.
They double down on it so often.
So he played 3 straight Heckram games, but in game
He had
1,
Fiddlesticks in Game 2, I believe.
And then game 1, I for the life of me can't. Listen, guys, we've been sitting here casting.
That was
like
4 hours ago.
Yeah,
it was literally 4 hours ago. But I think my vote will go to Lee Sinners as well. So we will get to congratulate him after. We're going to actually take a very quick break so we can get set up, but don't go anywhere, Risen Faithful, because we're going to close out Premade Dominant 2022 Fall Split with an interview with Lee Sinners and Quality Player, the champions with winners, I'm blanking on the name, the winning formula. Don't go anywhere.
we have no.
Like, you know where like the cleavage is, where like the boobs touch? Or supposed to touch?
No, I've never touched a woman.
Cat Everfrost used knockdown fight hit. There goes a 5-man shield there. Express Rax going to get caught up in the baby.
Welcome back, everybody, as we close out the Premade Dominant Fall 2022 split. I know you can't see them, but we do have the jungle mid duo from the winning formula here, Lee Sinners and Quality
Their voices
Player.
are in the ether. Just
Their voices are here, so I'll start us off once again. Congratulations to the both of you, and Quality Player, I'll start with you, and then Lee Sinners, you can comment. First question, how does it feel to be 2-time champs of Dominant?
Oh, it feels awesome. Yeah, it's a really good feeling.
Yeah, I mean,
guys-
it feels... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, go. I got one comment to make. Is that we did find out in that break there briefly that you two are the shot callers on the team, and that is the biggest way that I can say that you guys have solidified yourself. Is you guys solidified yourself with very quick and very accurate ways to break through the team at different points in time. You did have a mistake that I'll bring up, and I want to ask you about, but I want to give you that praise and see what you think about that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. I think yeah, me and Zohar are really, our whole like synergy is very very strong together. Like we love to move around the map together, and we've been playing like as a duo for like over 8 years.
Yeah.
Like together, so you know we've gained a lot of knowledge on just like when we can fight mid, when we're up for 2v2s, like when we know we're just very confident in like always winning that 2v2, and that's a really big part of the game, so our team relies on us to win that, and when we don't, we usually like kind of crumble.
I would like to ask, and I want to give other time to the others to ask some questions here too, though. I
Go
do
ahead.
need to know, because as much as I'm going to praise you guys for winning, I do need to bring up that you guys kind of made some fumbles in the target selection in that game with the Darius jungle, which didn't allow you guys to do some stuff, and I had a lot of criticism for that there. as much as your guys' shot calling brought you to the win, do you think your decisive nature in choosing like what you guys want to do might have actually caused the problems in that game there for you guys to lose?
If I could
Yeah.
comment,
Go for it.
I think generally there's like a discussion, like, and we know what we want to do. I think we were actually just not like looking back in retrospect. I genuinely think we were thrown off by the Darius jungle pick, and instead of looking for what we usually would with Lissandra, and I think I was playing Hecarim, where we would just like dive on their actual carry. I think Varus that game, and it makes the fight a lot easier. We were like wasting everything on Darius, not killing him, and then just losing the fight, and it was really rough. So I think the communication in that game actually was like a big issue.
I called it. I called it. Graham, didn't I call it?
You did call it, actually.
I called it in the game. I was literally saying, I was looking at that fight. I'm like, there's no way that like if they were in a regular position and it did like the last game didn't happen with the Darius, that they would like not tunnel in on that Darius this game. They're doing it because Darius keeps popping into the jungle and taking everything, and they're like, what is Darius doing? Get him every time. I feel like that was like what the comms must have been like in that game there.
All right, well,
That's actually pretty accurate, yeah.
well, that's too much of an ego to give it over to Lucan for enough for now. Graham, what do you got for them?
Yeah, so I think I wanted to ask you guys about sort of, in my opinion, it was sort of the decisive point of that game 5, which is that fight around the 3rd dragon for you guys. I mean, that was such an interesting position to have yourselves in, and it looked so precarious to do it, and yet it was so interesting to see how like instantaneous the Hecarim multi into that entire team was. And in my opinion, that actually just completely won the game and just broke it open. So, like, what were the comms like after that moment? Because I think it was genuinely like what won the game.
Peaking audio.
I have no idea what fight that was, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm completely blanking.
I do know the one you're talking about. I can comment on that.
Okay.
The comms at that point were the start of the fight. We had burned a lot of. I remember we burned like Yumi R, and then we had also burned Trundle R after that. And the call was completely silent, and I saw an angle, and I just screamed "go" as I R'd in, and then everyone followed up. It was just go, we go, and then it ended up working out really insanely well. And you're right, it did crack the game. I think that was the win for you.
Let's continue with that one real quick. Piggyback off of Graham's. What happened after you caught out the Trundle and then saw the Sivir, but just out in the open, and you killed her too? I want to know what the audio was at that point, because that's got to be like, you guys can't hear anymore after that with the audio blasting through there.
Yeah, no, I get pretty insanely hype after, like, especially after we make a good play. So I think after that, it was actually better shot calling post me going in, and it was more like we knew we won the fight, and everyone got super excited and just started yelling out like the next person to kill, basically just like, we murder this person, they're dead next, and that was we kind of just ran them over from there.
Oh man.
Well, the game 5 was certainly exhilarating. The whole series was exhilarating. But guys, my next question, I want to go a little more big picture, because you talked about it. You guys are now the 2-time champs, so you came into this split, as the defending champs, and it wasn't it was a little a bit shaky of a regular season. I mean, you come into playoffs as the defending champs. You're about a 5th seed. You finished 3rd in your division. Just talk to me how much resiliency your squad has to know that even despite the fact that you're defending champs and you went down a little bit, you were able to run the entire table and get here to this moment to make it a second.
As a team, honestly, we've played together for a while and we're just really comfortable. So during the regular season, we were kind of like not taking that seriously, to be honest. We were like kind of just having fun, enjoying ourselves, like just having fun playing together. And then when it came to playoffs, we really like decided to, because we've played together, we've already won as a team before, so we know we're good enough to do it again. So once it came back to like playoffs and we made it in playoffs, it was time to zone in and kind of focus.
Yeah, I also think definitely, especially in this series, like we kind of had we do get a huge playoffs buff as a team, I've found in these last couple of years. But also the experience of like playing as a team, and also like playing as a team who like argues a lot, genuinely, like we know how to but like for real, we know how to come back
It's true. No, I got you. Yeah.
From going down, and I think game 5 especially, like we went in with the mental, like especially our AD carry said, okay, it's game 5, like now we win, like we just win, and it was like, okay, like if we're that confident going into game 5, then no one's gonna hesitate, and that's what you really need, like in those do or die moments. So
that was the one area where my prediction was wrong, and where we're going to talk about predictions being wrong. How much are you like thanking Slayer for his prediction?
They don't even know. Okay, I'll apply some context here for you gentlemen, so you can have a bit of a laugh. I went 0 for 5 game-to-game predictions. So,
oh my goodness!
So the joke was that whoever I picked to win game 5, it would actually be the.
You're writing their name in a death note.
I believe the wording I used was, "I'm gonna pick SDC death cards to win game 5 off momentum." So congratulations to winning Formula for winning the Premade. That's what I literally said.
Actually, so funny. Oh my god.
Word for word.
I guess we really have you to thank then, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, you're welcome, guys.
Well, honestly, nothing that you guys did over on TWF mattered.
It was all Slayer.
It was
and his
literally all
predictions.
Slayer.
Yeah,
it was
was me.
Slayer's the biggest one who made up this to work in the first place. It's like you guys could have done anything. You guys could have just ran like 5 Yumis in an all for one, and it would have been fine.
All right. Well, all jokes aside,
if I could just comment on one other thing is I think the other thing that really fueled me, especially going into this series, was that SDC in semis and then also in quarters, they knocked out my boy King Bob, and then in quarters they knocked out the team that we faced in finals last year, Taco Cat, and we're friends with all of those people, so it was a revenge story. We had to.
All right. Well, we do as much fun as this has been. We are gonna have to start wrapping things up. So Luke, and I'm gonna go back to you, and Graham, one more question, and then we're gonna wrap these things up.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Go ahead first. Well, last question. You're up.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask me a question.
No.
I was waiting. Well, my last question. Let me wrap this up with the last thing that I need to ask here. Man, why you gotta put me on the spot? Like,
I can go first. I can go first.
Yeah, you go first, Graham. I gotta think of something funny.
Someone.
All right. So my question is that now that you're 2 times, are you guys gonna go for a third?
Obviously, I
Jack
think.
and Kobe.
Let's go.
Yeah, of course. We're getting the third title. We have to get the third title. It's the dynasty.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm looking forward to the 3-peat. So, Lucan, I don't know if you got your question ready.
I got my question. It's a fairly serious one. It matters a lot to understanding the series because, like, one thing that I would say consistently I saw throughout the series was about cohesion and the way that we saw everyone kind of work together. And cohesion's the real focus of the question to begin with as well too, because like when you're working together as a unit, you all need to kind of agree on one thing, and as well you need to all have one mind in all of this. And this is more of a question towards the two of you being shot callers. In like, what is in your opinion the better option as a breakfast kind of like a thing to eat, waffles or pancakes?
Oh my god.
John?
I think waffles.
What?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I've broken the team. I've broken the team.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If anyone wants to apply for the winning formula jungler position for next season, DMs are open.
That's a little awkward because your former jungler is also the finals MVP. Congratulations, Lisa. You won finals MVP.
Anybody want a jungle MVP?
That's actually hype.
French toast is an option. Saying French toast is an option too. Honestly, if you say waffles or French toast, you can stay my friend. But pancakes, come on, pancakes.
What?
Right,
What? What do you mean?
They're so bland. Like the only time it's a pancake is if there's like blueberry or like something in it. But like if we're talking like as a base.
So
level,
you put
like,
things in it, man. You put things in it.
I don't care if you're putting things in it. Man, get them off the podcast. I'm getting out of here too. Thanks for swatting.
I'm really glad we're staying on topic, guys.
Yeah, no, excellent. Anyway, Slayer.
So I'm closing this out. This is going to derail way too much further. So once again, congratulations to Lisa and her quality player and the entire The Winning Formula team. You're 2-time champions this time around of the Premade Dominant Fall 2022 split. I've got about 1,800 thank yous to go through, so sit tight as we close things out here. A big shout out to both of my color casters here and two people who are actually able to predict a game correctly. Lucan and Graham have been absolutely flawless. Shout out to Romeo, who helped on the analyst desk and had to dip out. And the biggest shout out. Rest in peace to him. The biggest shout out goes to Snow behind the scenes. Everything you're seeing on your screen are beautiful faces.
Love
Hearing
Snow.
of it all, the players are all because of Snow behind the scenes. So shout out to him. But that will close out the Premade Dominant slate as everybody gets set to head into preseason of season 13. Enjoy the rest of your time with season 12, and this is the last of Premade Dominant until 2023, but it's not the last of Risen action. Is right now as we speak. Premade Unstoppable Grand Finals are also going on, and we'll be heading shortly over there. But for one last time from the Dominant crew, enjoy the rest of your Sunday and enjoy some extra Risen League action.